The world turned into a lifeless wash of gray, like it was copying his stalled, joyless life in real time. He trudged down the street with his head drooping, shoulders caving under the crushing weight of another job interview that ended in failure. He could only dream of being some kind of superior force, living high and mighty, wrapped by goddesses instead of being labeled a society's failure. His thoughts slipped right back to the tiny apartment he shared with his sister, and he felt her cheerful voice still ringing in his head as he walked out for his interview. She flashed him a huge smile and promised him a hamburger dinner, no matter what, even if he couldn't land the job. Her sweet prayer to their dead parents for his success only crushed him with more guilt, because ever since that brutal traffic accident 3 years ago, his little sister has been day trading stocks just to keep the family afloat. He threw his head back in pure frustration, begging his mind to shut off while the weight of his responsibilities crushed him. He had to smash through his endless rejections and finally land a permanent job so he could properly support her. Her excited request for tsukiyaki and fresh pudding still rang in his head, and it lit a fire under him, pushing him to succeed. He pushed. He shoved the door open to the outside world, and a weird smile snapped onto his face. His whole reality blinked out, and the world went pitch black for a split second. With the interview only 5 minutes away, a brutal honk from a nearby horn ripped his focus to shreds. He whipped around in pure horror just in time to see a massive truck thunder straight at him, the driver's face just as terrified. He scrambled backward in a full-on panic, trying to wriggle out before that crushing vehicle pinned him for good. The truck slammed into a nearby pole with a thunderous crunch, and somehow he walked away, still untouched but shaking and gasping from shock. Before he could even wrap his mind around surviving, a deafening clatter slammed through the wreck from the back of the shattered vehicle. A stampede of panic horses exploded out of the cargo hold, and their massive hooves smashed straight through his fragile body. He jolted awake in a blinding white void, staring up at nothing and wondering, could this be heaven after all? A mysterious woman leaned in and told him the truth. He died brutally and embarrassingly, trampled to death by a horse. Tears poured down his face as it finally hit. He'd been crushed by a traffic accident just like his parents. He was drowning in grief until that tough-as-nails goddess stormed in, yelled at him for ignoring her, and yanked him right back into the moment. Panic detonated in him, and in a split second he berated her looks in his own head. Then bam, she snapped him with a furious smack right across the head. She leaned in with a chilling smile and gave him one brutal choice: come back into a brand new, deadly world or vanish for good. Still refusing to die for good, he listened as she swore she'd give him a special power for his new life, then explained the new world was basically an RPG where he'd have to hunt monsters just to level up. He shoved her idea aside, then tore through a massive digital list of brutally overpowered cheat skills. He figured out that if he multiplied his experience points by 20, he could cram a whole lifetime of growth into just 5 insane years. With a deep, respectful bow, he officially claimed the 20x experience multiplier as his divine gift. The goddess clamped him in a crushing hug, squeezing his head in that tight hold, and she totally brushed off his desperate cries for personal space. With one last bright goodbye, she slipped away into nothingness. Now he was left standing alone, staring down his decision. He froze in the silent white emptiness, and then it hit him. This new reality was here, and he wasn't ready. His panic screamed for the goddess to come back, but the rustling blankets from the nearby bed cut him off. A totally different, way younger goddess peeked out from under the covers, and the moment she saw him screaming, annoyance lit up her face. She casually told him she'd grant him a brand new ability, only she didn't realize her predecessor had already handed it to him first. Before he even got the chance to finish explaining, she sealed the blessing in a flash, then disappeared into thin air. He was left reeling in pure confusion, because somehow, through a ridiculous administrative mix-up, he'd just gotten a second divine gift. A blinding light tore through his vision, and his soul got ripped across dimensions in an instant. He crumpled onto a cold stone floor, clutching his head as the aftershock of teleporting hit like a wave. And when he finally forced himself upright, he realized he was stranded alone inside a huge, empty temple hall. A floating sign pointed him straight to a nearby book, and he opened it with nerves on full blast. The pages literally turned into Japanese as if by magic, and suddenly the words made perfect sense to him. He realized he'd been dropped into the OZO world, a wild place crawling with other people who'd been transported too. He followed the book's orders and snapped his status screen open, and boom, a bright holographic panel lit up in front of him. He stared in awe at his RPG-style stats, grimly realizing he was still at a low level, and he didn't even have a job title yet. The manual made it brutally clear: if he was jobless, he wouldn't get a single stat boost or unlock any skills. Then he flicked through his abilities and saw it. Yep, the first goddess's 20x experience boost was still blazing on. To his absolute shock, the second goddess's identical gift didn't just help, it piled on top of the first and multiplied his progress, blasting his experience rate to a mind-blowing 400 times. He erupted into manic laughter, finally seeing just how absurdly busted this stack multiplier was going to make him. He finally steadied his nerves and admitted he still had to land a real job if he wanted to level up for real. He grabbed the little cloth bag that was left for him, and the note made it clear he could stash food in it or pack items to sell to the traders. He gaped in pure amazement as his arms plunged deep into the seemingly bottomless magical inventory bag. The guidebook told him to sprint straight to the northern city of Florence so he could officially swap his job. Map clutched in his hand, he shoved the heavy temple doors wide and stepped into the unknown, heart hammering. A massive, towering forest slammed into view the moment he arrived, its thick canopy choking the sky until almost no light could get through. He stared up at the strange leaves above, then took his first shaky steps into the unknown wilderness. He spun around and stared, the temple door blended into the trees like it belonged there, and the soft magic in the air hit him with pure awe. He was cruising through the area when his foot went down on a squishy slime, splort, and the thing died on the spot right before a victory notification popped up. Then the defeated monster coughed up a tiny glowing item drop. He froze, staring at the puddle left behind, stunned by how painfully real it looked, like the world had copied a video game. A sudden chime blasted through his ears, and just like that, somehow, someway, he leveled up from that pathetic little run-in. Gritting his teeth, he checked his holographic status, and then his eyes went wide when he realized he'd shot up to level 3 in an instant. He shot his fist up in pure excitement, completely blown away by how fast everything was moving. Slipping through the bushes, he spotted 2 giant horned rabbits munching in a clearing, and he clenched a heavy stone in his hand, ready to prove his hunting skills. With a sharp, powerful heave, he hurled the rock straight at his unsuspecting prey. He grimaced and raised those bloody rabbit carcasses, realizing hunting takes a surprisingly iron stomach, while new jobs kept popping up in his system. He gawked at his status screen, totally baffled. Why was he unlocking skills when he didn't even have a real official job? He finally got it. His 400x experience multiplier meant that dropping 2 rabbits felt exactly like slaughtering 800. Then it hit him hard. The no-job label wasn't a punishment at all, it was a special class that let him learn skills without limits. He panicked for a split second when he accidentally hit delete on the no-job title, then he slammed the prompt shut just in time. He chose to keep his no-job status locked in because something wild was hidden inside it, benefits no one had ever seen before. Gazing up at the forest canopy, he fully accepted that he was the world's most overpowered, yet somehow still unemployed. He burst out of the tree line and his eyes went wide at the maze city sprawled ahead, layer upon layer of towering architecture. A towering stone archway loomed as the entrance to Florence, and the strange foreign words carved into it might as well have been written in another world, utterly impossible for him to read. A bright, smiling female guard met him at the gate and told him to press his hand onto the crystal ball to confirm his status. He sweated through his nerves as she laid it out. This crystal would sniff out criminals, and he couldn't stop panicking that his whole no-job situation would blow up in their faces. The crystal shimmered like a blessing, and he slid in the temple coins, paying the entrance tax before the door ever opened. He drifted into the roaring trade district, totally swamped by the sheer size of this fantasy metropolis. Crouched under the stairs among demi-humans and armored explorers, he suddenly felt every eye on him. his shiny modern business suit screamed outsider. He ducked into a nearby clothing store, and a shockingly muscular woman in a plain black dress greeted him with a bold, no-nonsense smile. He tore off his suit vest and asked the shopkeeper if she'd buy it so he could finally grab some casual clothes. His jaw hit the floor in pure shock when she slid over 3 gigantic gold coins for that simple garment. She told him, "Your honesty as a newbie explorer feels like fresh air, and the price? You're paying my shop what we earn in a whole year." The shopkeeper leaned in with a grin and spilled the truth. These items from other worlds were a hot prize for wealthy researchers, and that's why the price was absolutely brutal. She couldn't pull that much physical gold out of thin air, so she batted her eyes and urged him to come back the very next day for his payment. He burst out of the store clutching his brand new, comfy casual clothes, grinning like he just hit the lottery with that unreal wave of wealth. Greed burning bright in his chest, he marched straight for the food market with total confidence to sell the game he'd hunted. He shoved his way into the jam-packed guild hall, feeling his courage shake as those rugged, monster-looking adventurers closed in around him. Gigantic, heavily armored men and creepy plague doctors towered over him, and it made him feel absolutely tiny. A sweet, rabbit-eared receptionist flashed him a smile and politely demanded his explorer ID, so suddenly he just froze, unable to find the words. He crumpled against the counter in full defeat the moment he learned he couldn't legally sell his rabbit meat unless he registered for a specific job class. Matthias, an older gentleman with a sharp suit and sharper presence, stepped in like a pro and calmly offered the perfect fix for his bureaucratic mess. Macias shoved him out the door and laid it out fast. Those strict trading job rules were enforced by the local store unions. The old man grinned and offered to play the middleman, smoothly dodging the rules for a small, indirect cut. Matthias didn't just introduce himself, he declared loud and clear that he wasn't a grocer at all but a licensed slave trader. The moment slavery was mentioned, the protagonist jerked back in pure shock, completely rattled. Matthias clocked his unease and with a steady voice told him the truth. His business didn't just sell, it also rented out skilled labor. Macias jabbed at the Public Certification Board, bragging that the city's strict laws kept slaves safe from abuse and cruelty. The trader laid out the jaw-dropping price tag for buying a slave, then made it crystal clear that demi-humans with special skills cost a fortune. He steered the young man toward a towering, intimidating building, the headquarters of his official trading company. Matthias slid him into a spotless, modern waiting room and swore he'd bring out a slave tailored to his exact needs. He slumped on the sofa, all stiff and awkward, while his heart slammed in his chest as he waited, alone, nervous for what came next. His eyes went huge with pure awe when the door finally clicked open, and he slowly tilted his gaze upward as the newcomer stepped into the room. A pair of fluffy animal ears and a wildly generous figure shot into view, and instantly snared his entire focus. A gorgeous wolf girl stepped into view and introduced herself, Haru Wada, the White Wolf clan's pride. Rage flared in his cheeks as he blushed hard, utterly frozen by the timid, but still insanely striking, demi-human standing right in front of him. He stood in front of the towering guild building, locked on the cold stone facade like it was staring back. He groaned, slammed with frustration, realizing his whole no-job status was blocking him from stepping inside. Outside, he paced and wondered what was keeping Haru, until she finally burst out with a bundle clutched in her arms. She jolted him for a second as she leaned in and confessed that she'd used the kitchen to butcher the rabbits. She thrust a single silver coin into his hands as payment. He went speechless at the total. Then his eyes widened when he realized it was triple the price he'd expected, and she bowed with a sorry, pleading apology. They stroll side by side through the roaring marketplace, dodging crowds and soaking in the chaos. He told her to dive into the local maze and fight her way through it, because that's how you become a real swordsman. She shook her head and flat out said, surviving for 3 years was brutally too hard. She stroked her white wolf ears and bragged with a grin, her hearing and smell were on a whole other level. He jerked back in defense when she teased that she could hear his stomach growl and smell his scent all over him. They rolled up to a street vendor and snagged some freshly roasted barbecue pork hot off the fire. She chowed down on the meat skewer, grinning ear to ear, eyes blazing with pure delight. He clocked her tail wagging like she owned the place right as she finished her meal. As they head back, they start ripping into the strict rules on slave lending. Haru hurried back, returned to the slave merchant's office and bowed with deep, respectful politeness. He waved goodbye to Haru just as the merchant launched into a detailed explanation of her exact situation. So the merchant broke down every rule for what you had to do during a slave's first year. Haru's condition demanded that her buyer be strong enough to overpower her in real life. The merchant leaned in and confessed that a ruthless royal VIP was breathing down the guild's neck and demanding action for her. A jolt of cold sweat hit him as he finally understood the noble wasn't rushing at all. He was just waiting for that 1-year restriction to run out. He learned the deadline was coming fast, just 10 days away. The merchant whipped out the numbers and slammed her with an outrageous price, just to get the deal done and bypass every condition so she could be bought right away. He let out a shaky laugh, bolted out of the shot, and got completely crushed by that impossible sum. All by himself, he tried to talk himself into it. He didn't need a slave at all, he only needed himself. He froze dead in his tracks, staring ahead, torn between the pull of his special experience boosting skills and the cold logic in his head. The goddess's words and Haru's hopeful smile slammed through his mind like a flash of lightning. He snapped around, jaw locked, with pure fierce determination blazing in his eyes. Gazing up at the sky, he silently swore to himself that he was going to buy Haru. He clenched his fists hard, knowing he only had 10 days left before the year slammed shut. He made up his mind to take on Haru and beat her in just 9 days, to prove to everyone how strong he really is. He strode ahead with iron resolve, gearing himself up for the fight that was about to explode. He stormed up to a modest shop selling armor and clothing. Inside, he teamed up with Magnet, a blonde former adventurer running the store. Meganet leaned in close and teased him playfully, dragging him for how clueless he was. Najanet planted his hands on his hips and leaned in hard, soaking up every word as he spilled his desperate situation. They sat down and really tore into the brutal truth of that slave collar, then fought to protect the White Wolf tribe's pride. He pumped his fist, blazing with determination, and swore he'd get stronger than Haru. Magnet's spirit ignited, and with a grin on his face, he nodded and swore he'd back the mission. Magnet strapped a rock-solid chest plate on him, slammed shoulder armor into place, and handed him a sword. He clocked that the gear was battered, and Magnet finally confessed it was something an old friend handed down. Magnet snapped his gaze away, voice heavy as he recounted the awful truth. His friend had been slain by a monster. Guilt crashed into him hard for stealing such precious memories. Magnet flashed him a soft smile and swore up and down those items were exactly meant to be used. He swore he'd give it everything, and then bolted out the door. He glanced at his status screen and realized the hard truth. He wouldn't unlock the swordsman class just by watching, he had to actually swing the sword. He clamped his hand on the hilt and yanked the blade free, wrestling for a beat with its heavy weight. He sprinted up to the entrance of the local monster maze. Gate guard Solon flashed him a warm wave, like they'd already become friends. She warned him to stay sharp inside, especially with the fresh whispers of thieves lurking around. He thanked her with a sharp nod, then strode straight into the pitch-dark cavern like he owned the night. He sprinted down the stone steps and plunged into the gloomy tunnel. Knowing the sword wasn't ready for him yet, he grabbed a rock and sharpened his throwing skills for the next move. He edged around the corner and caught a huge werewolf wheezing in the shadows. He sucked in a deep breath trying to tame his racing heart, then he lunged forward and struck. Suddenly, 2 more werewolves exploded into view, snapping into a tight circle around him. Panic hit him like a wave and he bolted away as fast as he could, begging to break free from the crowd. He sprinted past 2 other adventurers, yelling for help as the wolves tore after him. Joffrey the adventurer and Elise just stood there, eyes locked, watching the whole spectacle unfold. They don't help at all, just casually chat about sliding a bed onto his survival plan. Joffrey blurted out empty cheers, then flat out refused to step in. He muttered a curse under his breath and then the truth hit him hard, he was totally alone. Elise snapped her whip hard into the ground, roaring it at the monsters to make them lock onto anything but her and the others. He skidded to a stop, spun around, and glared straight at the snarling beasts. He dropped into a crouch, realizing he only had to put down 1 werewolf, and that level up would finally hit. He clenched his resolve and geared up for a brutal, last-ditch counterattack. He burst forward, sprinting straight into the middle of the pack. He ducked under a massive claw just as the lead wolf rocketed in with a savage lunge. He clutched his throwing stone in a death grip, lining up the shot for the beast's exposed neck. Right before he could land the hit, the wolf tore its teeth into his shoulder, sinking deep like it meant to end him. He screamed in pure agony as the hit slammed him down, face first onto the jagged rocky floor. He fought tooth and nail as the wolf slammed him to the ground, its jaws snapping inches from his face. Bloodied and drained, he shoved himself upright anyway. He slammed his boot into the ground, gripping the earth to keep his trembling legs from giving out. He frantically slammed his status screen, then froze in dread when it showed 0 new notifications. The 3 werewolves closed in on him again, circling like predators who could smell his crushing weakness. Suddenly, a burst of system messages exploded on screen, screaming that he'd unlocked a swordsman trainee job. A surge of raw power ripped through him, and when he drew his blade, his body felt weightless, like gravity vanished. He sprinted ahead at blinding speed, and the werewolves didn't know which way to turn. He couldn't believe it. 1 second he was far away, and the next he was right there, moving with total new control. He yanked his sword back, then slammed the slash skill into motion. A brilliant cross-shaped surge of energy exploded from his blade, slicing straight through the monsters. He stood tall while the defeated werewolves crumbled into dust behind him. His status screen erupted with a storm of level-ups and fresh skills landing all at once. He dropped to one knee, scooping up the scattered magic stones and wolf claws as if every second mattered. His parameter window lit up with insane new stats, and it even screamed that he'd unlocked multiple job levels. He tore through his massive skill list and it hit him. His power was stacking up, getting stronger with every step. Then it hit him. His HP was hanging by a thread, and one single blow would have ended him for good. While Joffrey teetered on the edge of dying, Elise and he kept right on flirting in the background like nothing happened at all. He let out a heavy sigh, then jumped at the chance to try his brand new job checker skill. He activated the skill, and titles from their jobs flashed in midair above the clueless couple. He limped back to May's entrance and collided with Solon again. Seeing his brutal injuries, she rushed over and handed him a healing potion. He snatched the small glass bottle with real gratitude lighting up his face. He slammed the liquid in one gulp, instantly wincing as the unbelievably bitter taste hit like a punch. Saloon waved goodbye and said she was heading down to the 5th floor to patrol. Burned out body and mind, he slammed the brakes on his exploration for the day. He hauled himself back to Magnet's shop, and the moment he stepped in, a warm welcome wrapped around him. Magnet stepped in and promised he could crash in the guest room to recover. Magnet shot a sly grin and implied he might pay for the room using his own body. They wasted 0 time and started hauling furniture to carve out his sleeping spot. He hauled up the heavy table like it was nothing, and the real shock hit him. He'd never had that kind of power before. Once more, it grinned and darted into the kitchen to cook up dinner. He leaned toward the window, staring at the crescent moon shimmering below, and realized, wow, how fast he'd grown. He clutched his sword, boots set, and a wildfire of confidence lit up his chest about what he could become. Magnet came back and ordered him to soak in a hot bath before he even touched his food. He yanked off his shirt, and this weird, brotherly vibe from Magnet's sibling-like hair hit him hard. He suddenly caught Magnet peeking at him from around the corner. Magnet threw a hand over his face like he'd just been caught blushing, acting every bit the flustered maiden. Freshly cleaned up, he slid into his seat and stared down those massive slabs of meat like he couldn't wait to dig in. He spotted 3 plates and instantly clicked. Saloon was meant to be the missing guest. A sudden knock slammed through the front door, like trouble had just arrived. Magnet burst over in pure excitement to grab the sound, fully sure the gate guard was the one calling. Magnet swung the door open, and instead of who he expected, a security chief with a grim scowl was right there. The chief slammed down the shocking news: Solon never came back from the maze. In the dead of night, a chilling voice warned that Solon had vanished into the maze for 6 long hours. A woman in a black dress stood in a dim hallway, twisting her hands in panic as she worried over the missing girl. Ishinojo didn't even hesitate. He volunteered on the spot to go check on her. The woman grabbed his attention and warned him, Maze thieves were lurking out in the shadows and they could be deadly. Even with the danger looming, he refused to back down. He was locked in, chasing Solon's trail no matter what. He snapped into gear, yanking on his black gloves as he got ready to burst out into the night. He sprinted through the pitch-black city streets, not wasting even a single heartbeat. He sprinted up to the local slave trader's shop, then bent over hard, gasping for breath. He dropped to his knees and begged the older man, swearing he just needed Haru for one more day. The trader flat-out refused to hand her over for that insanely dangerous rescue mission. Ikinojo came in hot, hurling a massive sack packed with 20,000 gold coins onto the wooden counter. He pleaded one more time, throwing down a massive sum as a deposit, begging to make sure she came back safe. Haru stepped up, her ears flicking like radar as she blurted out, full of heart, that she truly wanted to help him. Swayed by their resolve, the traitor finally cracked, then handed Haru's swords back to her. With her weapons locked and loaded, the wolf girl proudly stepped up and offered to back up her master. Later, sprinting toward Mei's entrance, Haru couldn't help it. He shot a curious question. Was the missing girl his lover? He shot back fast, insisting he couldn't just sit there and turn a blind eye when someone was in trouble. They burst up to the dungeon's mouth, this giant, gaping cavern that looked like it could swallow the whole world. Haru lifted a tiny cup to her nose and shut her eyes, tracing the faint scent Saul left hanging in the air like a clue. She snapped onto the trail, then pointed straight into the rocky tunnels ahead with total confidence. A snarling werewolf lunged in front of them, and Ikenojo immediately yanked his blade. He ripped his sword through the air in a massive arc, cleanly cutting the beast down, and just like that, it dropped dead. A sudden notification flashed inside his head. Boom! It declared he'd leveled up, and it even gifted him an explanation skill. He triggered the new ability and stared in awe as crisp, detailed words hovered right in front of his eyes. Haru praised his sword skills, then brushed it off like it was nothing, just a basic technique. Haru charged ahead and they pushed onward through the twisting caverns, every step pulling them deeper. As she neared the stone stairs, she snapped at him that the monsters on the second floor would be way stronger. He begged her to stop calling him master and finally see him as her equal companion. She dug in her heels, refusing to back down, swearing her clan's rules left her no choice but to bow to anyone stronger than she was. They plunged into the darker, jagged corridors of the second floor. A storm of monstrous bats and creeping floating horrors slammed around them the second they stepped into the vast cavern. Haru shot upward like a streak of lightning, yanking her twin blades into place in the blink of an eye. She tore through the swarm like a violent tornado, her swords blazing as she cut down target after target. As monsters rained down, she landed like a ghost and unleashed pure power, leaving Ikenojo staring, utterly awestruck. He scanned her stats and felt his stomach drop. She'd left the beast alive on purpose, clinging to a tiny sliver of health. She told him that as a slave, her job was to let her master land the final strike, so he could get the full experience. He gently scolded her, driving home that saving Solon mattered way more than grinding out levels through farming. The defeated monsters crumbled away, leaving behind dark, geometric loot drops scattered across the cavern floor. They tracked the scent until they found another staircase, this time dropping them down toward the third floor. As they stride through the maze, they trade brutal truths about why thieves dared to move inside that deadly labyrinth. Haru leaned in and told them the dungeon gobbled up dead bodies on its own, so hiding the evidence of the murder there was basically foolproof. He finally clocked it. These thieves were hunting down dying adventurers, stripping them for their gear, then hawking it for profit. Their talk got cut off fast when they saw a lone goblin up ahead, clutching a club and staggering toward them. But when the chance showed up to prove his skills, Ikenojo stepped in and decided to take that monster on alone. With zero hesitation, he burst out from their hiding spot, sword raised and ready to strike. He lunged in and carved the goblin across the chest, but his blade barely grazed, nowhere near enough to finish it. Planting his foot like an anchor on the stone, he readied himself for a second strike, bigger, stronger, and about to hit hard. The goblin snapped back fast, slamming his blade hard and driving him backward like a shove from a trap. He hissed under his breath when it hit him again. His slash skill was locked for 10 whole seconds. The goblin slammed weapons against him, trapping him in a brutal, no-choice brawl where only raw strength decided who lived. Haru's shout about the monster's gender hit the air, and without shame he snapped a fast kick straight between its legs. As the goblin crumpled in agony, Haru snapped, reminding him that his skill didn't need a weapon to ruin someone. He yanked his right arm back, drove a glowing energy into his fist, and cocked it high to unleash the hit. He slammed his glowing hand straight into the goblin's back with a brutal blast, and the impact tore through its body so hard it dropped dead instantly. A fresh notification popped up out of nowhere, and it handed him a combat-grade sensory skill called **searching intuition**. He thanked Haru after her game-changing advice saved the day during that wildly messy fight. They bolted deeper into the maze, and the rocky walls seemed to slam shut around them. Soon enough, they slammed into a solid stone wall, and Ikenojo's eyes widened, wondering if Solan had already slipped back. Haru stared in disbelief because the moment he reached this exact spot, the scent vanished like it had never existed. Ikenojo froze, staring at the dead end, and his heart dropped through the floor. Hanix blurted out those words, sick with dread over the moment he'd have to tell the others that Solan was really, truly dead. Just like that, his fresh sensory power erupted, sniffing out a faint, glowing aura leaking from behind the rock. He reached out and pressed his hand against the supposedly unbreakable wall, heart pounding as he tested it. To his utter shock, he crashed straight through the illusionary barrier and slammed face first onto the ground. He shoved his hand through the fake wall and stretched it in, ready to yank Haru inside. When he snatched what he swore was her hand, his fingers closed around something strangely soft, and then a savage, startled shriek ripped through the secret tunnel. Panicking, he blurted apologies because in the total black he accidentally groped her chest. Right before she could even blink, he heard voices closing in and yanked her into the shadows like his life depended on it. He pinned her to the wall and clamped a hand over her mouth, shushing her hard as they both strained to hear the footsteps getting closer. A crew of thieves strolls right past their hideout, acting totally cool as they trade plans, then decide to head back for the day. With the coast finally clear, Ikenojo and Haru crept to the corner and peeked out, scanning the enemy's base for weakness. A bunch of rough-looking guys sprawled around a table, bragging loud about how they'd snatched the girl their boss had his eyes on. One of the thieves snapped that the booze was running out while they sat there waiting for the others to come back. Ikenojo suspected Solan was rotting in the back room, and he hissed a killer plan, an ambush to catch the guards off guard. They tore out from cover and fired a perfectly timed twin dual slash that totally caught the band off guard. Two of the men got blasted straight backward the moment the surprise attack hit them. Ikenojo snapped on his inspection skill and tore through the room, hunting every last threat left standing. As the thieves erupted into full-blown panic, he rushed the enemy's classes and levels to Haru, one frantic detail at a time. Haru surged forward, her blades flashing like lightning as she quickly took down the rest of the group. Ikenojo stared in pure shock as she tore forward with unstoppable speed and deadly, surgical precision. After she took the guards out, she spun back to her master, face calm, waiting for the next command. He bolted to the heavy wooden door tucked at the back of the cavern, only to find it slammed shut and locked tight. He slammed the lock with his sword's hilt, busted it wide open, and shot straight into the hidden room. Inside, he spotted Saloon knocked out cold, stripped down to her underwear, and he immediately snapped his gaze away, burning with embarrassment. He snatched a spare set of clothes and threw it over her shivering body, making sure her dignity stayed intact. Right at the hideout entrance, a terrifying presence suddenly loomed in. Ikenojo's instincts screamed, and he went on full high alert. Aru snapped her ears flat, heart pounding as she sensed the terrifying danger closing in. A hulking, scar-streaked brute shoved into the cavern and slammed himself right in front of their only escape. The bandit boss stared down his unconscious men, and a furious rage darkened his face. Rage flared in his bulging eyes as he snapped them onto Ikenojo, demanding to know exactly who was behind it. Ikenojo Gulp unleashes his inspection skill, and boom, it exposes that this giant is a top-tier level 14 bandit. The boss roared, fury twisting his face as he stormed closer to the intruders. Ikenojo snapped into action, flashed a fake grin, and swore they were just fresh new recruits. He swallowed hard and spun a nervous lie, claiming the other guys had just overdid it and collapsed on the job. For a heartbeat, the boss actually swallowed the excuse. Then he exploded, roaring about how utterly useless his men were. Ikenojo and Haru inched toward the exit, acting like they were just slipping out to grab more alcohol for him. The boss's eyes narrowed the second he spotted Haru's slave collar, and he snapped, demanding to know exactly what it was. Ikenojo suddenly felt his bluff crumbling, and icy panic broke out across his face in a cold, nervous sweat. The boss yanked a massive battle axe into view, and a sinister grin tore across his face as he finally saw through the lie. He snarled that he'd kill one of them on the spot, straight up, just to send a message to anyone dumb enough to touch his booze. Without a second thought, the ruthless leader slammed his massive axe down on one of his own unconscious men. Ikenojo stared in pure terror as the boss slaughtered his own ally, just to steal a handful of experience points. He knew they had to break free right now, before they met the exact same gruesome end. The boss cackled like a lunatic, swearing he'd murder the boy, but keep the wolf girl alive for his own sick entertainment. Ikenojo refused to back down, stepping right in front of Haru with a hard, defiant glare that screamed, "Not like this." Haru stared up at him, stunned because in odds that screamed impossible, his courage still refused to break. He roared insults at the giant bastard, snatching every bit of the man's attention away from the girls. Rage boiling over the disrespect, the boss lunged forward with his axe held high, about to split a Chanojo clean in half. 2 and 3 defeated bandits were sprawled in the dirt, groaning face down, while he scanned the cavern like a hunter. He yanked his sword free with a sharp metallic snap, and the towering bandit boss's rage snapped to him instantly. A wave of sudden system notifications crashed into his vision, flashing his brand new unlocked jobs and the level jump he just earned. He stared at his trembling hand, trying to force himself to believe that killing people was the only grim way to save Haru. With a thunderous roar, the massive bandit boss yanked his arm back, winding up a strike that promised total destruction. A massive axe crashed into the cavern floor, blasting a brutal cloud of dust and rubble up exactly where he'd just been standing. Haru threw herself forward with everything she had, swinging her club, but the boss snapped her weak strike aside like it was nothing. He roared with fury as the brute slammed Haru away, smashing her to the ground like a rag doll. He barely got his blade up in time, just barely to stop the next sweeping strike. Teeth clenched against the crushing weight, he stared in awe. How could a man that huge move with that terrifying speed? The boss sneered down at him, laughing that not even the brightest scheme could beat raw, brute strength. A vicious slash snapped past his shoulder, and he scrambled in panic to dodge the deadly blade. With a cruel, mocking laugh, the giant finally halted his non-stop attack just to taunt the poor, trapped creature in the corner. The bandit promised with a cruel grin to slice off his limbs and leave him twitching like a living puppet, while he tortured the girls. He barely snapped his head down in time to dodge another savage horizontal slash. The boss grinned and praised that evasive move, clearly loving every chaotic second of the lopsided fight. He studied the brute's every move like a predator, then held his breath until the perfect opening screamed for a counteroffensive. He clenched his grip on the hillside, bracing for impact as the giant hoisted a massive axe high above his head for the final, bone-crushing strike. The massive weapon slammed down like a falling boulder, shaking everything in its path. His sword snapped up just in time, and the axe blade slammed into it with a desperate, ringing roar of steel. That brutal, unstoppable blast slammed the metal so hard it cracked his trusty sword right at the base. Shards of shattered steel ripped through the air like a brutal explosion. He froze in pure terror, staring at the shattered, useless hilt still locked in his grip. Right when the boss surged forward to land the killing blow, the giant suddenly froze in place, his eyes bulging with pure shock. The massive bandit slammed face first into the dirt and went totally unconscious before he even finished hitting the ground. He shot straight to Haru's side, yanked her into his arms, and shoved a healing potion into her hands as panic ripped through him. A blazing blush swept across her cheeks as she beamed. He finally spoke her real name. He let out a long, shaky breath, flooding with pure relief now that she was finally safe. 2 total strangers burst out from behind a rock formation like they'd been waiting to ambush someone. The new duo stood there, utterly stunned, staring at their unconscious boss passed out on that cold floor. The girl shot her companion a panicked warning about the vicious bandit leader they had to hide from. He stared at the odd duo, totally baffled, as they finally caught on that the danger was already gone. The other kid let out a nervous laugh, clearly scrambling to cover up their gutless hiding. They rushed in to haul the heavy bandit back to town, demanding a cut of the bounty as payment. He snapped up the compromise right away because they desperately needed the physical proof to finally cash in their reward. Disappointment hit him hard as he cracked open the bandit's loot chest, only to find nothing but useless rocks staring back. Once the immediate danger finally vanished, the whole crew geared up and started their grueling trek back to the village. The two fresh adventurers traded playful jabs as they heaved the massive captive up the cavern stairs. Loon's eyes fluttered open at last, and he realized he was strapped safely to the other boy's back. That rescued boy lit up with a huge smile, pouring out heartfelt gratitude for saving him at exactly the right time. Solon snapped his eyes on those two adventurers and instantly knew they were the area's infamous troublemakers. He found out the duo was famous across the city for giving the local guards nonstop headaches. He just stared at the bumbling duo, and honestly, their awful reputation didn't even surprise him one bit. The two troublemakers started to sweat and blurted out loud denials, insisting they had nothing to do with the bandit crew. A hard-nosed city guard snapped to the chaotic duo that they were getting locked up at the station overnight for questioning. They instantly erupted into a loud whining tantrum, screaming that the detention was unfair. The guard shoved their complaints aside, snapped at them to hurry, and ordered them to drag the captive inside. Me and Haru's sweaty nerves kicked in as we awkwardly trailed the loud procession straight into the guardhouse. They finally burst through the chaos and reached the local station's heavily fortified entrance. The saloon sheep cringed, then apologized to the guard captain for getting captured in the first place. The captain dipped his head in respect, thanking him and Haru for their fearless rescue. The captain spotted the unconscious giant as the wanted bandit leader, then snapped, "Lock him in the deepest cell now." He finally tore himself away, bidding them a warm farewell, and raced back to Margaret, who'd been stuck sick with worry. The captain told him, "Be at the Adventurers Guild first thing tomorrow, go grab your huge reward." He decided the first thing on their list was to rush back the broken sword to Margaret, even before they dared to visit the slave trader. The second they arrived, Margaret's eyes flooded, and she yanked Solon into a bone-crushing hug that left him stunned. With shaky hands, he laid the broken, borrowed sword remnants in front of them and begged for forgiveness, swearing he was sorry he'd shattered it. Margaret froze, staring at the jagged broken hilt cradled in her hands. A warm smile burst onto her face as she said the weapon finally proved its real purpose, saving them. Out of nowhere, she shot forward and clamped him in a brutally tight embrace that left him gasping. She casually dropped the bomb that her insane strength wasn't magic at all. It was stolen from her past life as a fully leveled warrior. The moment Margaret spotted Haru lingering shyly by the door, she snapped her smile into place and welcomed the young fox girl like she belonged there. She bulldozed into a huge cuddle with Haru and blared, "You're coming home, I'm adopting you as my little sister." He burst into laughter at the chaos, then grinned and waved Haru over, "Come eat with us," to share a delicious dinner. Haru's nerves exploded as he snapped that a lowly slave had no business sharing the same table with free citizens. She told him, dead serious, that she'd been surviving on pathetic, bland slave rations for so long it didn't even faze her. She figured that pigging out on luxury food right now would only make her inevitable slide back into harsh treatment feel even worse, and Margaret snapped at the girl, tearing into her for spewing that bleak nonsense. The muscular tailor shoved Haru into his seat and barked for him to eat the feast. No arguing, no objections, just go. The whole household erupted in cheers as Margaret proudly lifted a massive platter piled high with freshly cooked meat. Later that evening, he yanked Haru aside and demanded to know, did she really think he was strong enough to protect her? He locked eyes with her and declared loud and clear that he was going to buy her freedom, no doubt about it. Haru froze solid with pure disbelief, her ears twitching as his words hit her like a punch. Overwhelmed by emotion, she broke down into brutal sobs and frantically gripped the fabric of his shirt. She wiped away her joyful tears with raw fury, admitting, straight from the heart, that nothing in her life had ever felt this perfect before. In that dim hallway, they fell into a quiet, tender understanding, silent words that said everything. He leaned in and reminded her of that corrupt noble, because even now he planned to buy her for his dark, twisted schemes. He laid out his scheme to dodge the adventurer's guilt completely, slipping past the noble sphere where politics tried to grab hold of him. Haru shot a worried look and warned that even that noble could still tank his trading rates from petty spike. Even with terror clawing at her, she flashed a radiant smile and confessed the truth. She didn't want him to walk away from her. He leaned in, grinning with confidence, and told her they'd always be able to stay alive, If the city shut them out, they'd hunt demons together in the wild. He leaned in and asked gently for her final decision, hoping she'd choose her own road from here. She said it with unshakable confidence. Those greedy nobles' schemes don't matter to her anymore. Staring up at him with pure, unshakable resolve, she straightened up and begged, no, declared that she'd stay by his side as his companion. He yanked her into a tight, warm embrace, locking in their silent promise. He gently stroked her head, and that soft smile lit up his face as she leaned into his touch. Margaret abruptly peeked around the corner, letting out a teasing giggle as she watched the intimate moment unfold right in her hallway. He snapped at the tailor for eavesdropping, and pure embarrassment lit his face until it burned bright red. The morning sun blazed over the towering front of the city's biggest slave-trading hideout. Elderly trader Matthias glided the official ownership certificate across the counter with a crisp, final slide. With trembling hands, he grabbed the heavy metal slave collar and the extra accessories that came strapped with it. The old man leaned in and laid out the ruthless paperwork rules for what happened if it ever got lost, explaining every step like it was life or death. Haru crouched in the corner, packing her tiny pile of belongings into a small bag, almost like she was afraid the room might hear her. Matthias let out a knowing chuckle and basically said, "Listen, he never even meant to quit saving her." The trader lit up as he praised that unshakable grit, saying real strength isn't just power, it's choosing to step in and help when people are in trouble. He said Haru's inner strength didn't just awaken, it got pulled out by the boy's fearless courage during the bandit raid. He recalled every brutal ordeal Haru had survived, and finally realized he'd found the one safe haven he'd been fighting for. He straight up felt chosen by the gods, because somehow he'd earned the total, unbreakable loyalty of a truly incredible girl. Haru burst out of the back room, cheeks blazing, and shyly modeled the brand new adventuring outfit the shop just handed her. She shot Matthias a deep, respectful bow and thanked the old man for the kindness that came out of nowhere. The old trader shot back a bow, then they stepped out into the blazing morning light. He spun back one last time, pouring out his heartfelt thanks for everything Meisha's had done to make the transfer happen. Haru practically grabbed their attention and pushed them to rush straight to the local guild to officially register as an adventuring party. He broke into a bright smile, reached out his hand, and swore they'd stand together no matter how long that road ahead gets. Hand in hand, they pushed deeper into the loud, crowded streets, bracing for whatever wild challenge was waiting around the next corner. They strode through the streets of an unfamiliar town, eyes sharp and hearts pounding with every step. He shadowed Haru straight into the local adventurers guild. The receptionist snapped, "Fill out the registration form," and told them to get it done right then. Haru whipped around to him and declared, "From this moment on, I'm coming with you on every step of your journey." When the receptionist asked if he could read it, he didn't pretend. He admitted he was still fumbling his way through the language of this world. Out of nowhere, a burly man barreled forward, jabbing a finger at him and barking, "So, are you the slave's owner?" A second guy, face wrapped in bandages, mocked him to his face and dared him like, "Go on, fight me." Haru snapped to her master's side and warned him fast. Starting a fight would get him kicked out of the guild. He fired up his inspection skill and instantly clocked the man. Turns out he was a level 18 fighter. The way he looked lined up perfectly with the description of Sarasuro, the bandit leader everyone feared. Haru shot back a warm, effortless smile, completely brushing off the man's insults like they didn't even matter. She told her master, "I'm fine," while he ground his teeth in pure fury. He clenched his fist and snapped a question. Was fighting even allowed in the guild? He nailed it. The man was one of the noble's underlings, the same guy who'd been trying to buy Haru in the first place. The man flashed a grin, like he'd just proven his boss was the real king of this place. He warned that if the noble didn't bring Haru, Ikenojo would die in pure agony. The man sneered at him, then jabbed, "So you're trembling in fear now." Rage flared in Haru as she snapped that the man could never be forgiven for humiliating her master. He snapped his hand onto her shoulder, ordered her to breathe, and fired back that this whole thing was a trap meant to bait them. He spun back to the counter, decided to grab their bounty and bolt. Right then, no questions asked. The fighter fired off a challenge demanding a showdown in the arena. No holds barred, and it would be allowed. He swaggered and declared himself the king of fisticuffs, challenging that coward to step up and fight him. Haru stepped up fast, begging for permission to take the fight for her, sure she wouldn't stand a chance in a sword clash. He soothed her again, saying, "That man's a fighter with no sword, so I'll take the fight myself." He slammed down his promise that they'd throw down in 9 days, right when the noble was set to finally arrive. Once everything was settled, they grabbed their bounty from the receptionist and stormed out of the guild. Outside, Haru seethed with anger, then he leaned in and reassured her that everything was totally fine. As they headed down the road, she leaned in and asked him if he was finally ready to become a fighter. She broke down the job progression system, step by step, like it was the key to her whole future. He realized getting his hands on the fighter job was going to be way harder than he ever imagined. After lunch, he pushed the plan, "Let's hit the maze," and Haru swore she'd shadow him wherever his feet led. They stumbled into a loud, packed restaurant, but he clocked it instantly. Haru still hadn't sat down. He went wide-eyed when he spotted her kneeling on the floor right beside their table. He snapped at her that it was wrong and waved her to the chair right away. She demanded to know if it was really okay, if a slave like her could sit on a chair. Right as she shakily pushed herself upright, a waiter swooped in and welcomed them into the shop. A waiter slid a single glass of water onto the table in front of him, like it was the only thing keeping him steady. Ero couldn't stop wondering why they'd only been handed a single glass. He realized this restaurant didn't even hand out free water, and it definitely wasn't offering any service to slaves. He snapped his fingers at the waitress, ordered 2 of the restaurant's top meals, and demanded another glass of water. Haru asked, "Is this okay?" And then he confessed with zero confidence that he couldn't read the menu anyway. He straight up told her he wanted her to dig into the best meal they could possibly find. The moment her food hit the table, she dove into her soup with a bright, happy smile. He stared, stunned by how graceful her table manners were, and started wondering if she'd grown up in a rich family. He blurted out why she'd been reduced to a slave, then snapped at her to stop right on the spot. He swallowed his pride and apologized for his thoughtlessness, and she waved it off like it didn't even matter. He swore he'd never hate her for what came before, and he promised that someday he'd lay every last truth about his past right in front of her. After they finished eating, he lit up and insisted they hit the item shop next. He set out to grab Haru some seriously useful gear, starting with a storage bag. He blinked in shock and asked the shopkeeper if he even sold storage bags. He snapped into focus and realized that the high-class item he'd gotten for free was insanely rare. They grabbed bread and dried meat, everything they'd need to survive the road ahead. They argue about the city's 3 maze ranks, then lock in on a beginner one. Right at the maze entrance, the receptionist leaned in and promised that beating the first boss would unlock a powerful skill upgrade. He decided that beating this boss was the only way to earn his way into the fighter job, and then he ripped open his status screen. He double-checked everything, clocking how broke he was and what other skills he could still pull out. He spotted the divine blessing that multiplied his experience by a brutal 20 times. Then he leaned in and asked Haru if he could check her status too. Her status screen flashed, level 23 White Wolf Swordsman. He clocked that switchable jaw on the beast swordsman, and she told him straight up it was a whole higher rank. He was completely stunned. He'd never even heard a job like that existed. With his own power, he flipped her job in the blink of an eye straight into a beast swordsman. Haru leaned in and asked if he'd be down to become a beast swordsman, then pitched all the wild perks. He told her to check her status screen, then begged her to promise she wouldn't scream. She stared in shock because the job switch was flat out impossible. He said the truth, his power to switch jobs is a secret so risky that if anyone ever found out, it could get him destroyed. He leaned in and promised her they'd hash it out the moment they were inside the maze. They braced themselves in front of the dungeon's pitch-black entrance. Right as he stepped in, a fanged beast snapped its jaws and lunged straight for him. He sent it flying with one brutal, powerful slash. He towered over the creatures as their bodies melted away, with Haru right behind him. He checked his stats, his level had already jumped, and told Haru, "All right, it's time to move on." He shouted at a distracted Haru as they pushed deeper into the unknown. Before long, they stumbled on a massive crowd of goblins, packed in tight like a living swarm. He knew their party settings would make every scrap of experience he earned instantly boost her too. He tore into the whole goblin swarm in a single spinning slash, every cut landing at once. A notification flashed and told him his hammer-wielding level had jumped up. He fired up his status screen one more time and grinned because he was finally close to becoming a fighter. He caught Haru staring and gently pressed his fingers to her forehead, asking, "You okay?" She swore she was totally fine, but then she finally confessed she couldn't stop thinking about two things. She leaned in and demanded to know if he'd trained specifically to master that crazy, one-of-a-kind slash move. He brushed it off, grinning as he congratulated her on leveling up her beast swordsman skills. She demanded to know why her levels were skyrocketing, because this kind of progress should have been painfully impossible. He leaned in, asked if she knew about divine blessings, and then told her to stop kneeling. Haru said she'd heard of wanderers from other worlds, people who show up with powers like that. He nodded and told them he was one of those wanderers who came from a place called Japan. When he asked if she was scared, she flashed him a dazzling smile and said, "Not even a little." She was bursting with joy. He actually trusted her enough to let her hear his story. He thanked her, then leaned in and said, "There's one more thing about these blessings of mine." Haru's jaw dropped when he realized he'd been handed two blessings, one of them blasting his EXP gain to a massive 20x. Then she revealed that Daijiro-sama, one of the four great heroes, had also arrived from Japan. He stared off into the distance, and it hit him, Daijiro-sama had to be absolutely incredible. A history lesson dropped the truth behind the long, bloody wars, how the demon lord clashed for centuries with the human race led by the church, all starting 200 years ago, and explained it like a real-life legend. It even brought up the four heroes who battled 12 years back, especially Daijiro the monk. Haru blurted "Master" with shaking excitement, and then it hit him, he was blood-related to a famous celebrity. "Don't sweat it, I've got this," he told the trembling slime right in front of him. His hidden growth power kept pushing him forward, yet he couldn't shake that jobless label just yet. He carved a brutal, wide arc with his sword, slicing clean through the monster like it was nothing. "It's brutal, no, it's worse, too soft," he thought, staring as Haru realized physical attacks barely even tickled the slimes. He slammed a punch and his fists sank straight into the creature's gelatinous body as it stretched from the brutal hit. He realized it could eat through metal, so he stayed far back and unleashed his slash skill to keep moving forward. For 10 straight seconds, he rained slash after slash down on the creature. With one last puff, the slime melted away and a bright glowing crystal popped into existence as he leveled up, unlocking the apprentice mage skill. "Magic!" he thundered, throwing his arms skyward in raw triumph, while Haru just stared, frozen in stunned silence. He stared at this weird new world and realized magic was way crazier than he'd ever imagined. Then he took a breath and opened his magic skills list. The moment he spotted the spell, his eyes blazed, and he erupted into a thunderous shout for a fireball. He lunged his hands forward, pouring that fresh, newfound energy into the air. A blazing sphere of fire exploded from his palms, and Haru jumped back in shock. "It's working," he burst out, stunned, confirming to Haru that, yep, this was real magic. "Are you a magic swordsman?" she blurted, eyes blazing with pure awe. He struggled to admit he was totally jobless, so he dodged the truth and told her they should get going. He asked if he could use magic in the arena, and Haru told him it wasn't banned, but warned that it would instantly spark rumors. She told him there weren't many magicians around, because the few who made it big were hauling in fortunes, leaving the rest of the town starved for true talent. They were pricey as hell, MP recovery potions drained your wallet, and only a handful of top-tier chemists could even make them. The diagram broke it down hard. An alchemist forges alloys while a chemist brews potions. That's how it hit him. Only then did he finally see how the local economy really worked. He figured being a chemist would actually come in handy, so he decided to grab the role too, right as he caught the scent of yet another slime creeping nearby. Perfect timing, he flashed a grin. "All right, time to train." Suddenly, both he and Haru snapped to attention, staring in shock at what had just appeared in front of them. A shiny slime shimmered like pure gold, glowing so bright it looked unreal. Without even thinking, he blurted fireball and slammed the spell into the world. Master Haru tried to warn him about the slime, but the moment it hit, it was already too late. The glittering slime got smashed, and when it finally crumpled, a crystal and a tiny round piece were left behind. Ikenojo leveled up again, snatching a rare title and a luck-granting skill, while Haru dropped to his knees beside the item that just hit the ground. "It's a rare metal," she chirped, Then she explained how it only drops from rare monsters. She said it would rake in a fortune, at minimum 3 golden coins. Then we're hit with some serious luck, he said, so he decided to make a move and go hunt for a different one. He spotted one in the distance and instantly launched a rock at it, right when Haru least expected it. He slumped in pure disappointment, staring at how empty the monsters felt, and Haru explained that most people blow right past everything and charge the boss in a beginner's maze. Stay sharp, she said, and motioned them forward. As they strode along, 2 more adventurers, an eerie witch and a skeletal warrior, cut right past them. It's like he just hit reset on the boss stage. Then it clicked in his head that the other adventurers probably cleared it already. They crashed up to a towering stone door that screamed, "This is the boss room." The door's shut, so the fight's over, and he clocked it instantly. Haru leaned in and told him the boss was the Goblin King, and she'd wipe him out single-handedly, no problem. "You're super reliable," he said, grinning as he ruffled her hair. With that door still refusing to budge, he suggested they grab some food to pass the time. He leaned in and asked if she was cool with eating the exact same rations as him, because it was all they had, plain and simple. "Thank you, master," she blurted, and her growling stomach matched his like they were both starving for it. Because he spread out a simple feast for them, bread and dried meat. Haru tore into the meat with one bite, and right then he blurted, "This is insanely delicious." She told him she was obsessed with this kind of tough, hearty meat, though yesterday's meal had been amazing too. He recoiled after the first bite, grimacing because it was rock-hard, painfully salty, and reeking of alcohol. When Haru dug in and smiled, he couldn't help it. He offered her his share too. "Yeah, I'm fine with my own share," she blurted out, cheeks burning as her tail wagged like crazy. What a shame. He let out a heavy sigh, then decided, "Fine, I'll handle it myself." The moment she said she'd do her absolute best for him, her whole attitude flipped like a switch. He burst out laughing at how adorable she was and shoved the meat into her hands. She took it with a bashful, shy nod. Then he throws out this wild, random question: do people from the White Wolf clan hate being touched? Haru told them this. In their world, only the ones they recognized as masters were allowed to touch their hair, tail, or even their belly. "Then let me touch you," he said, and right then he noticed she was blushing hard. "Do whatever you want," she said, then spun away with a shy little huff. He shot a hand toward her and tenderly stroked her fluffy tail, and the second he did, she let out a soft, helpless cry. He couldn't meet her gaze as she admitted this was her very first time. The moment he reached for her ears, she suddenly stumbled straight into his arms. "I suddenly feel so weak," she whispered, urging him not to stop, while her gaze slid down to her stomach, then down again. She grinned and said, "Do it, rub my belly and it'll feel amazing." Then she leaned in and said, "When a white wolf gets rubbed on the belly, that's the ultimate sign, top-level trust." I really wish master would touch it," she blurted, lifting her gaze to him with bright, hopeful eyes. He hesitated for a heartbeat, then carefully slid his hand onto her stomach. His fingers pressed into her soft belly. Her boots scraped and shifted over the cavern floor. He kept gently stroking her hair, one slow pet at a time. "Master, lift it just a little higher," she pleaded, her face burning with heat. "Are you sure?" he demanded, but the moment he said it, he froze too because she'd gone totally still. She dozed off in his arms, breathing out a tiny, sleepy snore. He stared at the half-eaten piece of meat in her hand, like it was the last clue in the world. His eyes snapped wide with pure horror when he finally realized the dried meat had alcohol hiding in it. He hurriedly fixed her clothes, gently laid her down to rest, and couldn't help but grin at her adorable sleeping face. He was screaming inside his head, doing everything in his power not to wake her up. Right then, an arrow slammed into the stone by her head, clattering loud enough to rip her awake. "Oh, you're awake," he snapped, clutching a bow he'd just gotten. He leaned in and asked if she was finally feeling better after she passed out. He told them there was an invisible wall guarding the boss room. Every move, every arrow, even the ones from that bandit outside, got shoved back the second it tried to hit. Haru instantly clocked it. The moment he tried to hit the boss from the outside, the game shut that move down. He couldn't help but feel crushed. She acted like none of it from before even stuck, like she didn't remember a thing after she passed out. "Come on, what are we waiting for?" he blurted, grinning as soon as the door swung open. They raised their heads in triumph, crushing the Goblin King that lay broken before them. Haru didn't even break a sweat as he wiped out the small goblins guarding their leader. He matched her pace, throwing himself into the fight right beside her. After the fight, Ikinojo powered up again, unlocking a fresh batch of new skills and jobs. Haru grinned and blared that her beast swordsman skill had just hit level 3. He told her it was all because of the goddess's blessings, and the moment she heard it, her tail started wagging like pure joy. As the monsters crumpled, one of them let a sword fall, and Haru immediately knew it was a rare treasure. She told him it was the spell that forced goblins to obey his every command. "Master, come on, let's slip into the inner chamber and pray to the goddess Sama," she said, jabbing a finger and pointing the way. He was completely stunned to find a massive statue of Karim Sama, the goddess who had dragged him here in the first place. Haru jabbed at a second, smaller statue and asked if he recognized that goddess too. She was Toralulu Sama, the goddess who turned positivity into pure bliss, where gambling nights and lazy fun ruled the world. He checked in with Haru and locked in the plan. Turns out all he had to do was pray to the statue. He dropped to his knees before the statue, shut his eyes, and felt a chilling presence rise behind him. Goddess Kareen suddenly popped into his thoughts, and she wasted no time. She said it had been way too long and the blessings she'd been handing him just weren't cutting it. She jabbed a finger at his chest, ready to drag up his jobless label, but then she hesitated and let it go. "Ah," she snapped, "jobless isn't supposed to exist, because it's not even a real category by default." She told him that being able to switch jobs and peek at other stats wasn't just a blessing, it was straight-up power on a whole new level. "That's the catch," she snapped, warning him not to grab her, and swore him to never let a soul know about his jobless job title. When he asked who he could trust, she shrugged and told him it was his call, just don't go bragging about it. He nodded in disbelief and thanked her again and again as she stepped forward to hand him his reward for clearing the stage. "Listen, this is your one shot," she said, spinning the prize wheel right in front of you. "Whatever number you land on, that's what you get." A cold system chime shattered into his thoughts. What a total shame the goddess looks like that, because this skill lets you dodge the shower brush. She swept her hand grandly and told him to hit the other labyrinths later. He shot his gaze up at the towering goddess and blurted out about his little sister. She swore she'd dig into it before they ever crossed paths again, then spun on her heel and walked away. As she walked away, the thought hit her like a punch. He really shouldn't have a little sister. "Master, congratulations." Haru's voice snapped through the air and shattered his focus. She admitted she feared he'd only snag some shower brush, but when nothing showed up it hit different. He'd pulled a skill instead. He checked that he truly understood common language, so reading and writing wouldn't trip him up at all. Haru's tail sank the moment she realized her chances to help were slipping away, but she forced a bright smile to hide how crushed she felt. He leaned in and promised her, yeah, even as a human from another world, he'd still be counting on her. With fresh fire in her chest, Haru declared she'd give it everything, and they chose to turn back and return. They handed him a brand new name, **Labyrinth Victor ***. Margaret Sand shot them a warm smile and said, "My welcome back," at the shop. She told him dinner would be ready soon and to switch into something else, so he immediately turned around and grilled Haru about what she was wearing. He snapped his head toward Margaret Sand and begged her, right then, right there, to sell him clothes for Haru immediately. Margaret snapped, "It's fine," and then insisted she'd pick the clothes herself, yanking Haru's attention as she called out to him. She brushed off his objections, saying she already knew Haru's size and that she'd take care of it. Margaret dressed Haru in a brand new outfit that fit her like it was made for her, then sweetened the deal with a fat discount on the purchase. After dinner, he grabbed Margaret's hand and thanked her for everything she'd done. Norin leaned in and demanded to know how long they were planning to stick around in town. He leaned in and told her they could bolt for Balasura as soon as tomorrow. As Margaret's sadness spilled out, Haru leaned in and swore he'd take her with him anywhere she wanted to go. Margaret looked him in the eye and told him to treat her like a mother, then said he could come back anytime. Then she offered to pack them a bento for the trip, and he practically poured out his gratitude. That night, right when the world finally went quiet, a furious knock rattled his door. He spotted Haru standing there, burning to talk about everything that happened right before the boss fight. She admitted she'd blacked out while he was rubbing her stomach, and he immediately waved it off like, "Nope, you're just drunk." His eyes snapped wide with pure shock. "Go on right here," she demanded, and then she made it clear. This wasn't just talk, it was a vow of loyalty. She said the full moon made it harmless, white wolves could mate and get pregnant without a single hitch. "Is this really okay?" he roared, dripping with sweat like his body couldn't hold it in. He stood there, nerves jangling, as she peeked out from under the covers like she wasn't sure if she dared to show up yet. "Please be gentle," she whispered, and the moment her words hit, he blushed like crazy. Next morning, that thought wouldn't leave his head. I finally graduated from virginity. He jolted awake like something had just snapped the world in half. Lying in bed with Haru, he softly combed his fingers through her hair as she drifted off to sleep. She jolted awake, tugged the covers up over herself, and murmured a bright good morning just for him. He jolted upright, totally flustered, and embarrassed so hard he couldn't even find words. They stepped outside to hunt down Margaret and Nora, and there they waited, hitting them with bright morning greetings. He clocked it instantly. Both of them wore the same unsettling, strange look. Margaret leaned in so close her breath brushed his ear and whispered, "My house has walls so thin you can practically hear everything." He cringed so hard he thought he might die, while Margaret just burst into laughter and called them down for breakfast. She teased him about Haru being a total rookie, and that hit him so hard he swore he'd become a perfect master for her. She snapped at her mother for teasing him, saying that now he and Haru were officially lovers. He blurted out his plan to hawk his items at the guild, then stormed off toward the intermediate labyrinth. Margaret pulled him aside and warned him, "Don't you dare go off the deep end, especially not with Haru standing right there." She swore she'd get their things to the carriage before they even left, and he lit up with gratitude, thanking her for everything. Right before they bolted out the door, he smirked and pointed out that Haru's skirt was way too short. He snapped, backpedaling, and blurted out, "I'm not being reckless, I'm just terrified of what other adventurers will think." "It's perfectly fine," Haru said, lifting her skirt just enough to show she wasn't wearing anything but bloomers. She pointed out the tail hole and told him she wouldn't care at all if he took a peek. Margaret explained that bloomers started as a quirky hobby among lost people, then somehow caught on and became totally common. They burst into the chaotic entrance of the intermediate labyrinth. Karu told everyone the crowd formed because that dungeon was brutal, and the teleporters inside made it even more dangerous. She pointed at the teleporter, an insane magic device that could beam a whole party of 6 to wherever they wanted. From the crowd, a thunderous voice blared at the rookie, calling him out loud. 2 adventurers sprinted over and waved them in, pushing, "Team up with us, let's take on the intermediate level." Eru told them it was totally normal for parties to snag seats ahead of time for their friends. He felt like he was stuck in the world's longest line, just waiting to get on the next amusement park ride. Joffrey, the male adventurer, wouldn't back down. He swore teaming up with a strong ally was the smartest, most profitable move. He quizzed them on their destination and shoved his own plan on the table. He had to be back by afternoon. Joffrey casually tossed out the idea of teleporting straight to the 95th floor, and it left me completely speechless. Joffrey and his partner Eliza bragged like kings, first-class warriors and first-class magic beast tamers no less. They snapped into this wildly over-the-top pose and shouted that, side by side, they were second-class now. Haru leaned in and whispered that it was probably entry leeching, the kind of scam where you grab credit for clearing floors without actually doing the work. He couldn't shake the fear that saving them would get him killed. He blurted out that their levels didn't line up, and to everyone's shock, they agreed on the spot. Joffrey ditched his original plan on the spot, pushed them toward an easier area, and sweetened the deal by offering the last hits on the monsters. He snapped that the intermediate dungeon was a nightmare they could never clear. Jafra thrust a ring into view, and Haru instantly knew what it was. It was a friendship ring, and honestly, the name he found felt weirdly adorable. Eru told everyone the ring could fuse 2 sides into one unstoppable power. He slammed the charge on them, yelling that they'd stolen the valuable item, yet they fought back instantly, denying it with everything they had. And Joffrey swore they got it as a gift from its creator, Dejiro, all those years ago. He went along with it, snatched one ring and tossed the other to Haru. He slid the ring onto her ring finger, and Joffrey practically erupted in furious protest. The ring shimmered and magically resized itself until it fit her finger like it was made just for her. By the teleporter, Joffrey shamelessly grabbed the situation and demanded he cough up the toll for everyone. They stormed onto the 55th floor, and Joffrey's finger snapped to an abnormal school of fish lizards crawling where they had no right to be. The duo erupted in cheers, swearing it was totally no big deal for them. Joffrey told me straight up, It was an F-ranked extermination quest the guild had handed out. He finally clocked it. Someone had tricked them into joining the quest like pawns. Jaffer made it crystal clear. Anyone could cash in those quest rewards, no penalty for failing the mission. Saying that, he shrugged and decided it was totally fine, as long as they just went and grabbed the lizard scales. As they moved, Haru clocked the weird truth. There weren't any magic beasts around, and that silence felt suspicious. A terrified scream for help ripped through the air from the stairs right nearby. A huge lizard exploded out of a side passage, clamping an adventurer in its jaws like a trophy. The whole party froze dead in their tracks, eyes locked on the colossal beast. Then he realized they'd been boxed in by sneaky little lizards that had crept up without anyone noticing. Jaffer and Eliza snap into panic, fully realizing just how dire everything had gotten. Haru told him to go all in on fire magic because the lizards were weak to it. His tiny fire spell exploded forward, scorching one of those creatures as it hit. The blast blasted the lizard backward, hurling it straight toward the entrance on the 55th floor. He yanked his sword free and charged straight into the swarm, hacking his way through. They finally skid to the stairs and find safety, while the fight keeps pushing him higher with every hit. The lizard-like monsters surged forward, then a chain of tiny explosions blasted them apart. Haru, we're not playing it safe, he said, sprinting right beside her. They faced a gigantic beast and Haru's eyes lit up. That's a dragon. Their footsteps shattered across the rubble-strewn floor of the labyrinth. Once he burst onto the 55th floor, it hit him. There's no way something that massive should have been able to climb those stairs. He checked his status, grinned, and realized his jobless skill finally leveled up, unleashing a bunch of fresh jobs and new skills. After he wiped out around 80 lizards, boosting his ability until it felt like 24,000, Haru realized he couldn't stop smiling at how far he'd come. Haru swore her own level had jumped higher, her tail whipping back and forth like crazy as she bragged about her brand new Sword Saint speed. He asked if she still had the strength to fight, and she lit up with a grin, telling him they could finish one more right now. They soon found themselves standing right before the stairs that clawed up to the 56th floor. When he spotted a huge pack of monsters converging, he shoved Haru back and demanded the first hit. Let me go first. He lunged straight into their ranks and swung his blade in a blazing arc for a devastating slash. Touching down with perfect ease, he hurled a rapid volley of tiny fire spells. As Haru stared at his mind-blowing magic, he shrugged it off like it was nothing more than a quick little spell. Focus on the enemies right in front of us, he snapped, and Haru better jump no mistakes. He clenched his grip, braced his stance, and spun his sword in a complete thunderous rotation. That circle slash ripped straight through the horde, flinging monsters everywhere like they weighed nothing. Haru stared in disbelief, realizing he'd wiped out so many with one single attack. He told me the truth before. He'd instantly switched his job to a magic user the moment he cast his magic. Then boom, he instantly swaps into a sword-wielding class the moment he needs to pull out his sword arts. Because he was jobless, he could pick up to 5 classes, and the system would automatically lock in the class most likely to win, no matter what he faced. Suddenly, a colossal lizard erupted from the shadows, and Haru had to slam out a warning right on the spot. He darted out of the way just in time, narrowly dodging the beast's sweeping tail strike. He stared at that monstrous mouth as the creature screamed and the roar shook everything. "Sit tight, I've got something delicious for you," he bragged, quit his old job on the spot and snapped a ball of fire into existence in his hand. He fired that tiny blaze straight into the monster's gaping mouth. A blast of magic detonated inside the lizard's head, shaking it with terrifying force. He watched the creature get trapped in crystal in the blink of an eye, and the sheer destructive force blew away anything a normal pettier spell could ever do. As Haru praised him for his great work, a heavy sigh punched out of him, because grabbing every last magic stone from those defeated monsters was going to be a total nightmare. From that fight, both of them realized they'd leveled up for real. Pain twisted across his face in a split second. It felt like his skull was about to crack as a torrent of new skills and job upgrades slammed into his status. He'd already unlocked that sort skill and the deadly Skill Mania title, then a voice ripped through the air. "Yo, rookie." 2 adventurers, 1 man, 1 woman, stumbled onto them, admitted they were totally lost, and begged for directions to the teleporter. He and Haru stared back, frozen in stunned silence. Eliza stared in awe at the massive magic stones, while Joffre squinted and figured the subjugation quest for those gigantic spawn must be up and running. He clenched his jaw and grimly figured the other adventurers who showed up for the quest must have gotten completely wiped out. Joffre smirked and proudly announced he'd yanked the request from the board, calling it pure genius. Then bam, someone told him that yanking a subjugation quest without permission will earn you a fine, and Ikenojo looked at him like he'd just proven he's an idiot. Back at the Adventurers Guild, they cut through the roaring crowd in the packed hall. He strode up to the counter and asked the receptionist if he could sell his magic stones and materials. A familiar, burly adventurer showed up and greeted him like old friends, and they both nodded, agreeing it was finally time to sell their haul for a huge, high price. Origarawu then snapped at Haru, calling her a poor master, and anger shot through her like lightning. Origarawu shoved the challenge into the arena and goaded him into a fight, one he accepted without hesitation. Eliza jabbed a finger at the dueling stage and warned him, if someone steps onto that platform by choice, they don't even get labeled a victim, their death gets filed as an accident. As Joffre pushed him to examine the items, Ikenojo snapped, begging him to stop, don't interrupt his duel preparations. Origarawu let out a cocky laugh, sure a coward like him would be sprinting the entire time. The receptionist blurted out Mr. Origero's bounty, just 32 cents. Track down a receptionist or deal with Gary U. Grind, and set the stage before anything kicks off. Then another adventurer snapped that Ikenojo wasn't even registered as an adventurer. Origarawu waved off the worry and snapped that he'd just show that bastard what real-life struggles feel like. Ikenojo leaned in and told the anxious receptionist, don't worry, just put in an application and everything's going to be okay. He grabbed his party by the shoulders, promised he'd cover the last rental fees, and then they charged into the duel together. The rules came booming from above, and the fight would be declared a draw if nobody managed to crown a victor within the next 10 minutes. Origarawu stood tall with unwavering confidence, daring him to start the moment he felt ready. Spotting two cloaked figures lurking behind Origarawu, he demanded to know what the hell Origarawu was plotting. So Jiraru snapped, that's the rental fee, and flung a tiny pouch of coins at him. As he reached out to grab the coins, Origarawu shot forward like a spring-loaded blade. A brutal punch landed right in his gut, ripping the air straight out of his lungs. Even after getting slammed to his knees, he still managed to talk, and it completely threw his opponent off. And then Jiraru sneered that fighters were helpless against magic, blasting the order to his mages to attack. 3 fireballs blasted out, arcing through the sky straight for him. Master Haru screamed as the spells smashed together and erupted in a blazing explosion. The arena erupted in sudden smoke and roaring flames, swallowing everything for a split heartbeat. Jiraru let out a smug smirk, convinced he had already won. But when the smoke finally thinned out, he was standing there, totally unhurt, leaving everyone absolutely stunned. "Are you listening, Coolie?" he demanded, then leaned in and made it clear, his job runs on magic too. He proved it by blasting the 2 mages with a frantic barrage of tiny wind, tiny water, and tiny stone spells. Then he hurled a tiny blast of fire, and Origarawu stumbled backward, writhing in pain. He shot a hand up and yanked in an insane tidal wave of magic, condensing it into a blazing, massive fireball. Every single person in the crowd gawked in pure disbelief, staring at that colossal spell blasting over the arena. Foot pinned to the defeated man's back, he snapped back, telling everyone that for Origarawu, his class isn't even worth a name. He finally confessed, cheeks burning, that he didn't have a single one at all. His voice snapped into something deadly serious as he warned the man. If he ever heard even a whisper of his precious friend Haru, he'd make sure no mercy was left. As he spun away, Origarawu pushed herself up. Then he snapped his blade and cut the man's leg in one swift strike. The receptionist bolted in on the spot to stop that screaming adventurer and start treating him right then. Outside the guild, Haru cradled his arm and pleaded with him, telling him, "Don't overdo it." "I'm not pushing myself," he said, but right there she choked up and begged him anyway. Right beside him, the adventurers who had saved Origarawu were frantically tending to his injuries. Word about the duel had already blown through the adventurer crowd, and everyone was gaping in awe at the wild, mind-blowing magic they'd just witnessed. First, Joffre and Eliza stared in disbelief, openly admitting they never thought he'd be this powerful. Fueled by that spark, they bolted out the door, ready to chase their own shot and do something incredible right now. He warned Haru, "At this pace, we've got to get out of the city before any revenge schemes spill trouble on Margaret's son." They decided to sit tight in the horse-drawn carriage waiting room, waiting for their ride to finally show up. After making sure Haru wouldn't get motion sickness, he grabbed 2 tickets for a carriage that was racing straight for Belisara. Right then, Joffrey and Eliza burst in, shouting that they'd struck gold, then proudly announced they'd bought a horse with the massive profit. Joffrey strutted around proudly with his amazing horse, then Haru snapped, revealing it was actually a donkey. They traded good wishes and Joffrey went, "Need a lift? Call me anytime, I've got you." "They're a seriously weird bunch, aren't they?" he muttered to Haru. A young voice snapped through the air, urging them to climb into the carriage right now. Margaret's son and the rest of her family showed up to send them off. She shoved a bag into his hands, sandwiches inside, a water bottle too, ready for the road ahead. He bowed and thanked them again and again, as the carriage finally started to roll away. Ian Haru waved goodbye and swore he'd come back someday, just you wait. A battered carriage rattled down the dirt road, roaring away and leaving the town shrinking behind it. They rode past a huge sign that greeted every traveler heading into the labyrinth city of Florence. "I read it," he said, grinning, happy as hell that he'd finally gotten to experience the city for himself. Their quest thundered on as they sprinted toward the city of Belisara. In a cramped, pitch-dark corner, a purple-haired girl sat alone, swallowed by the silence. Not far away, the forest floor was drenched in the bloody ruins of a brutal attack. While riding in another carriage, he dug into breakfast, only to find the jerky so tough and jerky it felt like a chore. That little dog girl held out her food to him, but Haru shot in like lightning and started offering her own instead. Haru blurted an apology for staring, saying she was just worried those little buds on his clothes might mess up his meal. He admitted it was a shame. He was already stuffed, and he'd been desperate for her to try the jerky he'd found, even if it was so tough it nearly fought back. A lightning bolt idea hit him, and with his throw skill, he hurled the jerky straight into Haru's shocked hands. He hurried to apologize for using his brand new skill on her, then shoved the jerky into her hands like, "Take this, I'm sorry." He kept his silence, praying the other passengers wouldn't misread them and think they were flirting. He paused just long enough to scan his status, like he didn't even need to move a muscle. Now the choices were everywhere, so many jobs to pick from, and he couldn't stop grinning. He stumbled into this wild class called Playboy, and they had this super weird requirement no one could ignore. He was totally thrown off by the crazy requirements he had to meet just to land the job. Still deciding to go for it, he spun toward Haru and demanded her hand. She flashed a grin and held it out to him, and when their hands finally touched, he let out a warm chuckle. He tried to pull off the Playboy job, but nothing would trigger. It just wouldn't happen. He figured it had to be one of those rules where your hands truly have to cross, not just hover there. Still, nothing changed, yet he couldn't stop noticing how soft her hand felt. He couldn't stop thinking about what skills he'd unlock, so he figured, let's poke around, and started testing everything he could. He couldn't stop thinking about the goddess urging him to live his life right here. He wanted to max out his jobless level while kicking back and enjoying the ride with Haru. He snapped into a gasp and blurted out, "How soft is your hand?" Just as the ride felt peaceful, a cold, murderous aura slammed into the carriage, coming straight from the other men, and sweat broke out on his face when he finally understood why they were furious. Haru's ears snapped forward the second she felt that tension in the air. He couldn't shake the fear that it was already too late for the other adventurers nearby, the kind that didn't look strong enough to survive. Haru admitted he couldn't even resurrect dead humans, then he looked at them and demanded, "So, should we go help?" Her razor-sharp nose caught the stench of monsters, and the bitter, unmistakable scent of human blood. She straight up declared, "The truth is, both of us are unstoppable," and her confidence hit like a punch. He told the coachman, "This is our stop." They both spring off the speeding carriage and land cleanly in the woods like they were born for it. Arrow bolted straight into the trees, sprinting like he had no time to lose. They burst in just in time to see a colossal bear tearing into a bunch of adventurers, ripping through them like it owned the place. He shot her a warning, "Don't rush in," and when he spotted another gorilla-like beast lurking in the clearing, his eyes went sharp with danger. He couldn't shake the question, why were all these different monsters converging on this one single spot? "Haru, make sure the little guys do what I said. these bears are all mine. He yanked his sword free and charged in, squaring off against a vicious pack of bears. He screamed like a war god and charged straight into the crowd of fighters. He sidestepped the claw swipe and smashed a brutal hit into another bear's jaw. The bears he slammed down crumpled to the earth, completely wiped out. He jolted in shock as the last remaining bears abruptly turned their backs on him. He stared baffled as they shoved past him and started clawing the earth like it owed them answers. Right as the ground split open, this presence-detecting skill suddenly caught a signal deep underground. An enormous monster exploded out of the dark, and the moment he locked onto it, another beast barreled straight at him. No time to look away. The bears started mutating on the spot, their bodies contorting as they unleashed a perfectly synced, bone-chilling roar. "Fire now," he roared, and a brutal blast of dark magic tore through the air. A bear burst out of his blind spot and slammed into him before he could even react. Haru exploded into motion, throwing himself in front of him and snapping the attack aside, straight up saving his life. He got a notification that his skills leveled up, and Haru couldn't stop smiling. She was so proud she'd actually been useful. They took in the wreckage and he choked on the truth. No matter what they did, they couldn't save a single soul in the end. Then it hit him, those monsters weren't just lurking, they were digging like crazy for a buried crate, and from underneath, a faint singing drifted up. He dropped to his knees beside the torn, disturbed ground and shouted, demanding to know if anyone was trapped in there. Haru snapped a warning. Another massive wave of monsters was barreling toward them. Panic crackled through the box as a voice inside screamed, "Let me out please before it's too late." He yanked the crate open and there she was. A small, sulky girl staring up at him like a chain was already on her, and it hit him she was a slave. The girls just stood there, eyes wide and blank, staring straight ahead over her. He and Haru shot each other worried looks, like something bad just clicked into place. He apologized for failing to save her owners, but she only muttered that it was all her fault. She stared up at him, her eyes hollow and empty. "Please just kill me," she begged, and it left both him and Haru completely frozen in shock. Uru blurted out fast, she was a rental slave, and if they killed her for no reason, heavenly judgment would come crashing down on them. He leaned in and swore he wasn't going to kill her, then demanded, "So why were you buried? So tell me straight, what are you exactly?" he demanded, staring right at her. Finally, he chose to bury the fallen adventurers for now, then the girl blurted, "So what do we do with their stuff?" He leaned in and promised he'd have her bury the items too, because they weren't exactly starving for cash. He looked at Carol and told her they were racing straight to the city of Alasra. He leaned in and asked if she knew the way, and when she didn't answer fast enough, it hit them. Yeah, they were totally lost. She paused for a beat, then nodded, just barely, like she wasn't sure she could do it. He flashed a warm smile and said, "All right, lead the way." Trailed right behind her, they finally spotted a distant city skyline cutting through the horizon. Balasra's city stretched for miles, an enormous, fortress-walled stronghold inside the dominion of Tor. As they pushed through the main gate, the guards zeroed in on Carol with a suspicious glare. The guard hauled a breath of relief, thanked him for bringing her back, confirmed her owners were dead, and ordered him to slam his hand onto a verification crystal. They marched straight through the non-stop chaos of Balasra City Central Plaza. Aru laid it out cold. Slave traders won't let rented slaves demand death or even try to end it themselves. He realized he couldn't just swap out of the jobless class, so he had to stay razor-focused, only kill criminals. He decided their first move was to drag Carol right back to the slave merchant. His eyes snapped to a towering statue standing right in the middle of the plaza. Haru broke it down. The statue was Toril, and the goddess church snatched it up after some vanished soul suggested it. He was blown away by her massive knowledge, and when she explained it, she said she learned it from books while her parents worked at the royal palace. He finally clocked it. He didn't know a thing about her past, and the moment she started telling him everything, relief hit hard. Aru pushed the idea of making an offering, and Carol fired back, asking if she could do it too. He gently patted her head and told her not to worry, but she snapped back, nope, she wasn't a child. He shot her an apology for treating her like a kid, because once she told him she was a half mini-human, everything clicked. She looked younger for a reason. He stared at Haru and said she looked way too mature, and that comment instantly made him wonder how old she really was. "Honestly, I think I look my age," Aru said with a bright grin. "I'm 18 after all." He got totally flustered, confessed he didn't know, and admitted he'd figured asking a girl her age would be way too rude. He shot Carol a nervous glance and blurted out, "So how old are you?" "Wait, I'm 16, she said flat out, and it hit him like another punch to the gut. He quickly changed the subject, grabbed the moment, and said, "All right, enough of that, let's make an offering." A girl stormed back into the room and declared to Madame Quince that she was back for good. Quince pulled Carol into the room, smiling again, and demanded to know who were the brave adventurers that had hauled her out of danger. Quince ordered Carol to head back to her room, change clothes, and let him handle the wave of new guests while she got ready. He stood beside Haru as Quince snapped her focus onto them. He demanded to know why it kept happening, and Quince shot back that this was the fourth group to be wiped out, with Carol again and again. Carol leaned in and told him, "It's only because Carol has a job no one else can do." He was totally thrown off by the phrase unique job. Haru breaks it down: some jobs run in your blood like nobility and yeah, even the nasty criminal kind. He spun Haru's job into a tempting trap, right when Quince dropped the bombshell that Carol was a temptress too. Quince called it an unstoppable trick that sprays pheromones, luring monsters in like they can't resist. He leaned in and demanded Haru explain what a locked set skill was. He instantly clocked the threat, an unstoppable skill that lures monsters straight to him. Quince told them the monsters the temptress draws in never strike right away. They only go after the people standing closest around. He admitted he worried the city got dangerous after dark, and that honest concern made Quince beam at his kindness. She told him it was totally fine as long as Carol stayed locked away in a sealed room, so her talent became wildly valuable, a perfect rent-a-wizard pick for any adventurer. Quince practically breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he'd brought her back safe, and then he slapped down a reward. He swore they didn't plan a thing. He insisted they were only passing through. Then he told Haru it was time to step out for a stroll, but Quince suddenly snapped, telling them to wait. Haru stared up at her master, hinting that his power might be the key to help. He replayed her words in his head, and a plan snapped into place. Maybe he could finally change Carol's job. He knew that if he tried, everyone would sniff out his power to switch jobs. He raged at the whole idea, buy slaves just to free them, because it would slam his secret wide open for everyone to see. He realized saving every person he felt for was impossible, because Haru had to come first. He softly stroked Haru's head, then finally admitted he couldn't push past it. He knew exactly where his own limits were. Eastside snapped that he wasn't rich enough to buy her freedom yet, so they'd better haul ass and turn in their monster materials first. Haru praised him as a wonderful master, but he flat out insisted she had to eat properly, otherwise he'd end up feeling like a pathetic owner. She grinned, poked him like it was a joke, then teased that they should head straight for the Adventurers Guild. Haru flat out declared that her hands were already packed. She was busy clutching and guarding everything she could keep. Right then, Quince shouted to them from down the street. She even offered to have Carol lead them through the city, like that would smooth everything out. He blinked in shock, then nodded and accepted the offer. Carol told them she'd changed into a dress because she had a special rental coming up later, then promised to lead the way. Haru told him about a dress Margaret had handed her, then leaned in and asked if he wanted to see it. She blurted, all flustered, that she'd never dare wear it around town. He pulled up the dress in his inventory and grinned. Margaret's pick was straight up genius. He leaned in and asked Haru if she was truly fine, then told her to speak up right away if she ever felt like she was coming off conceited. Carol shot a question, "Aren't you just a slave and master?" And he snapped back, "Don't call me a child." He made it crystal clear, they weren't slave and master at all but true dear companions. He told them Haru was someone he held dear, and that confession made Carol shoot him an apology before the tour even started. She traced the guild's safe zones with her finger, then snapped a warning about the deadly back alleys they must never touch. He leaned in and demanded she spill everything about the town's dungeon. He stared in awe at her knowledge, but she shrugged and said she only learned everything by reading once the moon was up. He stared at this brutal world and realized something terrifying. Just letting a slave read was treated like kindness. They pushed on through the loud, crowded streets like the whole city was pulling them forward. Right as a guy passed by, Haru grabbed him by the attention and blurted, "What is it?" He couldn't believe it. He said it was wild that anyone would willingly pick the life of a playboy. He cracked a joke and said he could read the whole story just by staring at the man's face. Carol said playboys rake in crazy luck stats, and you'll mostly find them lurking in the casino. She said only the wealthy could pay for a new job at the temple, so they were the ones willing to gamble their luck. He ditched everything else, zeroed in on food, and grabbed 3 cups of juice from the vendor. He shoved a cup into Haru's hands, then slid another to Carol, thanking them for the tour. Haru showered her master with praise for being so wonderful, and they both happily sipped that delicious juice. He asked Carol what she wanted to eat, and it all but screamed that they were about to grab an early lunch. They slipped into a nearby restaurant, relieved they'd timed it just right and caught the place in a lull. He clocked Carol standing there in silence, right behind them. He snapped at her to sit in a chair instead of on the floor, and the memory hit him, because Haru had been exactly the same way at the start. Haru leaned in and told Carol, "It's fine, really, you're okay." He asked what people were raving about, and Carol immediately pointed him to the crowd favorite bacon egg sandwich. As soon as their food hit the table, he finally let out a breath of pure relief. He waved them in to eat, and then he finally clocked it. The girls wouldn't touch a bite until he moved first. He sank his teeth into the very first bite of his sandwich. Then the girls dug in too, taking their first bites. Carol was fighting back tears because that meal was so damn delicious. She hadn't tasted anything that good in forever. After they wrapped up, he praised her brilliance again, and she confessed that she's always out there reading travel journals. Their tour wrapped up the moment they rolled up in front of the Adventurers Guild. Carol asked to end her guidance right there, and that's when Haru's worry spiked, because he couldn't shake the fear of her staying so close to the guild. He declared it was far enough, thanked Carol for everything, and then they pushed inside. But when he looked up, the reception area was packed wall-to-wall with people. A tough-looking receptionist with an eye patch sized him up and demanded his business. The man ordered him to haul the bear carcasses to the dissection area outside. Then the receptionist slid a knife into his hands, telling him to use it for the dissection. He burst into laughter, grabbed the bear chopper, and fully appreciated that sweet gesture. Outside, he geared up and headed out to start working on the bears. He swapped both his and Haru's jobs to become hunters, then started slicing into the animals with razor-sharp skill. When it was all over, he checked the numbers and realized their hunter levels had even climbed higher. Suddenly, a gang of thugs surged in, towering over them, and barked for the bear handed over now. The leader sneered and insisted it wasn't robbery at all, because he claimed he was just giving it out of generosity. He grabbed Haru and held him back, wondering if those guys were complete idiots. Realizing self-defense wouldn't cut it, he flipped the whole situation on them and slammed them with a threat of his own. He snapped at them, "Never do that again," and ordered them to head out hunting on their own. Back inside, the receptionist crunched the numbers on the dissected materials and called it 9,800 cents. He snatched the cash, and the truth hit him. That's why the thugs tried to steal it in the first place. The receptionist leaned in and basically dared him to upgrade his weapon. He nodded, then locked in his decision, getting a brand new sword for himself and for Haru. As they stormed out of the guild, he spotted the sky, already slipping into sunset. He noticed Haru shadowing him all day, and when he asked, she admitted she was just freaking out. They charged into the weapon shop right next door. He suddenly craved a steel sword, just like the bear chopper he'd wielded earlier. He leaned in and grilled Haru, asking if she'd spotted anything she couldn't resist. He told her to step past the short sword display, betting that one of them would fit her perfectly. She hit the brakes the second she reached a specific sword. The shopkeeper squinted at it and declared, "That's one of those dragon fangs. He told us it could turn raw strength into magic and unleash a burst of blazing flames." He whipped the sword into a test swing, and the blade erupted in a blazing wall of fire. He thrust that powerful weapon into Haru's hands. She thanked him with shining gratitude and swore she'd cherish it forever, while he stared at it and realized just how useful it could be. Then he grabbed a traveler's mantle for himself and threw it on like it was meant for him. He leaned in and told a stunned Haru that its huge back was built to sit over a rucksack like it belonged there. Haru suddenly slipped under the mantle and begged him to act like she wasn't there. He snapped his head around, confused. Why was she hiding like that? He spotted two men dressed to the nines slipping into the weapon shop. Every man Lord Oliger pointed out ended up getting judged for that shabby little store. From where he stood, he watched Haru tremble under her mantle. The Lord flat out said none of those swords could measure up to him, and that he'd demand a blade forged just for him. The shopkeeper flashed a respectful grin and thanked the noble up and down for every coin of patronage. Once the nobles finally stormed out, the shopkeeper exhaled like he'd been holding his breath for hours, and Haru slipped out at last. She shot back with a sincere apology, saying it was the noble who'd tried to buy her in the first place. He leaned in, told her not to worry, vowed to protect her, and urged her to stand tall with her head held high. The chapter opens with one mission: hit the casino, but the nights barely started like it's begging for chaos. He thanked Haru for the clothes, and she swore they fit him perfectly. He whipped his gaze to her with a dead serious look, then told her he had something important to get off his chest. She dropped to her knees and he reassured her it was fine, just relax, he said. He started spilling his secret origin, how he was born in Japan, then got yanked into this world by a goddess after an accident. He flashed his status to her and pointed right back to the blessing he'd told her about earlier. He blurted out his title, jobless, and somehow only he could see it while everyone else stayed totally clueless. She froze in disbelief when he straight up admitted that jobless was his real main job. "I'll always believe in you, master," she vowed with total faith. Then she earned a grateful stroke on her head. He broke down the job's big flaw. It was claimed to learn nothing and give you 0 stat growth before level 19. And then he finally showed what it could really do at level 20. It exploded with insane power, even letting him pull off the impossible, changing her job title. He admitted the truth only because she meant everything to him. Shaken to the core, she vowed, right then and there, to guard his secret with her life until he smiled gently and told her that kind of extreme pledge wasn't needed. Choked with emotion, she slipped behind him and threw her arms around his shoulders. Then she leaned in and told him she had something huge to talk about. Her tale kicks off 14 years earlier, right in the middle of the Great War tearing the human and demon races apart. She told him her White Wolf clan was ripped apart when her father chose to back the Demon Lord. Everything split. When the Demon Lord finally fell, they snapped her father's head for his loyalty to him, and her mother was thrown into life imprisonment. A year ago, she was the one hauled off into slavery, an open wound that drove him to yank her into a tight, comforting hug. She kept talking, swearing she was lucky Meisha's Sama bought her, because her fate could have been way uglier. He snapped out of his daydream mid-thought about a scrub brush, then refocused as she talked about how she'd worked as a dungeon guide. After she turned down the nobles' advances, the adventurers snapped their hires shut and she was left staring at the wreckage, wondering where she even belonged now. He stared at her, the air humming with emotion, and then it hit him. She'd become the one person he couldn't possibly live without. She asked, trembling, if it was really okay for someone like her, once a servant of the Demon Lord, to still serve him. He pulled her into a tight embrace and told her straight to her face that her past didn't define her, that she was an incredible person. Tears burned in her eyes as his words finally cracked open the insecurities she'd been burying for so long. She blurted out that getting the chance to meet him and serve him was the real happiness she'd been chasing all along. "Same here," he blurted with a warm grin, and his happiness practically lit up the room. He couldn't believe he'd met me. Trying to break the tension, he grinned and declared it was his turn to wash her back. He pushed to do it himself, swearing it was the only way to show his gratitude, and to make sure she could finally take care of her body. He couldn't wait to nod along, insisting they should slam the maintenance out fast and do it right. He told himself taking things from criminals like those bandits didn't count as stealing. It was just getting back what they deserved. His mind slipped back to that wooden box they hauled out of the bandits' hideout. He remembered how tightly it was guarded, so he fired up his mineral appraisal skill on it. Both of them froze in shock as the skill flashed, confirming it was mithril ore. He knew mithril was a nightmare to process, and that's exactly why this ore was so rare it felt almost impossible to find. Because most countries hogged the mithril, he decided to level up his own skills and grind it himself. He burst into his job settings, set on leveling up fast, and swore he'd help Haru raise hers too. Weapons checked and tomorrow's plan locked in, the only thing left was to crash into bed and get some sleep. He flashed a grin, thanked her for the sweet idea, and tossed out the plan to learn each other side by side. Her eyes sparkled as she begged him to teach her, swearing she'd give it everything she had. A warm rush of affection surged through him, and he leaned in to steal a kiss from her earnest lips. An eerie howl tore through the night, humming under the crescent moon's cold glow. The very next morning, the sun blasted over the city streets, lighting everything up like it had a plan. As they strolled along, he whistled that tune, and Haru lit up, praising him for it. He told her it was one of his player skills, then brushed a warm hand across her head with a tender pat. They charged toward the casino, and Haru's razor-sharp nose let them slip past the nobles they were desperate to avoid. When he spotted that casino's metal purchase tax, he grinned, like it was a secret bonus stage meant to level up his commoner skill. He pushed his skill to the absolute limit, chasing that one unlock so he could finally step into the healer job. They burst into the Grand Casino, where you couldn't trade medals for cash, only swap them for items. Inside, everything glittered, cards flashed, wheels spun, and tables gleamed like they were ready for a show. The host slid over with a warm smile and a polite welcome, ushering them in like it was no big deal. She walked them through every step, making it crystal clear that this was their very first visit. The hostess leaned in and laid out the medal system, then warned him every single purchase gets hit with a brutal 25% tax. He grabbed a scarf for Haru, and the second the deal was done, his commoner status shot up like a spark igniting. She looked absolutely breathtaking in it, and he made sure her slave collar stayed hidden so nobody could give her trouble. He decided to gamble alone at a slot machine, leaning on his hunter job and razor-fine, delicate skill. He tossed a coin into the machine, grabbed the lever and yanked it right as the game roared to life. It wasn't some massive victory, but he still lit up because getting that easy, thrilling win felt so good. He overheard a bunch of patrons whispering about a clown magician named Marina, who just pulled off a show. Chasing his chance to find Haru, he strode right across the casino floor. He spotted a massive crowd and locked eyes on Haru in the middle, her face heavy with defeat. Then his stomach dropped because he feared she'd lost every single medal. To his total shock, he stared and saw she was buried in a mountain of winnings. She stood over the roulette table, eyes locked on the wheel as the dealer whipped the ball into a wild spin. The ball dropped right back on her number, again, and he froze in total disbelief at her insane luck. The crowd murmured in pure awe, because this was her 7th win in a row, a streak so absurd it felt like the future itself was being predicted. Amazing Haru, he blurted, sprinting to her side. Shame burned her up because she still couldn't read the ball's trajectory cleanly, so she had to gamble on 5 slots all at once. They counted up their haul. What a beast of a pile of black and green medals. Their celebration got smashed to pieces when this huge guy stormed in and introduced himself, Gorsa, the casino's boss. Gorsa let out a sharp challenge at his companion, eyeing those insane winnings like he couldn't believe they were real. He clocked that the guy was a gambler, and that this VIP seat invite wasn't a treat at all, it was a warning. He tried to refuse politely, asking if they could just trade medals and let them walk out. He said they only wanted to swap a few items, and to his total shock, Gorsa actually nodded along and agreed it was a great idea. Then the owner broke down his insane, one-of-a-kind method for cashing out. It was a tangled cycle, trading medals for that special coin, flipping it at an antique store, then using the cash to buy more medals again, while the taxes kept biting hard the whole time. He finally got it. The whole scheme was a clean win for both sides. It flooded the coffers with tax revenue while keeping the casino owner off everyone's radar. As he stormed out of the casino, he checked his status, and boom, his commoner level had blown up to 72, unlocking brand new jobs. Now he finally gained access to an apprentice warlock and a magic scribe. Haru stared at him, totally stunned by how fast he thought and how sharp his clever plan was. He handed her a wind brooch he'd traded their medals for, swearing it looked absolutely stunning on her. She praised him as dependable and promised she'd match his standards, so he quickly reminded her to stop chasing someone else's life and cherish her own instead. Right when he was pitching the idea of heading into the maze, a young boy barreled toward them, screaming that something terrible had happened. The boy screamed that demons were rolling in, woolworms were tearing through the city, and he pleaded for any adventurers who could jump in and help. He stared at the city walls, then whipped his gaze to Haru, resolve blazing in his eyes. He slams up a stone wall he conjured on the spot, stopping the Minotaur's axe mid-swing. The moment panic hits, the whole horde of worms freezes dead in their tracks. They snap into sync and start backing away together. "What on earth happened?" he blurted, staring at the guard as he stood there, frozen in stunned silence. A notification suddenly flashed on his screen, and he felt the instant shock of leveling up. He spotted a guard grimacing with a wounded arm and stepped in to offer his help. He pressed a hand to the wound and unleashed his upgraded healing magic. The guard stared in pure shock at the magic and blurted out if Haru was a noble, right as Haru sprinted up beside him. He leaned in and reassured her, telling her he was perfectly fine wrapped up in the protection of the wind, with the brooch she'd given him guarding his heart. Then he flexed his magic control, blending fire and water spells to crank a bucket of scorching hot water into existence. Steaming hot water hissed into readiness, and he declared it with pride as Haru stared at it in pure awe. After he handed the guards their water, he snapped at Haru to turn around, because he needed to help wipe that sticky mucus off her. Later on, the townsfolk rolled up their sleeves and frantically hauled away the worm carcasses. Agard told them that the adventurers who risked everything in the fight would be paid straight from the city's funds. He twisted his face, knowing his jobless status usually killed chances like this, but Haru being in the party lit up the hope, because suddenly he was eligible for the reward. Ythang Taru thanked her for the help, then swung around and grilled Quince with a question. He demanded to know why she'd trekked all the way to the gate during the chaos of the attack. Quince told her she'd heard about the worms, and she was sure Carol's monster magnet power was the real reason everything went down. She scanned the room, her stomach dropping when Carol was nowhere in sight, and then she demanded, "Did you see any nobles?" He instantly snapped it into place, remembering that he'd rented Carol to Olager-sama just that morning. Quince blurted out why the monsters struck and then vanished, and that's when he grabbed Haru and asked, "Can you track Carol's scent?" He jolted in realization. When the monster backed off, Carol's scent started pushing deeper through the maze. "Same thing's coming again," he warned Quince, his face set in grim certainty. Carol's skill in the maze was a threat so terrifying they couldn't afford to look away. "What do you want to do, exactly?" Quince demanded, catching that fierce determination blazing in his eyes. "I'll save every last soul out there," he swore. "No one's going to be taken, no one." Haru shot her a worried look and demanded, "So you're using your skill, right?" She laid out his whole scheme for Quince. He'd unleash wind magic to shove the pheromones leaking out of the maze entrance in a whole new direction. "Haru, can I borrow your strength?" he blurted like he needed it right now. With Haru lighting up with excitement, they took off, ready to drag Carol back into the world. They slipped into the maze and he clocked it instantly. The nobles must have bulldozed their way past the guards at the entrance. At the entrance, a guard spilled that he couldn't defy the nobles' order, right before the swarm of worms burst into the world. He laid out his whole scheme for Haru, and it hinged on some quiet, watchful stakeout work. He let out a heavy sigh and grumbled that crossing the nobility was dragging him into one nightmare after another. The deeper they pushed forward and it hit him, there were barely any monsters left, like they'd all been wiped out, which meant Sebastian's son had probably already handled the threat. He blurted out like, "What kind of job does a noble even do?" Aru bluntly told them, "You don't just become a king, this status is something you're born into, part of the king tribe." Then he couldn't shake the question, why in the world was that noble so obsessed with getting Haru? A rush of heat flared across her cheeks as she blurted out just how thankful she was that he'd picked her. He grinned and prayed the nobles would just let her vanish from their minds. He leaned in and asked Haru if the scent was still way ahead, and she nodded hard, telling him it was even farther down the road. She leaned in and warned him, this town's maze didn't just hide walls, it had minotaurs lurking inside. The air's getting heavy, Haru realized, and he could feel 3 people closing in as one. He pushed ahead, telling himself he didn't care about the nobles, because every one of their deaths would land straight on Carol and Quince's heads. With his deep presence search ability, he clocked a huge pack of monsters, all marching toward the same direction. "We're close," he told Haru, and then he made the call he'd go it alone from there. Haru insisted on going with him, swearing she wouldn't stay behind. He gently shoved her back and told her to head to the inn, swearing he'd be fine. Then he whipped around and sprinted off, and Haru was left behind, worry chewing at his heart. He burst in right on time and watched a hulking minotaur thunder and roar at the nobles. Sebastian lunged to intercept the beast, slamming into its thunderous fist to block it. The butler clocked the nightmare immediately, his leg was wrecked, and their supplies were running dry fast. Oligaire begged his servant, but Sebastian snapped that he couldn't hold out much longer. Sebastian cursed the way his naive understanding of Carol's skills got completely shattered. Oligaire snapped, "Let's kill her," sure that if she died, the minotaurs would finally stop crawling out. "Not here, you can't die," Sebastian snapped, throwing himself between his master and Carol. His job was simple: guard Oligaire's Sama at all costs, and he'd do anything to make sure that promise never broke. He shoved his master hard and barked, urging him to sprint away. "I won't let a single one of them die," Oligaire roared, slamming the door on retreat as he refused to leave his men behind. "Don't worry about me, just run," Sebastian begged. The young noble's defiant shout hit like a thunderclap, and the minotaur suddenly staggered, slipping off its footing. Suddenly he burst into view, sword in hand, standing right between the boy and the monster. "Noble Sama, are you hurt?" he demanded, snapping his gaze to the stunned boy. Sebastian dropped to his knees and pleaded with the newcomer, begging for a path to safety, promising any reward they wanted. "No," he snapped, then slammed a hand onto Carol's head. And just like Sebastian warned, more minotaurs started closing in around them. He clenched his fist, roared forward, and slammed right into the oncoming horde. A searing blast of fire erupted from his body, scorching the nearest minotaur to ash. Sebastian stared in stunned silence as that one lone man started tearing through the monsters. He realized their skin was too tough for his sword, and fire wouldn't touch it, so he snapped into a whole new spell. "Petite Thunder," he screamed, and a storm of electricity ripped through the minotaur's ranks. "Three of you front up to the surface," he barked, locking eyes, and he ordered, "I'll take the back." Carol grabbed Oligaire by the heart and pushed him to move. "We've got to hurry." The young noble snapped his gaze to his butler and demanded, "Is your leg all right?" Sebastian warned that more monsters were coming, right from the other floors. He knew healing Sebastian would rip open his defenses, but Carol slammed her insistence in place. Oligaire's Sama had to make it to the surface. He clenched his teeth, realizing he couldn't drop his guard for a second, and praying someone else would show up to help him fight. Suddenly, a brand new, even bigger monster burst out of the corridor ahead, slamming itself right in their way. Right when he braced for another blow, the minotaur behind him crashed his massive axe down with brutal force. The punch got slammed to a stop as a towering stone shield burst up from the ground like it had been waiting. Haru planted her feet in front of the shocked nobles, sword raised and ready to strike. He couldn't stop grinning when he saw his steady partner right there. Oleg stammered in disbelief, staring at the fox girl. "Is that you, Haru Wadat?" Oligaire snapped his gaze at Haru and said, You saved me again," he said, and he stared at her like she was the only thing that mattered. "Tell me, can I ever beat you?" he demanded. Haru blurted, "Quick, let's climb down to the 25th floor right now." A minotaur blasts out a thunderous roar. Hinojo can't help but gasp, "Isn't that way too reckless? If we're in the boss room, then those skills won't spill over and affect the area around us," she said. "I get it," he replied. "Everyone heads down," Haru barked as the crew huddled low and the monsters thundered past the doorway, and then, clunk, those massive stone slabs started dropping fast. The party huddled in the next room, safe from the chaos, while the rampaging beasts stayed trapped behind the seal. Haru yelled, "Master, the gate is shutting." "Yeah, if I don't get to that door, I'm finished," Joe screamed as he lunged forward in a desperate, full-out dive. He shot under the gate at the exact moment it slammed shut behind him. Safe, he let out a breath like a weight finally dropped, then shouted to "Everyone's okay, Master," Haru added, fidgeting with nerves. "Thanks, Haru," he said, flashing a confident thumbs up, and when she looked up at him, she breathed, "You saved me," while he gently patted her head. A brutal growl rumbled through the room. "No way we can drop our guard now," he barked. Then a gigantic, muscle-packed beast rose up in front of us. It's the 26th floor boss, King Minotaur, and Carol clocks him on sight. His power gets twisted by Carol's skill, and Ichinojo can't miss what's happening. Not that though, when he felt it kick in, concern shot through him and he just stared, realizing it was strong. "This thing looks built for a boss-level showdown," Then Haru started breaking down what the room can do, and you're telling me the gate won't budge even after the boss is defeated? He demanded answers, his eyes snapping to the side. Olgier stood right by the entrance and I could feel his eyes locked on me, like he'd been staring for ages, until Ichinojo finally caught on. Does he really not know I'm Haru's master? This is gonna be a headache. Everyone back up, Haru snapped, stepping forward. Haru, I'm gonna need your help, trust me, I've got this. Now it's time to see the king's true power, he thought. And then, right as Olgier suddenly came charging through, he yelled, Olgier-sama, Sebastian shouted, and the King Minotaur locked eyes on the fresh challenger. Prepare yourself, King Minotaur, Olgier blared. I'm Olgier Elri Robuti, blood of Lord Robuti from the Arundel Kingdom in Decim, and I'll be your opponent. Then Idiat snapped, fall back, as Ichinojo shouted. The King Minotaur flashed a vicious grin as it hoisted its massive axe. Then Lodger-sama, that beast of a blade, slammed down with terrifying power. Sebastian, Olgier let out a blood-curdling scream, and just as his butler shoved him aside, he took the hit head-on. Then Ichinojo burst forward and slashed the Minotaur's side. The beast staggered backward from the strike, then it got hit again, so hard it thought dead serious that this attack could kill. Sebastian, say something, Olgier shouted, dropping to his knees beside the servant, panic shaking his voice. If I don't heal him right now, Ichinojo will lose his mind. His jaw tightened hard as the fear built. The Minotaur King roared with raw fury. Then Ichinojo grunted through the pain, planting his feet and bracing hard. He grit through it, then snapped, wait, what's this? Eyes on his sword, damn it, he roared as the Minotaur barreled past him. Its new target was Carol, thanks for saving her. A voice barked out as another adventurer slammed himself in the beast's way. I'm not trying to drag this out. Ichinojo cooked up his strategy. I want to end it in one brutal strike because it's not just packing abnormal strength, it's sharp too. If this drags on, Haru, he called now. Can I count on you to bait the boss and yank his attention over here? He asked, and the doubt hit hard. Then she shot back, yeah. Absolutely. From the master's will, she rumbled with excitement, I'm gathering my strength and I'll send you the signal. He ordered, wait until then, everything's on you. She snapped back, you can count on me, then crash, the Minotaur swung its axe down like thunder. It's useless to block it with my blade, Haru snapped. If I fight back head-on, its power will crush me. So she decided, I'll slip in close, and while I'm dodging with my head, I'll stay just out of reach. The massive axe head kissed her blade for a split second, just enough to send a jolt through everything. Staring at the Minotaur King's axe, she knew there was almost no way to slip past it at arm's length, so she decided, if it's unavoidable, I'll hit first with the blade Master gave me. She slammed her flaming sword's tip into the ground, bracing herself for the next devastating strike. Parry it, she screamed, slammed the axe aside, planted her feet and fought tooth and nail against that crushing force. Harriet screamed again, batting away a second strike, rage driving her arms, while Ichinojo's power exploded as he swapped jobs at full speed. Haru screamed and launched himself into the sky. Yeah, she snapped back, weaving to dodge, and right then he slammed his energized sword down with a razor-straight vertical cut, splitting the monster clean in two. It tore you apart, Dan, King Minotaur screamed one last deafening roar as his body split clean in two. The boss's two halves crumpled and hit the floor, going limp in the same breath. Thanks, Haru, he said, and as always, Master's reputation hit like a stamp. Haru beamed, a system window popped up and it started laying out his skills and job progression. He grinned, feeling his power surge, and watched the monster's corpse crumble into nothing, until all that remained on the stone floor was a massive horn and a single nose ring. He sprinted straight to Sebastian's side. Don't shake him, back up, Olgier screamed. Sebastian, hang in there. I'll heal him. Petty slammed the chance and Ichinojo joined in. So it won't heal like some video game, huh? He muttered, watching the wound seal up tight while that man's pallor still wouldn't budge. Blood transfusions are a thing, so tell me, does this world actually have them? He couldn't stop wondering. Okay, but how am I supposed to pull this off? Who's carrying Sebastian? Olgier blurted, panicking. From the size alone, there's no way anyone else can pull it off, only me. Ichinojo waited for a second and said, I can't let Haru face the battles alone. Carol stepped up and volunteered as the trap then snapped, while I lure the monsters, everyone take this opening and run. Nope, he shut that idea down instantly because everyone knows Carol's skill can get out of control, and Olajur watched it all with a troubled look on his face. I heard it from the slave shop, Olajur told me everything. The temptress won't get a say if it comes to that, because the monsters hit by the skill will latch onto her like she's the opposite sex they crave, and Ikinojo slammed down the truth. Dawning horror will lead to her getting raped. I can't let this happen. I refuse to sit back, so I'll bring Carol with me and smash through it all with sheer force. Then I think, what if I send Haru and Terrell ahead first? Olajir suggested. Hold on, I blurted, while Haru hauled Sebastian onto her back, and I couldn't believe it. That temptress skill was pure trouble, and Ikinojo felt it in his bones. Are there any good plans left? No, of course not. I'm stuck using my jobless skill again. And wait, who's Haru? The room up ahead is the goddess statue room, right? He blurted. Yeah, it's probably, she shot back. Ahead, 3 presences are closing in, but who else would even be here with us? Haru absolutely refused to believe it. If anyone's inside the goddess statue room, the boss won't spawn, but trust me, something is definitely in there and it could get ugly fast, so I'm going in to check just in case. He inched forward and cautiously peeked through the doorway. So yeah, maybe we can get out of there too, he thought. And then he spotted Joffrey and his whole party sprawled asleep in a crumpled pile. Why are you guys even here? Joe demanded it. Okay. Are they your comrades? Olajir demanded. No, we're just acquaintances, he stammered. Then, oi, wake up, Joffrey, he roared, shaking him hard. Don't pull that crap on me, open your eyes, what happened? Tell me something's not wrong, wake up right now, he shouted. My stomach growled so loud it shook my focus. I'm so hungry I can't even summon an ounce of strength, and my words came out in a desperate, shaking clarification. 2 days ago we rode out of the city and Ikinojo stared ahead with a dead serious face. Bring back my worry. Then, calm as ice, he added, I've got something I need to ask you. If you're brave enough to try his preserved food, take this. He snapped, then shoved a hunk of bread straight into Joffrey's face. All right, I'll eat it myself, Haru muttered, because the master's always been the one who handles it. Oh, come on, Joffrey mumbled with a mouthful of food, grumbling that I'm bad at this, and yeah, it still seriously pisses me off. Ichinojo snapped, shut up, just eat it quick. But Alyssa cut in, nope, I want Joffrey to eat it first. Alyssa, go ahead, eat first. Joffrey snapped back, and you two charged into your meals together fast, Ikinojo thundered. Time's up, thanks for the meal, Tilda. Wait, did you make Kendra's portion too? Alyssa demanded. Kentaris is starving too, so how'd it go? Joffrey fired the question at his mount, and, go on, let him eat it, Alyssa urged. Haru, can you hand this vegetable to Kentaris for me? He asked. Please do, he begged, trembling and confessing his fear of monsters. Then she said yes and grabbed the vegetable. Now tell me, why are you two hanging out in a place like this? He asked, spinning back toward them. Seriously, I hate having to talk to you guys, so just summarize the main point and tell me, he snapped, and his face went dark. I don't have time, he barked, because he's dying to know, how in the heck did you guys even get into this maze? Alyssa gulped and admitted, I stepped right on Kentaris' tail by mistake, straight up, no warning. Then Kentaris didn't crash into a rock wall, it punched straight through it, ripping the barrier open, and right then Joffrey leaned in, grinning. That's when we found an unexplored maze. Then came the item box and that glass ball too. Joffrey pointed and said, over there, a sword jammed right into a slab. They said it couldn't be touched or yanked out, this sealed wicked thing stays locked down. Leave it to me, Ikinojo breathed out, and I'd already pulled it free, maybe Alyssa had too. We plan to yank it out for you, she said, then he and Joffrey snapped, why? Right then, Joffrey's eyes went wide as the floor suddenly tore open. With that, we dropped into the chaos, though honestly I pretty much had the gist of it, like Ikinojo said. Plunge down, he muttered, staring up at that towering ceiling. He was sure it meant above, and then he broke it down like this. You two had fallen straight down from a mysterious room you didn't even know existed. Wait, haven't these guys been pulling unnecessary nonsense this whole time? He fumed. What's the deal with that wicked sword? This isn't about making me lose my cool breathe, he told himself. Calm down, calm down. Forget the past, there's no point chasing it. This situation is way better, and with that we'll make it through somehow, he said, and fresh hope hit him like a spark. If Kentaris is really the one carrying Sebastian, then Haru and I can finally team up for the fight. Yo, what's your name? Aludger demanded it straight out. Chinojo, he shot back. Guess it won't change a thing, so tell me, what do you want? If it's you, then yeah, you're the perfect one to be her master. Olager said. So that's all I had to say, didn't you mean to buy Haru? Ikinojo fired back. And you heard it straight from her. Yeah, that's right, Olager finally confessed. Alone in the maze on Floor Lance, I was about to get squashed by a slime. Then Haruata ripped in and saved me, and the moment he saw me, he swore it was love at first sight. Wait, are you really going to say that? Shinojo fumed. She's exactly the kind of knight I want. So Olager pushed forward, decided to win her back, and placed his hand on her future, offering her the role as his knight. But Haru had laid down a condition, and just like everyone expected, it didn't work out, Ikinojo said. My last struggle was forcing myself to come all this way to train with a temptress I only heard about through rumors. But that girl didn't just get stronger, she saved me again, so trust me, I get it. If you heard what Joe was doing, you're going to want to give it everything you've got. Before you start summoning monsters into the city, look around and think, because you're putting your fellow travelers in danger too and pressuring the guild like that, I'd never do anything like it, ever. Ikinojo snapped, I'll never bully the guild like that, and I'm not even against Hiruwata serving you. But damn, I guess I jumped to the conclusion that every royal is just a bad idiot way too fast. But yeah, I can't shake the bitterness. You two done eating, he barked, calling to Joffrey and Alyssa. Bow to the goddess statue and give me your prayer and we'll finally break out of here. So why is Joffrey looking so confused? Just offer your prayer, takes no time at all, he said, eyes locked on the path. Do it and we might get some useful item or a skill, and honestly it can't hurt. So is this the real deepest level of the maze? Joffrey asked. We stumbled into the deepest, untouched maze, right? And yeah, I had no clue, turns out it's Balasura's maze. He blurted out Toril-sama. Come out, he roared, slamming and pounding on the door like he meant it. Suddenly, the room erupted as a wild torrent of roulette tables burst out. Excuse me, Tor Rule Summer, he muttered. Why's it all just roulette tables here? He stumbled on a note someone had left just for him. He scanned the list of possible rewards, and the responsibility hit him like a truck. Haru offered to help, but he shrugged it off and figured he'd hit better luck at a casino. He realized 6 balls had been set aside for everyone involved. Sorry, Oleg, he snapped, choosing to kick things off with someone he barely cared about. The ball slammed down right on target, scoring the brush reward clean. Next, he wheeled around for Joffrey and Elise and snapped the ball free. Then he locked in on his own spin. And just like that, a brand new lifestyle magic skill was born. He blurted out, what kind of magic is this? Then whipped his head toward Haru. He decided to pour every ounce of his focus into this next move, just for her. Arrow, lend me your strength right now, he roared. The ball clattered straight into the slot. I did it, Haru, I celebrated a little too loud. Everyone else checks their prizes, but their reactions clash, half thrilled, half confused. He spun to Haru and demanded to know if she had any clue about lifestyle magic. Joffrey leaned in and said this magic wasn't for battles at all, it was the kind people used every single day. He kept cataloging just how rare it was and what it could lead to, yet to him, it felt strangely ordinary. Every single Joe was hit with pure, breath-stealing awe. Joe Frey then slid his intimacy ring to Elise, like it was the most dangerous promise he'd ever made. Ikai no Joe leaned in to check on Haru, and it looked like she'd vanished inside her own head. He mapped out the whole scheme, using Carol to lure the enemies off his trail. Eru stared him down with pure, unshakable resolve. Sebastian handed Joffrey a mission, his own no less. Joe Free said yes with zero hesitation, like it was the only answer he'd ever wanted. The two groups squared up, then started breaking apart, like the moment before the next big clash. He snatched Carol up and threw her over his shoulder. He stared at her thinking, you're light, now hold on tight, don't let go. He bolted down the stairs like his life depended on it. He hacked his way straight through the minotaurs, and his sword flashed like a living streak of lightning. Now that he'd leveled up so hard, the battles started feeling ridiculously easy. He snapped left and right, dodging and slipping through the monsters like a blur. Man, this is a real shot for us, he blurted. They hit the 24th floor and boom, it was crawling with enemies. A brutal mass of minotaurs roared at them, like the world itself was charging forward. Watch me dive through that space, he declared, firing up with unstoppable confidence. The beast roared and you could feel it gearing up to charge straight at you. He leaned in and told her, hold on tight one more time. The minotaurs surged forward, blades held high like they were about to crush him on the spot. With a thunderous shout, he launched himself into the sky like he was breaking the rules of gravity. He blasted through the air above the stunned monsters' heads, soaring like a nightmare they couldn't stop. He slammed down on the other side and kept sprinting like the chase was burning a hole in his back. He clocked the stairs were going the wrong way, but he didn't stop. He pushed forward to keep the monsters chasing him instead. As he tore across the area, the crowd started to scatter and clear out. A notification popped up and basically screamed that he just unlocked a brand new skill. Carol grabbed his arm and pushed him away, begging him to flee and get out alive. "They've caught up," she shouted, spinning around as the monsters slammed into view right behind them. He rushed to calm her down when a gigantic beast crashed into their path. She snapped that he was stalling, because with her riding on his back he could never unleash his full power to fight. "Joe, please let Carol finish what she started to say." Another level-up pop-up flashed the moment he demanded her why she wanted to die. They stood alone in a shattered, desolate hall, surrounded by ruins. She leaned in and told him the truth. Her parents were murdered by monsters. So yeah, Carol's death felt inevitable, and she said it with a numb voice. He said plain and loud that he'd rather blame it on her. She told him her temptress power had finally awakened that very night. She spilled the heartbreaking tale, how her parents died and how her father's death crushed her world. She had no way to pay that debt back, so they chained her up and sold her into slavery. She watched her fate slam down on her like a punishment she'd earned. Tears poured down her cheeks as she snapped that it would have been better to die with her parents. He snapped to a halt and whipped around to face her. He confessed that his parents were gone and it wasn't some accident, it was because of him. He leaned in and spilled the secret birthday surprise he'd been planning for his little sister. He vowed to give her the best birthday she'd ever get, no matter what it took. No, her parents' death in that brutal accident turned the whole day into the worst nightmare imaginable. He confessed he'd already tossed his dreams aside, because he figured his sister was blaming him for everything. But he was wrong. He remembered her crying and it hit him hard. He opened up about the lesson his little sister drilled into him, the right to chase happiness. He suddenly remembered how she'd rattled off a piece of their country's constitution from memory, word for word. It was a line from Japan's constitution he'd never once let slip from his mind. His sister had even drilled into him the rules and the duty that came with working. She insisted loud and clear that being happy is always allowed, even if you've never done a single bad thing. He smiled softly, convinced Carol's parents would say the exact same words. He stared her down and told her the shocking truth. Carol had never once done anything bad before. He leaned in and demanded to know if she still thought she didn't deserve happiness. "Just watch me, I'm going to make you ridiculously happy," he swore, fists clenched with pure, fierce resolve. He shoved the ring into her hands and told her to put it on and check her status. Her status screen flashed that she'd been labeled a temptress, level 1. It even hinted at a shifting career path, like the commoner level 3 was just the starting door. When he spotted the temptation skill, he knew he had to yank her out of that job immediately. He urged her to check her status, and declared it her very first step toward happiness. Her eyes shook with fear as she locked onto the jobs section on her status screen. It twisted right before her eyes, like the universe couldn't wait to shock her. He snapped back into the moment, shouting for her to hold on, because the Minotaur was closing in on them again fast. He told her those temptress tricks are gone, but the danger is. Carol stared in disbelief, shocked that her job could suddenly turn into something common. He blared that this was a sacred shield granted by the goddess. He smirked to himself, already convinced that what he said was exactly a straight-out lie. He leaned in and told her, "That prayer of yours must have finally reached Rule Sama." He snapped out of the attack and told her, "Just thank the goddess later." As they clashed, he leaned in and demanded what kind of job she wanted now that she finally had the freedom to choose. "Tell me, what job are you dying to land?" he demanded. "You can be anything you want," screamed the hero as he hacked down another monster. Her eyes snap open wide as the realization finally hits. "I'm becoming a peddler," she roared. She burned with one dream, to become a top-class peddler, just like her parents always set out to do. He blurted, totally pumped, cheering her on and telling her she could absolutely do it. But he leaned in and warned her this road won't be easy, and it all comes down to the grind she puts in herself. "Carol, is it really okay for you to chase happiness?" she asked, hope sparking in her voice. He snapped up and deflected a crushing blow from the Minotaur just in time. Still, he roared, "I can still do something," like supporting Carol. The leftover Minotaurs erupted in a savage roar, fury blazing in every throat. Carol, live on and keep smiling, he roared. A giant sign flashed, begging everyone to jump over to the translation group's website. On the stairs of the 23rd floor, Haru stared ahead and panicked, because her bag was totally empty and now she had no clue what they were even gonna eat. Right then, her master burst in, Carol riding on his back, yelling to his companions like the chase was on. The whole party finally smashed back together in the desolate dungeon corridor. He said that when Carol's job changed, the passive skills that used to draw monsters vanished too. His friends stared at him, eyes stretched wide in pure shock. Everyone burst into relieved laughter and Haru couldn't stop smiling, grateful they were all safe and sound. He decided to hit the road using Haru's monster-repellent incense, get back to the city, and then finally treat Sebastian. Haru clocked his tense face, then shot him a question, something wrong. He broke down this brand new skill, counterfeit judgment, that let him read any item's value like it was the truth. Carol swore she wasn't a temptress anymore, while Aless stared at the incense and realized it was still burning. He made it crystal clear. The Centaurus wasn't ignoring Carol because of the incense at all. It was just that slow, stubborn donkey-type monster, and that was the real reason. Elise snapped at her Centaurus Joffrey for chomping grass at a time like this. Everyone else erupted into laughter and Sebastian just stood there, uneasy as his new allies turned the room upside down. Elise yanked out a carrot, praying it'd tempt Joffrey to finally move. With a thunderous shout, Lace bolted down the corridor, jaw clenched tight like something had just flipped inside her. He figured it was their fastest shot to the surface, so he told them to follow. They finally burst into the Pharmacists' Guild. Inside, the pharmacist leaned in and swore to them that Sebastian only needed to rest. With gratitude burning in his chest, he shoved a heavy pouch into the young boy's hands. The boy took it, quietly admitting that if he hadn't, it would have really been eating at him. He told Haru that finding such a splendid, important-looking owner was amazing, and it made her blush bright with pure joy. He told the boy to stop acting so high and mighty as he waved them off like, "All right, go on then." The boy slammed his fist and swore he'd get stronger, so when the rematch finally hit, he'd be unstoppable. He took the challenge head-on, swearing they'd meet again. Meanwhile, Leela lunged in and blocked Elise before she could take a bite out of the royal's snake-like gift. They huddle up and map out the next play, slip Carol back to the slave shop first, then go steal some seriously delicious food right after. He teased Aless about the preserved food, and Aless snapped back that they could trade their rewards for cash instead. Elise and Leela flaunted not one but two rare medals, each one packed with a jaw-dropping 30,000 cents in value. In a blink, Joffrey yanked a medal out of reach and swallowed it whole like it was nothing. Every single person erupted in panic, screaming at the Centaurus to spit it out, because that lace was unleashing chaos. Leela stayed calm as ever and said it was fine, and Elise grudgingly gave in. She crouched down and gently petted the Centaurus, relieved as it kept everyone safe with its efforts. They cashed out the gift money, stayed ridiculously rich, and decided to hit the shops right away. That cheerful trio beamed, waved like crazy, and swore they'd meet again soon. He stared as they marched off, convinced that loud bunch of theirs would never know when to shut up. He pictured Carol's future, praying she'd grow strong and live a healthy life all on her own. Haru clocked his worry and tugged him closer, telling him she'd follow his lead no matter what he decided. He whipped around to Carol and caught her off guard, asking her if she wanted to travel with them. He laid out their plan like it was a carefree road trip, seeing the world, earning money, and stacking up life-changing experience along the way. He promised her money wouldn't be a problem, he had tons of items ready to sell. He vowed that the moment she finally earned enough, they'd break her chains and free her from slavery. Carol's jaw dropped the moment that insanely generous offer landed in her lap. He leaned in and gently tapped her forehead, telling her she had all night to make up her mind. She thanked him again and again, and he promised he'd rush to Quinn's son and explain everything. Then it hit him, he'd lent out that intimacy ring, but Haru shot back, confident they'd run into each other again soon. He peered through the slave shop window, caught sight of the quince, and lit up a cigarette like it was nothing. He broke down what was going on, how the goddess's protection worked, and why Carol's job had just changed. Quince instantly got it. Carol wasn't a temptress anymore. She teased him, grinning as if that whole thing made him way too happy. Then she leaned in and demanded to know if he planned to buy Carol, like he already had the money. Quince teased him, joking, "So you cheated at the casino?" And Haru shot back, instantly denying it. The slave trader couldn't help but think, anyone with skills like that would get snapped up by a casino the second they walked in. Aru puffed out her chest and swore straight to the heavens that as her master's shield she'd never ever let him die. Quince demanded why Carol had him so tangled up in feelings, and Quince just shook it off, saying he was only answering Haru's loyalty. "So you're telling me it's just sitting there doing nothing special?" Quinn just wrapped it up. She didn't ease into it, she snapped the words out with a sudden slap of honesty. "I like you." Then she offered to sell Carol for a measly 10,000 cents. She told him, "If you think Carol's worth more than that cheap price, then just pay what you think is fair." She told him, "Come back tomorrow," winking as she pushed his buttons, teasing him about turning into a slave merchant. Soon he and Haru burst into the Adventurers Guild, where a loud, lively drinking bar was buzzing with life. A giant adventurer was roaring at a bunch of rowdy guild members, blasting them for going absolutely feral with their brand new money. He told Haru he was about to cash in their reward for taking down the woolworm. He actually ended up enjoying the loud, wild vibe, until that brutal stench of alcohol started to worry him because he feared it might mess with Haru. An adventurer rushed up to him and said the defense commander had been singing his praises. He brushed off the idea of being anything special and realized the woolworm rampage was only a rumor, nothing more than chatter about their breeding season. He finally exhaled when they stopped blaming Carol, and as soon as the reward money landed in his hands, he accepted it with pure relief. Right when Haru suggested they go shopping, he suddenly launched himself into his arms and clung on tight. With a trembling voice, she begged him, "Don't toss me aside, please don't throw me away." He pulled her in tight, whispering that he'd never do that to her, not ever. She finally confessed her insecurity, terrified that once he grew stronger, she'd be left behind and no longer needed. He leaned in and swore, "I'm gonna need you, no doubt," saying their recent win was all because of her. As she tightened her grip, he felt her strength drain away, leaving her limp in his arms. He jolted in shock the moment he caught the alcohol stinging the air she was drunk. He cornered a nearby adventurer and demanded a place to rest, and the guy pointed him straight to the first aid station. He carefully set the sleeping Haru onto the bed and flashed the staff member a grateful smile. That big adventurer from before leaned in and invited him for a drink, and he didn't hesitate to say yes for a little one. He proudly unveiled a King Minotaur's gold nose ring, pure gold, and swore he was going to sell it. The adventurer stared at it like it was unreal, an enormous pile of cash, big enough to spoil the entire guild. He nodded and promised he'd bring King Minotaur's meat too, so the feast would go off without a hitch. He gritted his teeth, mustered every ounce of courage, and stood up to blast his voice into everyone's attention. And the adventurers whispered, wondering who he was, until one person spotted him, the same guy from that magic-wielding duo. He blared it at the top of his lungs, "Everything's on him tonight, and everyone should go wild and party like there's no tomorrow." The crowd erupted in cheers when he promised them King Minotaur meat. A beat later, the shock of his own grand declaration slammed into him, and embarrassment burned his face. But the guild members were already losing it, cheering his name, calling him the best, and ready to party and drink all night. He fumbled up his mug, then shouted at everyone to drink. The whole bar blew up with laughter as everyone raised their mugs and clanked them together in one massive, joyful toast. That night turned legendary as the guild bar crushed its all-time sales record like it didn't even stand a chance. His whole body went still when he looked over and saw Haru fast asleep right beside him in the bed. But then it hit him, somehow he'd ended up downing way too much. "This is an amazing master," Carol said, flashing a grin. He couldn't stop thinking about how insanely convenient his purification skill was. At the inn's front desk, he and Carol stepped up to check out. The panicked innkeeper practically begged them to keep it down at night, pleading so the other customers wouldn't get wrecked by the noise. He stomped out with pride swelling in his chest, and the innkeeper kept thanking him as he went. On the sidewalk, a woman stepped forward and greeted them with a bright bow. "Good morning, Ikinojo-sama Haruatit-sama." She stepped up and offered to lead them straight to Quince. Quince welcomed them like a long-awaited reunion, then blurted that she'd been waiting the whole time, only for the page in front of them to sit there completely blank. Quince motioned at Carol and basically told her, "Go on, speak for yourself." Carol lit up at the thought that he wanted to make things right for her, until he suddenly stalled. She bowed her head and begged for forgiveness, because she couldn't bring herself to follow him. He nodded, swallowing his disappointment like it was bitter medicine. Haru stared in stunned silence as Quinn addressed Carol. Haru swung around to Carol and demanded, Did you say that for your master's sake? Quince laid bare Carol's crushing sense of worthlessness from her days as a temptress. Aru confessed that if her master ever stopped needing her protection, she'd feel worthless overnight. Quinn told them point-blank that sinking into that kind of thinking drags your worth even lower, and that if they just grind hard, their value will speak for itself. Carol sat in silence, staring at her own reflection like it was asking the cruel question of whether she even mattered. Quinn told them, if we see value in Carol, we'll buy her, but first, Carol has to find her own worth. Quince then leaned in and demanded to know straight up if Carol could actually be useful to her master. Carol burst out that she wasn't guessing, she'd studied like crazy. She fired off everything she'd learned, fully determined to reach her dream of becoming a peddler. He stared in pure shock, admitting that was something he never knew for their trip to Murray Grill. He admitted that having someone who actually knew what they were doing would be a huge help, because he'd never been a peddler in his life. Haru snapped his gaze to Quince and with that knowing look pressed him, so who's the one that fits that description? Tears burst from Harold as raw emotion overwhelmed him. She wiped the tears off her face, slammed her fist down, and yelled that she could lead them straight to their destination. Carol swore she'd do whatever it took to help them, no matter what. Please buy Carol, she begged, and he snapped back, all right, fine, I'll buy you. Quince got the documents all sorted, then threw in a few changes of clothes to make sure he was fully covered. Once the registration was done, they threw their bags together and got ready to bolt. Quince leaned in and gave Carol one last piece of advice right as she stood tall, rocking her brand new clothes like a total champion. Quince flashed her a grin and urged her to step out. He thanked Quince for everything, and the whole group finally tore themselves away with heartfelt goodbyes. All right, he said, come on, let's hit the church first and we'll turn your job into a peddler. He told her she'd need a job certification just to work as a peddler when they reached Murray Grill. Carol told them they'd have to hop on a boat straight out of Kobiport. She laid out 2 routes and pointed out the smartest play go through one of those countries to dodge the whole dispute. He whipped around to Haru and demanded her take on which way was the smarter choice. Haru stood there, torn between Daka's mouthwatering meat and Korat's crave-worthy vegetables. He chose the DACAT path and declared, loud and proud, that nothing outshines delicious meat. Then it hit him, his new jobless skill, and he knew he'd have to explain it to them later. Taro leaned in and asked Haru if he could switch to a more casual way of addressing her from now on. He stared at them, and all he could think was how Carol reminded him of his sister back in Japan. He checked the route they were taking and demanded Haru grab some preserved food for the journey. They realized there wasn't a single horse carriage rolling south. Carol pushed the idea of a horse carriage, then leaned in and asked if he'd call her just Carol. He stared in shock as she demanded he call him Akino, and then reminded her flat out that his real name was Ikinasuk. He leaned in and asked about the song she used to sing, and she told him her mom gave her those lyrics, something to cling to when life brings suffering. He nodded and said, I just know you'll meet someone incredible one day. Haru's tail snapped out of nowhere and smacked him right across the back. Carol told him the only thing that matters is that you understand, and that hit him right in the middle of his confusion. He tried to reassure her about her height, and it instantly threw him into that same weird look of déjà vu. She let out a heavy sigh, told him it was okay if it took him some time to get it, then gently asked him to take care of her. Haru came back with the food she'd just bought. They rolled up in front of the church, and he immediately clocked the cross blazing on its facade. Haru leaned in and said that the cross wasn't just decoration. It was a symbol of the 4 major races united across the 4 continents. She rattled off humans, little dwarves, and towering giants, and right then he leaned in, asking, so what about the beastmen? Haru jabbed at the star marks on the door and told him they showed the priest's race and rank. Then she hit back hard, elves and beastmen don't bow to the goddess, they follow the spirit. So the priests were locked in, they couldn't swap their jobs for anything on his list, and the only way out was a swordsman or a magician. The priest told them a switch from commoner to peddler would set them back exactly 0.1. Carol clocked the price and it left him stunned. She stared at the sheer amount he spent on her, totally stunned. Then she declared it was a price worth paying. Carol bowed so deep it looked like she'd break the floor, thanking him again and again, and swore she'd bust her tail to repay him. Eru decided to kneel and pray to the statue of Sethlin Sama while they waited. But Carol's nerves shot through her as she hurriedly asked if she could offer prayers to Toral's Sama too. He told her, don't worry, hurry up and switch your job. She came back almost immediately, flashing her new peddler certification like a trophy and daring anyone to doubt her. He spotted Haru still praying with everything he had, then told Carol she could pray as much as she wanted. They barreled into the loud, chaotic trading market, ready to hunt down whatever riches were waiting. Leaving the horse carriage arrangements entirely to Carol, he couldn't help but feel a little lonely. As her guardian, he chose to shadow her every move, watching up close as the trading market unfolded and roared to life. They managed to catch other merchants whispering about the biggest harvest of the year. He went up to the shopkeeper and demanded tips on what stuff would fetch a high price in DACA. Carol cut in fast, spilling her plan. No, she wasn't buying the obvious salt. The shopkeeper warned that the early cold had locked in one brutal truth: most peddlers were hauling salt straight to Dakat. Carol told them that Dhaka would end up flooded with extra salt, so they could grab it there for a ridiculous, cheap price. With the horse race about to kick off, she figured the town would crave fancy spices to cook up that meat. Big demand, big money. He totally trusted her judgment, so when she told him to grab the pepper and chili pepper, he immediately agreed. Then he leaned in and demanded her advice on exactly how much they should buy. She pitched 5 barrels for 25,800 cents, and he snapped his nod without even a second thought. Next, Carol rushed in to buy a whopping 34,200 cents worth of iron ore. When the shopkeeper spotted them gripping an item bag, he instantly figured they must be rolling in with a huge horse cart. Another merchant came in swinging, offering them 7 boxes of Exiled arrows for just 28,700 cents. The elf merchant accidentally blurted that a brand new, higher quality iron vein had been uncovered nearby. Carol slammed this intel to the table, haggling hard and offering 45,000 cents for the arrows and iron. The merchant snapped at the lowball price, refusing to go along with it. Carol leaned into her edge and warned them point-blank: once word of that new vein leaked, the old iron ore would be basically impossible to sell. The elf finally caved, admitting that peddlers with sharp ears wouldn't touch the old ore standard anymore. They locked in the final price and he just stared, shocked by how effortlessly Carol pulled it off. He jumped in and helped her stuff all the stuff they bought into their item bag. Carol couldn't hide his joy. He kept praising her and telling her she was better than she thought. She declared that trading was her battlefield, and that snapped him into realizing he might not be needed for this stretch of the journey at all. He hooked his fist to hers and declared with a grin that she was a dependable peddler. Shopping was finally done and he declared it was time to hunt down Haru, sure she'd picked the perfect horse cart. They pulled up at a farm on the edge of town, and Carol immediately spotted Haru. Haru stepped up and greeted her master, right there beside a stunning white horse. A gorgeous, jaw-dropping horse cart sat there, fully ready, waiting for them to climb in. The farmer handed them the cart, and then threw in the white horse too. He told them the horse was pure trouble until the second Haru stepped near it, and then it instantly became perfectly obedient. He snapped up the generous offer on the spot, grinning because now they could finally put their saved money to good use. Haru leaned in and asked her master, "So what are we naming our new horse?" He showered Haru with praise for her amazing work, then told her they'd take their time and dream up a name piece by piece. With his 2 awesome companions at his side, he declared their departure and pointed the way straight for the land of Dakat. As they charged toward Gamaki Mountain, he leaned in and begged Carol to sing her song for them. And just like that, the adventure of these 3 fearless souls kicked off. 3 of them burst into joyful song as the cart clattered down the road. Haru finally clocked it after a full 5 minutes. She couldn't get anywhere near her master while he sat in the driver's seat. Just like everyone knew it would, Ikinosama, Carol erupted in cheers from her spot in the wagon. The wagon wheels clacked out a steady beat on the road and she lit up, watching the materials he was building with his hands. He raised a freshly purified ore, a grin lighting up his face, then she leaned in and asked, "So, are you an Alkei Magi swordsman?" He admitted with a jolt of surprise that it was true way more than he ever expected. "I even switched my jobs to ones with high magic attack," he said. Because his alchemy power rose straight from his magic attack stats, he pressed on. Then he couldn't stop thinking about how ridiculously cheat level his abilities felt. He mused that he could smell things with way more precision than regular alchemists, and that power made his level shoot up fast. He He'd been smelting non-stop ever since they left Balastra City because once he couldn't flirt with Haru, he needed something, anything, to keep his hands busy, and the wagon just kept rolling down the road. "Hey Haru, if you're beat, take a breather," he said, and Carol couldn't ignore it. Fayun really, truly likes Haru-san. He knew that horse only listened to Haru, so he stayed on guard and kept watching her. Haru turned to the horse and said, "Fayun, please get used to everyone soon, okay?" They named the horse Fayun because it was as white as winter snow, but when she tried to get its attention, it just stared past her, totally ignoring her. He shook with shock as the horse brutally brushed him off, and then he snapped, "Oh, look, there's the village," while pointing ahead. "Master, I can see Gamaki village ahead," and Haru swore it was tucked right in the heart of a towering mountain range. They rode straight into the tiny settlement and screeched to a stop, right near the action and inside the outskirts too. He couldn't believe it, there was zero inspection and no entry fee. Haru told them taxes only got collected in the bigger cities, then leaned in and asked, "So, how are you guys feeling?" Energetic Carol chirped and lifted her arm. "All right, listen up, before we go." He decided everyone had to buy mountain shoes first. He also pushed to track down a maid under Kashmir-sama to get answers about his sister. "Fine, they're okay like this," Haru said, but he wouldn't let it go. He grinned and said, "Don't worry, we're buying them." But inside the shoe shop, Carol stared at the shelves and realized none of them came in her size. "Hey, where do you keep the kids' sizes?" he demanded, and the employee immediately pointed him straight the right way. "Okay, then how about this?" he said, dropping to his knees to help Carol, and she waved him off. It's fine, it's fine. Carol can do it herself," she insisted, though even she admitted the strings were a pain to tie, but when he offered help anyway, she stood up and tested them right then. "Perfect fit," she beamed, then he glanced at her and said, "Looks like Haru's place is good to go already." Haru stared at her own boots, mumbling, "The strings are..." And the second she said it, Carol's head snapped around in pure panic. "Hold on, are you telling me you think Haru-san is struggling with the strings?" she stammered. "Carol, please show Haru-san how to do it," she pleaded. "Yes, please," Haru asked, eyes sparkling, and as he knelt beside her to adjust the fit, he couldn't help wondering if she was truly happy with her new shoes. Her tail swished left and right. "Done," he said, snapping the knot tight as he finished it. "Hey, master, how's it look?" she asks, rising to her feet, and he grins, "Yeah, it totally suits you." Next thing you know, Carol snaps her arms around Haru and squeezes him in a sudden hug. Haru stared in shock at the sudden affection, then he broke into a grin. "All right, I guess we're ready," he said, finally taking in the two of them fully dressed. Then he blazed, "All right, let's hit the maze." And they crashed into a rocky opening carved into the cliff, stamped right on it, "Maze entrance asterisk." He blurted it out, stunned by what he found inside. The maze was nothing but stairs, climbing higher and higher. "Yeah, I get it," he said. He'd heard some mazes are built like a towering vertical wall, and Carol lit up like, "Wow, there are so many kinds." "Oh yeah, both of you don't even look at your status until we're done exploring," he barked. "All right, we'll take this slow and careful," he added. He lunged one step onto the stone stairs, then Haru's ears snapped upright and the monsters froze like prey caught by a shadow. He tried to shout a warning, but the moment was snatched away. A spider-like monster lunged at him and he carved it out of the air in one brutal slash. "Haru-san is freakin' incredible, Carol." He watched Haru flick her blade and drop another monster like it was nothing. And then the three of them kept climbing up those ancient stone steps. "Honestly, there aren't many people hanging around this dungeon anyway," he said. Carol leaned in and told everyone the truth. "Mazes don't just confuse you, they pull in nasty miasma and cleanse it clean. Once the miasma piled up, it twisted into a monster. So yeah, the deeper we crawl into this maze, the stronger those monsters get," Haru warned. "That's why the church keeps urging everyone to live with a smile. Still, I can't forget what the demon lord warned about monsters," she said, and the memory hit like ice. "He said monsters aren't born out of something blurry like the evil hiding in humans' hearts." So Harold latched onto the idea right away like, wait, another theory. It clicked for him. So many mazes were built near busy towns, that's why they kept popping up. Carol didn't even blink anymore when the demon lord got mentioned because she'd finally accepted Haru's past. From a shadowed corner, a creepy rustle snapped their focus. "Yuwa," he screamed as a giant frog monster exploded out of the dark and launched straight for them. Man, it's huge, he blurted, and right away he recognized it, a red toad. It's got lethal poison seeping from its skin, so don't you dare trade blows in close range, he warned. Then he plunged his hand into his pouch and hurled a putchy stone. The projectile hit the toad with a nasty splat, and the blast punched out a brutal shockwave. The monster got totally erased by sheer power, and then a system message flashed. His level had jumped up. Wait, I can cure people, yeah, I've got a skill, he muttered. What's wrong, Carol? He asked, clocking that worried look on her face. My level just jumped, but it feels messed up, she admitted. I'll tell you once we're out of this maze, he promised, and right as they moved, Haru snapped, Master, watch out, don't step in that drop item, as he jabbed at the puddle of mucus. Of course it's a drop item, no wonder it never disappears, he finally realized, and she snapped, touch it barehanded and you'll get poisoned. With your hunter level so high, she said, you'll get a skill called Dangerous Item Pickup. Just know this, if you're poisoned, you've got to slam those medicines or cure magic right away. Haru yanked out an empty bottle and snapped, got it, listen up, as panic hit Master's face. What are you doing? He blurted out, alarm ringing in his voice. He shoved his bare hand down, scooped up that poison mucus and jammed it into the bottle. Then he grinned, held up the vial and declared, I've got the poison mucus. Ah, my hand is numb as the tremors hit. He screams, his whole body shaking, and my palm starts glowing with a gentle, eerie light. It's okay, cure, he grinned as the numbness snapped away, because I just learned this magic. Both girls let out sharp, frustrated sighs, then he stammered, I am sorry, as Carol snapped and tore into him. Ikino-sama is the one who needs to step up and properly explain everything, she snapped. Then Haru shot forward, eyes wide. Master, please don't you dare do anything reckless. I just wanted to test my cure magic, he confessed, and Harold leaned in, whispering to Haru that she had to keep her hands off boys too. Blushing hard, he realized just how deep they cared for each other, but right then Carol snapped, don't count on me in a fight. Then let Carol be the guinea pig, she volunteered, and he spun to Haru, apologizing again. I'll say it right next time, he promised, because deep down he couldn't stand the thought of Haru hating him. I won't hate you, she promised softly. Then two worm-like monsters wriggled up from the stone floor. He twisted around and snatched one clean out of the air, blasting it apart with a surge of dark energy. Then the creature shrieked like it was being erased before it finally disintegrated. Then he yanked his sword free and split the second monster clean in half. Carol's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe how cleanly he swung that sword and how sharp his magic was. Then Haru barked, heads up, something's coming from above. I'll leave it to you, he said, stepping back. Then she caught the signal and launched into the air. She sliced the monster in half before it even had a chance to strike. Then this hulking, golem-like beast lumbered into view. Whoa, from Carol's POV, she shouted, you two are awesome. Then pointed at the screen, both of your leveling was climbing fast and smooth. The loot that fell out of those monsters was amazing, too. Then Haru pointed at me and said, Master, from here on, this is the boss's chamber, right as we hit the huge door. She figured it wouldn't take long, 10 floors was nothing. And she leaned in to tell him the maze's boss was a 3-headed snake. So he decided we should knock it down with long-range attacks. Then his mind snapped back to the poison gas and what it would take to stop it. All right, maybe we can fix this with wind magic. He made up his mind, chose Haru first, then blurted, I'll use wind magic, and started plotting the whole thing on the spot. Then you'll test if fire can blast that poison gas apart, and the massive stone door starts clacking open like it's about to unleash something terrifying. Yeah, Haru didn't hesitate. He signed on to the plan, then tore into the sky with a brutal combo of wind and fire magic. A roaring vortex of fire blasted forward, swallowing the boss whole. The boss got erased in a single instant. Whoa, it's over? He gasped, still reeling from how brutally his attack hit, and then a system alert snapped into view. His level had just jumped up. Then another message hit, demanding attention as it announced his alchemy skills had shot up to level 2. Haru the master calmly stared at the fallen golden snakeskin and said, exactly as I figured. Isn't it usually only possible to cast one kind of magic at a time? Carol asked, and Haru nodded, confirming it. He grinned, convinced his jobless skill was the reason. Then out of nowhere, a creepy presence crept into the air. Careful, there's another one in here, he barked as the ground started to clack, and then a massive goddess statue, all orc-like features, tore out of the wall. Yeah, I got it. He let out a heavy sigh, same old routine goddess joke again. Still, the master can always swing by and meet Goddess Sama after all, Eru said. He joked that Orc Sama would be way happier with a routine. Then the statue snapped open with crack after crack, spilling a terrifying killing intent. So should we bow to that orc statue? He wondered, and right on cue a furious voice snapped, "Yeah, who the heck even is an orc?" An apple smacked his head and bounced away, and then, boom, two goddesses materialized right in front of him. Enough of this pointless chatter, the silver-haired girl snapped with a heavy sigh. Then she leaned in and said, "If it's your skills they're talking about, it's because you can juggle multiple jobs at once." Oh, just like I figured, he finally got it. Being jobless is its own special case, and I'm still digging into the details too, she snapped, pressing him hard like it was do or die. He felt totally swamped, and if anyone ever pointed it out, she told him to grin and call it a blessing from Goddess Sama, because they'd back off and stop asking. Then your sister blurted it out. She must have climbed Mount Fuji, and the goddess basically told him that. Mount Fuji, he blurted in shock as the goddess insisted. At least she seems to be doing fine. Really, he muttered, and she finally smiled. Good here, she said, pushing a box into his hands. Take your clear reward. This time, it's pure chance. Three of them stood tall outside the dungeon entrance, like they were daring fate to pick a winner. We smashed our way through the maze of Gamaki village. Harold was screaming in victory, and our rewards lit up on display. A skill rundown for Carol, the bow of wind for Haru, and even lifestyle magic for him too. Alright, back to the city we go. Hino-sama's secret. Kashmir-sama finally showed up, and when he said her name you could tell it didn't happen often. She shoved him hard and snapped, "Go already." He kicked things off by dropping a jaw-shattering truth on his companions. Carol choked out the same word again and again, whispering it like she couldn't believe what she just heard. She burst into a giggle because the moment she met him, her whole life flipped upside down. He told me those divine blessings he got supercharged him. Now he earns 20 times the usual experience. Carol took it all in and muttered about the two blessings as he got ready to spill the next secret. He gulped, throat tightening, because the next words refused to come out. He finally blurted it out, eyes tense, "I'm actually jobless." He stared in shock at how feeble her reaction was. Then she just smiled like it meant nothing. He tried to explain it wasn't about not working, but that only made Haru even more confused. Haru tells him, in this world, everyone's born with a job already waiting for them. So what's jobless even mean? Carol blurted out, and that's when he had to break down his crazy, one-of-a-kind skill. He confessed that he had a secret job-setting power so he could juggle multiple jobs at the same time. "Trust me, seeing it with your own eyes is way faster," he said, and then he decided, demo time. He ordered them both to yank open their status windows. Both girls lock eyes on their status screens, and pure disbelief hits them like a punch. He told them that with this second job skill, he could assign an extra job to his comrades. Haru was totally stunned. He couldn't believe he just landed 5 jobs for himself. He also said he could shuffle their jobs again, dragging Carol back to that moment when she went from plain civilian to a temptress. He threw out an apology for hiding it, then asked if she was really disappointed. Carol was bursting with joy because the man who always respected her had finally proved he was her lifeline. So that's the trick, he grinned, because now they could swap jobs anytime they wanted. As they strode along, Haru leaned in and demanded to know what skill he'd received as a clear reward. Carol blurted out that leveling up his lifestyle magic was wildly, shockingly rare. Haru leaned in and told us lifestyle magic too was basically a myth. Only a 1% chance to get it. He couldn't trust anyone else with it, so he stepped in to test the Room of Serenity spell himself. "Alright, I'll try it," he said, sure it wasn't some kind of deadly spell. A blazing shimmer of light snapped into place around him in the blink of an eye. He realized he could control the glowing sphere's size anytime he wanted. He spun around to ask Haru what the spell was doing, but she looked lost in her own thoughts. As the spell's aftershocks made him wobble, he realized both of them were treating him like he didn't exist. Haru finally clocked how wrecked he was and came charging to his side. "There was no chance I'd ignore Master," she blurted. Then he jabbed a finger toward Carol. He stared as Carol whipped her arms around like she could break free, all while she stayed trapped just beyond the sphere of light. She told him the magic shuts the inside and the outside off from sound completely. As they geared up to head back, he finally clocked just how deadly useful that magic really was. The crew pushed deeper into the collapsing ruins, refusing to slow down, blazing a path straight back toward town. Back in his room, he collapsed onto the bed, staring into space like his mind had just blown a fuse. He suddenly realized he was all alone after Carol and Haru slipped off to chase their own plans. With nothing else left on his plate, he fired up his alchemy and started smelting ore, turning raw stone into something far more valuable. He heard a step, shot his gaze upward and froze. Haru was back. He looked at her and said it felt downright refreshing to see her in casual clothes. "It's not just one little piece, I'm telling you, you're adorable," he said, popping an enthusiastic thumbs up. She grinned and thanked him, soaking up his compliment like it was pure gold. She slid onto the bed beside him, holding out smoked meat from the inzoner like it was pure salvation. He shot his arm out and clamped both hands onto her shoulders. He yanked her into a fierce embrace and murmured, "We're alone just for a little while." Her cheeks flared red as she nodded and said she was totally fine with it, no matter how thin those walls were. Her tail swished as she bragged about mastering fresh techniques, but he backed off fast, flat out saying they couldn't. Her sudden rejection hit him like a punch, leaving his mind racing and his whole body stunned. She softly patted her lap, and that gentle smile practically dared her to come closer. "Put your head right here," she said, soft as a promise. She offered to clean his ears, and he snapped that offer up instantly. The door exploded inward, and there stood Carol, shaking so hard she couldn't control it. Haru snatched a few clothes, then bolted after the fleeing girl. She burst back with a captured tarot card that swore she saw absolutely nothing. Cold sweat poured as he realized Carol had just come back, right at the absolute worst moment. He watched Haru rush in, trying to steady the distraught girl before she broke down. Haru's lightning-fast thinking, plus a tiny white lie about a bug, cracks the whole mess wide open and makes everything finally click. He couldn't shake the doubt. Was that whole misunderstanding really cleared up, or was Carol just buying the story? Carol grilled him about double-checking for bugs next time, and he could only mumble an awkward, "Yeah, okay." The very next day, he laid out their plan to set up camp right at the foot of Gamaki Mountain. That night, he pushed the idea, "Let's finally crash in real beds and get a proper, hard-earned rest." The next morning, he woke up trapped right between them, and he regretted immediately and hard not grabbing 3 rooms. They tore off down the mountain, fully locked in and ready for whatever came next on the road ahead. They spotted the perfect spot, then dropped camp for the night without a second thought. Right before dinner, he slammed the plan down and told everyone, "We're practicing how to secure our own food." First, he told them to split up right away, so everyone could test their own powers and hunt down food. With the plan locked in, the 3 of them split up and sprinted into their own missions. Ikenojo tried to catch something by hurling a huge boulder straight into the river. His plan crashed hard, nothing happened, and the water gave him 0 response. Meanwhile, Carol leaned on all her hard-earned know-how and went hunting for edible mushrooms and juicy fruits. She stumbled on a giant patch of mushrooms, and joy hit her like a burst of sunshine. Elsewhere, Haru prowled through the brush, nose twitching, hunting for any scrap of nearby prey. Her sword burned with dark flames, and the second she heard a rustle in the woods, she was ready to strike. Carol bolted back to camp first, beaming as she flaunted a basket stuffed to the brim with mushrooms in front of Ikenojo. She even hauled out some mana grass she'd tracked down herself. She told him, "Sure, it's poisonous, but if you're stuck in a pinch, it'll gulp your MP back fast." He proudly showed her his own catch, an unconscious oracle turtle. He lifted the rare monster up in his hands, mouth curling as he wondered out loud what it would taste like. Said, the moment Carol told him it was famous for being disgusting, he shrugged and ripped into the valuable shell, just to take it apart for now. Right then, Haru came roaring back, dragging a gigantic boar by the hide like it was nothing. Both he and Carol froze in stunned horror as blood poured over her. She shot them a quick reassurance, "It's not my blood," then let him run purification to scrub her clean. Terrell spotted the creature for what it was, a dash pig, a rare monster famous for tearing across the world at jaw-dropping speed. After Haru's hunt paid off, their dinner was locked in smoky barbecue on the way. Then right after dinner, their eyelids finally dropped and they fell asleep fast. Carol snapped that night duty is usually a man's job, especially because Ikena-sama was treated like a slave. He huddled by the campfire, staring into the flames as the whole problem gnawed at his mind. Haru-san even pointed out that tomorrow he's got to drive the carriage too. "Just rest please," he begged, voice cracking. Carol stepped up and called out, "Hey, Ikena-sama, are you okay? Did something happen?" In the end, they locked in a plan. Carol and him would take turns back and forth like a proper rotation. He blasted them with lifestyle magic, scrubbing every inch clean before they finally crawled into the carriage to sleep. He tried to fall asleep, but his mind just wouldn't shut off. Right as shift change hit, he slipped out of the carriage in silence and leaned in to Carol, whispering that he was on his way. He let out this huge yawn, and in that moment he realized he'd been way more bored than he'd ever expected. Suddenly, Carol popped up right beside him, and he nearly jumped out of his skin. With a bright smile, she told him, straight up, that being a peddler's daughter meant she'd grown up handling exactly this kind of stuff. "All right, sit down right here," he said, gesturing you in like it's about to get real. They huddled by the fire and Carol grinned, saying it beat the nightmare of an accident every single time. She tipped her chin to the heavens and gasped, "Wow, the stars look unbelievably beautiful." She admitted she never dreamed she'd ever get to stare at a sky this packed with stars again. "Yeah, I messed up last night, right because of a glitch," she snapped, telling him to drop it and forget the whole thing. But Carol couldn't stop grinning now. He'd finally welcomed her into the party. Thank goodness, he breathed out, and she swore she'd show him even more than just the night sky. He told her live every day to the fullest, and pushed her to shove the pain she'd been through out of her mind. First, he decided he'd better figure out exactly when those bugs were going to show up. The night dragged on, and the fire crackled like it was fueling the danger itself. The sunrise tore over the horizon, flooding everything with gold. Haru poked his head out of the carriage and burst into a mischievous little giggle. She caught Carol dozing off, her head slumped right on his lap. "Master Carol, morning has arrived," and Haru practically shouted it across the room. They both shot upright in a jolt, eyes wide, totally blindsided by what they just woke up to. Soon, the carriage growled forward over the paved road, rattling closer to their destination. They finally hit the border city, and that massive gate loomed in front of them like a wall built to swallow their hopes. Carol dropped the bombshell. The Dakat Federation Kingdom only has 3 cities. He couldn't believe it. How could a country this huge have only a handful of cities? She kept insisting there were over 20 nomadic villages, and the map refreshed every single day to reveal exactly where they were. And on top of all that, there's a fortress on the kingdom's west side. She says we've got to smash through it and fend off the invaders. He couldn't take his eyes off the White Wolf more than he could ever focus on any Kate Sith. So yeah, turns out we're really heading to that border city after all, and he made it crystal clear. He remembered the brutal catch: slaves weren't exempt from the entrance fee either. Haru brightened up and cheerfully announced she's having a blast paying taxes. He scratched his head, wondering where to crash for the night. Then he decided on the Dakat side. Carol said Arendelle was famous for fish, while the cat was all about meat dishes. He clocked Haru's tail twitching once, so subtle most people would have totally missed it. "All right, let's stay on the Dakat side tonight," he said, flashing a grin. As they neared the gate, they spotted a mile-long line of carriages packed with people. He realized the security was way tighter here, because this was a border city and nobody slipped through easy. He slapped the carriage permit into the clerk's hands, then dug out the tax and paid it on the spot. Carol couldn't believe it when she realized the experience didn't scale up by 400 times. She leaned in and asked his civilian level, and he grinned like a badge and blurted out, 72. Carol's jaw dropped when she heard the civilian level was that high. Aru blurted that he wanted to play with Gorzu again, and Carol's stomach dropped, because those attacks cost millions. He figured it'd be fine to play without grabbing cash. Why chase the money while you're busy playing? Haru praised him, claiming it was all Master's idea. Then Carol stared at them both, completely stunned. Haru offered to teach Carol, then immediately told himself she probably couldn't keep up. They finally shoved through the gate and burst into the heart of the city. A guard shoved him toward the inspection point, warning that if they let his item box stay packed, they could be suspected of tax evasion. The guard glanced over his status and saw his civilian level jump to 73, then warned him, stay sharp, don't get reckless. He couldn't stop thinking about what that guard meant when he warned him to be careful. They stepped onto a bridge packed wall-to-wall with people, with market stalls blazing on both sides. Man, look at all these shops, way more than in the city. And we're still stuck on a bridge, can you believe it? Carol told them that since the place was basically a lawless wild zone, you could trade there and pay zero taxes. They ditched their horse at the stable first, then bolted to explore and soak in everything around them. He spun around, eyes wide, soaking in the non-stop chaos and color of the bustling market. He couldn't shake the feeling. This bridge felt like a whole city standing on its own. A massive beast man leaned in and demanded, "Look under the bridge," after he heard where the merchants lived. He shoved his weight to the railing and peered down, spotting boats churning far below. He stared in shock as they all hauled themselves up on ropes, living their whole lives right there on their boats. Then he spun around, faced the girls, and shoved some money into their hands. Both of them blurted out, "This is way too much." He told them, "I just want you to have fun on your own terms, no strings attached." They were absolutely over the moon, thanking him fast, and then, just like that, they blurted out that they were going shopping. "Oh yeah, Carol, stay right by me, okay? Or stick close to Haru," he said. Haru winked with a sly grin, basically saying, "Yeah, sure, her worry for Carol is totally the master's idea." He confessed, "I'm seriously worried. Haru's way too cute and I can't stand the thought of other guys flirting with you." He yanked her into a tight hug and she swore no man was getting her loyalty except her master. "All right, let's roll together," he said, patting a pouty Carol. Then he jabbed a finger toward a stall way off in the distance. They wandered the stall and he zeroed in on the cutest little goodies. He just had to buy them for them. It suddenly shows up at a stall where the catch is simple. Grab your courage and try to pull a legendary sword. The owner swore it was a legendary blade, so impossible to pull that it tore the rock around it to pieces just trying. His metal inspection skill nailed it in seconds, just painted iron in disguise, and the fine print made it worse. The challenger had to shell out 1,000 cents to buy it. The shop owner clocked his face and immediately blurted out, "It's fake," like he couldn't hide it a second longer. "She told me this is just a test to see if you're worthy for the real one," and then her eyes widened with pure fear. Then she unveiled what she swore was the legendary staff of Asclepius. Haru's heart practically melted the moment the shop owner flashed that warm, perfect smile. Then out of nowhere another voice snapped, "Wait, is that the staff of Asclepius?" He spun around and froze. There was a masked stranger staring at him, right under his own hat. The stranger shot them an apologetic look for the shock, and then, honestly, she admitted she never dreamed she'd stumble on something this incredible right here. "I'm the greatest magician on earth, call me Marina," she declared, loud and unstoppable. Marina whipped around to the shop owner and offered every last coin she had just to buy the staff. He stared as a creepy girl in a sharp hat and mask spun in circles like she was possessed, and he couldn't stop thinking, what the heck was wrong with her? That loudmouth Miss Great Magician, yeah, the one calling herself the greatest, stepped up and swore she'd take on the staff buried in the ground, and said only a real hero could pull it off. While the blonde woman cheered her on, he couldn't shake the feeling this whole thing was nothing more than a staged skit. The magician girl lunged for the staff, completely steamrolling his warning that it was probably fake. She dug in with every ounce of strength, grunted and groaned until her shoulders slumped, then she let out a heavy sigh, straight up admitting, "I really tried my best." Her shoulders sagged as she muttered about the 50-cent price tag, then snapped at him not to look at her. He caught Carol, the blonde girl, huddling with the others, whispering that they'd rake in profit anyway. The magician snapped in with a free try, baiting him with a whopping 100,000 cents, and right then he finally caught on. Those two had teamed up. Both women started hounding him to yank the staff, and it drove him absolutely crazy. He stared at her like, "Are you the real deal?" And she answered by summoning something special right there with her magic. His companions leaned in instantly, buzzing at the rare, one-of-a-kind skill right in front of them. Fueled by pure energy, the magician stepped up and declared she'd unleash her greatest magic for all of them. She whipped her hat to the dirt and declared with full fire in her voice that her magic was only just beginning. She yanked a cloth over the hat and started chanting an incantation straight up at the sky. The moment he reached into the hat, a whole flock of doves exploded out of it and his buddies burst out with non-stop, "Wow." He said it with a calm smile like, "Yeah, it's just a trick, a damn clever one though." The magician's eyes bulged into goofy little swimming fish as she gasped and sputtered, and Haru leaned in like, "So what do you mean by a trick?" He leaned in and said it was all just sleight of hand, an illusion where you hide something like a dove right up your sleeve. Right on cue, one of the doves snapped back into her sleeve, and Haru's eyes locked onto that slave's necklace hanging around the magician's neck. He snapped the puzzle pieces into place and realized the scam was built on one brutal rule: a slave's contract stays worthless unless the master signs off. He snapped at the two women that they were terrible liars, like it was painfully obvious. Carol threw her hands up in total surrender, admitting defeat because nobody had actually been hurt. She let out a frustrated sigh because the dumb couple from before got completely fooled, while the magician leaned in and dismissed them as garbage. Haru clocked it instantly. Those two scammers didn't feel an ounce of guilt as they backed off and retreated. The magician's cannon froze. She couldn't find her luggage anywhere, while Carol scrambled to derail him with sharp wordplay about the staff. Kanan's panic hit like a slam. Her bag of matatabi was gone, and she couldn't shake the fear that a donkey had snatched it. She clocked the thieves' silhouettes at once, three complete idiots she knew all too well, the one and only Jafaliris. Kanan shouted that it was inside the bag, and Carol snapped back that this whole area was a lawless free-for-all. Carol warned that if the thieves got their hands on it, something truly terrifying would come for them. He and his crew knew this was way bigger than it looked. Carol thrust the staff at him and asked for help, but he tried to slip away until she begged him, "Wait." She begged him, insisting they were in real danger, and even though he didn't want to, he finally gave in and agreed to listen. Once the whole situation was laid out, his party lined up beside the two scammers. He twisted his face in grim frustration, already sure he'd smash the thieves, after he tried once peacefully to talk them down. Kanan huddled on the ground, mortified that everyone could see her without her mask, and she muttered through her shame about her super magic power. Carol shoved him to move faster, and he paused, eyes narrowing as he studied his own item bag like it held the answer. Carol hurled the exact staff they'd been scheming to scam people with straight at him. With their mission locked in, the whole group tore through the market, sprinting after their target. Once this chaos was finally cleaned up, he ordered everyone to keep shopping, and then they were heading straight for the Dakat Kingdom. Before they knew it, they rolled up to the jaw-dropping border city of the Dakat Kingdom. The squad pushed through the city's twisting streets, hunting for an inn before night fell. He strode up to the front desk to rent a room for three, but just as he reached the counter, a wild commotion erupted behind him. A squad of priests riding in full entourage started shouting at the mistress to ready their rooms, like right now. He stared at them, baffled by why these guys strutted around like they owned the world. Right as the innkeeper guided the priests out, one of their attendants whipped around and drilled him with a vicious glare. He muttered that an inn who'd accept demi-humans would never offer proper service, but Haru shot back that she was perfectly fine. The innkeeper stormed back with terrible news: every room in the place was already taken. He refused to take that as his only shot, but with everything else gone, the stable was the last choice, and it was free. Outside, Carol raged about that irritating priest, then snapped that with a group this huge, they should have booked ahead. No roof over their heads, so he pushed them toward the Adventurer Guild first, sell a few items and get moving. The guild floor was packed to the brim, and the receptionist snapped, telling him to shove his stuff into a bin and wait for his name to be called. While they waited, unease crawled up his spine and Carol moved in fast, patting his shoulder like she could calm his nerves. As his two companions nursed him back to health, he still couldn't shake this gut feeling. Every time he set foot in an adventurer's guild, trouble somehow hauled him in. His gut told him something was off, and the moment it was right, two boorish adventurers showed up, loudly bragging about his cute female slaves. A quick check showed their levels were in the gutter, and he figured guys like them usually weren't much good in the first place. He got a quick spark of curiosity about the cat user job one of them was talking about, then snapped back and worked to calm the whole situation down. He stepped forward and declared the girls were his precious comrades, but the men burst out laughing and flatly refused to leave. Rage started to rise in Haru, but Carol grabbed her and ordered her to breathe, trust her master. He let out a heavy sigh, told the men they were exhausted and begged to be left alone, but they stepped in with fists up, ready to throw down. The axe user swung for his head, and with a weary sigh like they still wouldn't listen, he effortlessly ducked the blow. With a snap of motion, he retaliated, hammering both troublesome adventurers with brutal landing blows. Both men collapsed to the ground in agony, and while he faked his own injury, he screamed out pure sarcasm, claiming he was dying. He threw a quick little healing spell on him, then snapped, "Stop messing with everyone else," like he meant business. The adventurers stared in shock, because he wasn't just strong, he could also wield healing magic, and the moment it hit, he looked like the whole thing was painfully embarrassing. Aru and Carol puffed their chests out with pride, and it drove him insane with annoyance. As two men thundered down the hallway, they tossed a book to the floor. A cat-eared girl darted up to him and demanded to know what that weird object even was. He clocked it for what it was, a doujinshi, and swore up and down it wasn't his. Even as he protested, his hands still pulled him in. He couldn't stop himself from devouring that lewd book. He coughed, scrubbed his throat clean, and then swore he'd handle the forbidden item himself. Haru told me she'd heard stories about the author of that book. Turns out it wasn't just romance. It was a full-blown love story between two goddesses. He went beet red and begged her to stop spilling every single detail. Carol couldn't stop being blown away by the sheer force of her master's resolve. He figured it was time to settle down, then he gently patted Haru's head like it was the sweetest thing in the world. He couldn't stop wondering, who on earth was the author brave enough to be that ridiculously fearless? Haru guessed it might have been Deijiru-sama, and that sent him blurting out, "No way," in total disbelief. She told me Deijiru confessed he'd been sketching manga under a fake name. Carol leaned in and dropped a secret bombshell. Apparently the author had tons of hidden fans who totally got those niche, specialized words. As Carol started rattling off genres, he snapped, "Stop, don't talk about this anymore," right there on the spot. He tried to dodge the topic, then blurted, like it was totally normal, about this job called cat user. Both girls snapped their heads to the side, completely lost. It felt like neither of them had ever even heard of it. Carol thought it was downright cute, then leaned in and admitted he really wanted to know what the requirements were. Thinking it'd take forever, Carol stepped up, then volunteered to head into town alone and dig up answers. He told her to stay away from anything dangerous, and she swore that the moment trouble hit, she'd bolt. He finally gave in, telling her he was counting on her, and right then she turned and walked away with the answers he needed. He snapped his head toward Haru and motioned, "Come on, grab my arm and brace it." She lit up and cheerfully said yes, no questions asked. At the front desk, the receptionist eyed how close they were and shoved a huge pouch of money into their hands. He let out a heavy sigh and said it was safest to stay put at the inn. He spotted Haru fidgeting and shot her a question, "What's wrong?" He couldn't stop himself. He reached out and scratched her wagging tail, and out of pure awe he blurted how insanely cute she was. Just then Carol barreled back from her info-hunting trip, fresh answers in hand. Haru's cheeks burned. She flailed her hands wildly and blurted, "It's nothing. What I'm trying to say doesn't matter." He demanded Carol's report, and she shut him down fast, claiming there was absolutely nothing useful in it. But then she caught a juicy rumor. People said a priest-sama was about to come to the city. Carol snapped to attention, saying everyone was whispering that the hero's party was coming right on schedule. The news hit Haru like a punch. After the hero's victory, she'd been dragged into slavery. He tried to reassure her, told her she didn't have to see them, but she squeezed his hand hard and promised him, "I'm okay." Haru declared she was going to meet them, and made it clear she already knew exactly what the hero looked like. He figured the biggest crowd was the perfect place to hunt for what he needed. They sprinted to the shopping district, hunting for the hero's party like it was the only lead left. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, demanding their full attention. He and the girls spun around with sharp, questioning stares. Four adventurers huddled right in the doorway, about to kick off the wildest party of their lives. The young man leading them flashed a bright, confident smile. He stepped forward and declared himself, Suzuki Kyuta, the hero this world is built for. He eyed the kid with sharp suspicion, because he swore the boy looked absolutely nothing like Deijiru. Kyuta spotted his Japanese name and blurted, "Wait, so you're a wanderer too?" He unleashed his appraisal skill and instantly clocked it. The boy's class was just Holy Knight. He couldn't shake the question, why would that boy lie about being a hero? Kyuta laughed it off, admitting he was nothing more than an overconfident fool. The Holy Knight said that if he still called himself a hero, then he had one job: pull the people in need out of danger. With a fierce, dramatic flair, Kauta blurted out exactly what he planned to do. Then he snapped, demanding they free their 2 slaves right now. Everyone stared back, totally stunned, as the accusation hit the room like a punch. The self-proclaimed hero dug in his heels, standing firm and daring the showdown to start. The young man leaned in and spoke with a voice so earnest and clear it felt like truth itself. The pink-haired girl clung to her companion with a fierce squeeze, while the fox-eared girl pressed the newcomer for every last reason behind his arrival. He leaned in and told them, clear as day, his companions had already chosen their servitude. Each of his 3 slaves spilled their own personal reasons for bowing to him and staying loyal. He declared, every one of them chose me and became my slave, then snapped his focus back to the others. Carol and Haru snapped into action to defend their master's honor, but the hero refused to buy it and clenched his gauntlet tight. The hero shot an accusatory finger in the air, refusing to get played for 1 second. Then he whipped his hand toward Carol and yanked the man's shirt in a burst of rage. He scrambled to explain everything, but the moment he spoke, it all bounced off them like they didn't want to hear a thing. The hero, burning with righteousness, drew his sword and locked in a fierce, unwavering stare. He announced he'd rescue them with force, shutting out Haru's desperate pleas for him to cool off. He knew the only move was to calm things down fast, because if he didn't, his friends would be the ones getting hurt. He offered them a plan to prove once and for all that their loyalty was real. Without a second thought, he barked a clear command to his 2 companions. He ordered them to drop every old instruction and finally spill their real feelings. Both girls slammed their decision into the air, swearing they'd stay his slaves no matter what. He spun around to face the stunned hero, only now that rock-solid confidence had started to crack. At last, the hero saw the slave necklaces snap into proper activation, and it slammed into place. His words had been the truth all along. Blinding shame crashed over him, so he dropped into a deep bow and begged forgiveness for that massive misunderstanding. He accepted the apology, but you could still hear the exasperation in his voice. He softly patted the hero on the back and dropped a piece of advice he'd remember for the future. Once the tension snapped, both sides let out huge breaths, grateful they'd dodged a full-blown fight. He leaned right in toward the hero, eyes sharp, demanding to know who dared spread those vicious rumors. He leaned in on the hero, demanding to know if he'd really let someone who spread lies slip free. The swordswoman, his right-hand hero, stepped in fast, demanded privacy, and pulled the 2 men into a private conversation. He forced the hero to swear, no matter what, he'd keep this secret locked tight and tell absolutely nobody else. The swordswoman pulled the girls aside and swore it was all a misunderstanding. Then she slipped away with him and Suzuki. He tossed his companions some lunch money and ordered them to hang back with Suzuki's party. As they walked out, the girls lined up and sent Ian Suzuki off with cheers and good luck. Back in the guild cafeteria, Suzuki's teammates rushed to apologize because their leader's mess had exploded. The 2 men strode through the bustling city streets, pushing straight through the noise like they had a mission. Suzuki's hands shook as he blurted out that the one trash-talking him had a dangerous item in their possession. He leaned in and grilled Suzuki, "So you're the one I've been hunting all this time." Suzuki snapped the hit away, cheeks burning as he grilled the protagonist about how he was connected to the item. The hero confessed that this item had been a huge lifesaver in his everyday life. Suzuki lowered his gaze, a heavy gloom settling in as he worried his love life might never take off. He suddenly snapped into tears, seething with envy over how close the protagonist was with that stunning girl. He tried to calm Suzuki down, urging him to chase after one of his own companions instead. Suzuki said the swordswoman, Chanty, didn't waste time. She made her move and kept pushing forward. But with her tribe's strict monogamy laws, even the idea of a relationship felt like a mountain she couldn't climb. Those union terms were so brutal and tight that he never stood a chance of accepting them. Still, his attention latched onto Haru, like nothing else in the world could compete. Suzuki's eyes locked onto the young shaman Schleil. He spilled her heartbreaking past, fist clenched tight, drowning in regret. He ended it with one last heartfelt plea. He only wanted her to find real happiness in the future. Suzuki shot him an apology, admitting the false rumors had him rattled and wrong about him. As they headed down the road, rage simmered in his chest over the chaos this had sparked, while Suzuki just stared, amazed by how heroic and kind he was. They finally burst onto the scene at a crumbling, rundown building. Inside looked just as trashed as the outside, like the whole place had been falling apart for years. A voice burst from inside, shouting that they'd finally arrived. Two men welcomed Suzuki with big smiles, then their faces crumpled the second they saw who'd walked in with him. It shrieked in shock and betrayal, but he only flashed them a chilling grin. He spoke in a calm voice, insisting he wasn't there to get revenge, no matter how intimidating he looked. Then he ripped the cover off the mystery, revealing the real reason he came, holding up a tiny booklet. He grilled the two men, demanding to know if they had any clue about who wrote that doujinshi. One of the guys swallowed his pride, apologizing right away. He'd totally lost his temper the moment he saw his gorgeous beastman companion. The protagonist's cheeks burst into a blush, and even with the man's inappropriate behavior, happiness still hit like a sudden spark. The two men dropped into a bow, staring in pure disbelief at the guy who had just barely graduated from being a virgin. They told me it used to be a magic scroll factory. Now it's where people secretly print doujinshi. He was blown away to find out there were other artists out there, all stepping right into the legendary trail of that great second sensei. One of the guys leaned in and praised the doujinshi art, and the way he said it screamed that he knew beastmen ears like a true connoisseur. He couldn't believe it. He was stunned and buzzing when he realized the guy standing there was the artist himself. Suzuki stared in disbelief at the man's cat user job. It was so rare it felt unreal. The moment the artist started to wail, he cursed that he'd been totally tricked into his current job by the Kate Sith. He thought about cashing in his jobless power to help, but then he shook his head and held back. He figured the man's day-to-day life wasn't really shaken, so there was no point stepping in. The artist spilled his pettiness, unleashing a revenge plan to make cat-eared beastmen go viral, just so Kate Sith would hate it. He snapped, "You're stupid." But he didn't mean it was evil. Then he offered to pay for some of their works to make it right. He tried to play it cool, but the artist clocked him instantly. The artist came roaring back with a magic scroll, ready to send messages like it was spellcraft. He told her it was his niece's request for more ink, and that the price was just 2 little coins. The artist froze in shock the moment he tossed out 2 silver coins instead. Riding high on that huge paycheck the artist promised, he fired up and set out to craft a true masterpiece. Suzuki told him to go tell the girls he'd be back in a hurry. They clasped hands and swore to keep the whole day's chaos buried as a secret. He burst back into the loud, bustling guild tavern, fresh from everything that just went down. He finally spotted his party crowded around a table, while Haru was knocked out cold, fast asleep. He walked up to the group and dropped the news. Suzuki had to handle other business and it couldn't wait. Suzuki's companion softly brushed the sleeping Haru's hair, stroking his head like he was trying to keep him safe. Shilai leaned in and whispered, "Look, Haru's tail is wagging in her sleep." He checked the receipts and made sure the money he gave them was more than enough to pay for the food. Shilai slid in with a grin, saying Suzuki's companions finally knew the truth. He wasn't a bad person. He nervously leaned in and asked what they'd been talking about. He grabbed sleeping Haru and headed back to rest, telling the others they were free to stay. Right before Suzuki could leave, his companions grilled him about what he did for work. They couldn't help but wonder. Carol kept dodging the topic like it burned. He stumbled through an awkward confession. Turns out he didn't have a real job, not even a stable one. The girls froze in disbelief, demanding to know how he pulled off paying for every last expense. Uru and Carol chimed in with their "here's what I did" explanations, and that only poured gasoline on the whole mess. The girls stared him down, convinced he was the kind of gambler who didn't have a real job at all. He wrestled for words to explain his mess without slipping and exposing his whole jobless problem. Carol lunged in front of him, chest puffed out as she proclaimed with fierce pride that he was the savior of her life. Her smug smile only made it worse. Now the other girls looked at him like a total scumbag, the kind who'd exploited every person he swore he saved. He panicked his way through the mess, then frantically laid out the truth about the taxes to fix this new misunderstanding. Just then, Suzuki came back in a rush to rally everyone with him. His companions wasted no time. Everyone quickly agreed to bail. Suzuki covered the bill for his crew, waved them off, and still couldn't shake the lingering misunderstanding that he was some kind of good guy. He shouted after them, desperate to clear his name, but they'd already vanished. But just as he stood there, Haru suddenly squirmed and stirred in his arms. She jolted awake, then clung to his neck with a fierce, crushing hug like she never planned to let go. Heat rushed to his cheeks as she nuzzled into him, and he froze, not knowing what to do next. She pressed her face against him with sweet, affectionate devotion. Her actions totally wrecked his calm, and Carol was left staring in shock. Carol's face lit up with panic. She blurted an excuse and bolted before anyone could stop her. Aru kept sniffing at him, her tail wagging like she'd found something amazing. Realizing this tavern wasn't the right battlefield, he snapped to a decision and bolted out the door right away. After dragging the drunk Haru out, he snagged a quick break in a quiet spot to catch his breath. He decided to put Haru's plan first no matter what came next. He stroked her hair and convinced himself that as long as she smiled, he was happy. Then her expression hit him like pure, unstoppable bliss. Her ears flickered, she scooted in tight, and she started sniffing his neck. Heat rushed across his face. She kept sniffing him nonstop, and sure, he knew it wasn't exactly the right vibe, but honestly it still didn't feel bad at all. He soothed her with a gentle rub, and she slid down his side, still sniffing his shoulder like she couldn't get enough. He figured all he could do was sniff back, and then it hit him. He couldn't keep teasing Joff Ellie anymore about being some foolish couple. He'd messed up big, deeply, foolishly in love with Haru, and then, out of nowhere, Haru gasped, bowed low, and buried her face in pure regret. "I am really sorry," she stammered, then all at once her voice snapped clear like she sobered in seconds. He blinked, shocked at how fast she'd come back down, and he hurried to reassure her it was okay and he'd never do anything she didn't want. But then she turned to him and whispered, "Master, don't you like it?" Her straight-up question blew him away, and "Yeah, I do," he confessed, loud and clear. "Of course I do," he said, grinning like he already knew he'd probably love it way more than she ever guessed. Then he leaned in and asked, "So, how was that?" Haru snapped her gaze aside, cheeks blazing red, and clutched her skirt like she could keep the panic from spilling out. "I get it," she snapped, pure determination in her voice. "Haru, look," she insisted, "I'm ready, fully ready." He was totally lost, peppering her with what she had in mind, and she grinned that if he was this fired up, she was going to treat his feelings the right way. Then his heart started slamming in his chest. He had zero clue what she meant. Then she snapped her hands up and covered her head. "Even so, I might not be ready for whips and candles." She muttered that she wanted him to start with nothing but verbal abuse. Then he snapped, "Wait, this is weird," waving his hands like crazy. "I'm not interested in anything that could hurt you." She remembered him acting way too curious about doujinshi like that earlier, then she quietly let herself fall into his hands, tears spilling from her eyes. He admitted he only hesitated with the book because what was inside blew him away, then told her to calm down and promised he'd never get satisfaction from hurting a girl. So Aru finally asked if she could hear what he liked. Sweat broke out on his skin as he admitted right there that he could snag exactly what he wanted just by looking. Then he stopped and started thinking. He leaned in and told her he liked her most, right exactly as she was, no changes, no excuses. Then confessed he loved every inch of her, even when she was drunk or spiraling with overthinking, and Haru's cheeks caught fire as she blushed hard. He let out a jittery laugh, then admitted that if he got a choice, he'd really want her to be a bit more assertive. So Haru straightened up and swore with fresh, unshakable resolve, "I'll do my best." His cheeks flared as he admitted he couldn't wait, then he glanced toward Carol and insisted they head back to the stable right as night finally dropped. The three of them jolted awake in the stable and traded bright good morning smiles. He apologized, admitting he'd made the stable way too cramped. Carol said the stable was packed with folks the priest shoved out of the inn, and Aru laughed that snuggling up and sleeping clinging to each other was actually the best. Carol lit up with a big yes, and man, he felt that heavy weight lift once he knew they actually loved it. He told himself it wasn't such a bad thing to get pulled into trouble once in a while, and he couldn't stop replaying that night pressed in between them all night long. He let out a jittery laugh and confessed he couldn't sleep. His mind was too overwhelmed to shut off. Carol and I handed both pairs of hiking shoes over. Then he flashed the girls a grin and said they looked amazing in their new kicks. Carol thanked her master. He told them to hand back the sheets and hit the road. Then they stormed into the inn. He thanked the innkeeper for the sheets, and the innkeeper blurted out an apology, admitting they'd been forced to sleep in the stable. Then she waved it off with a sweet bonus, breakfast on the house. He leaned in and demanded, "Are you sure?" The innkeeper pushed the food on them, swearing it'd be a great idea to eat there, and Carol practically begged him to take the chance and accept. Eastside was stuck on that priest who left perfectly good food untouched, and he snapped, "Don't let food go to waste." Carol slammed her fist down, ready to make it happen. The dining area was already packed and roaring with chatter while Carol dug into his free meal, right after Haru called out to him. She jabbed a finger at the wanted poster on the wall and he stared back, locking onto the faces of Jafar, Elise, and Kentoris. Haru stared at the poster and realized the goddess church had stamped it with their own hands. He couldn't shake the feeling that the priest from yesterday had already asked for that poster. Haru nodded, saying it could be true, and she snapped that just look at the price. Kentoris wasn't a side mission at all, he was their main target. A voice snapped from behind, asking if they knew anything about the donkey. He snapped his head around, and there was Melimia. He froze in shock, staring at her, wondering if she was even okay and why she was there at all. Then she smiled and said her name was Melimia, a deacon appointed to look after Ken Therese. She kicked off her story, spilling the church's secret plan in one breath. They tried to forge a man-made hero by planting a hero's cells into test subjects, and the experiment left a trail of dead animals behind. Yet somehow they finally cracked it and forged the hero, Alexio. But one creature laughed off the cells, an annoyingly slow donkey called Kentoris. Melimia blurted out that she was the one who freed her from the stables, and he let out a heavy sigh, realizing this was one dangerous tale to be spilling in public. Melimia shrugged it off and told the innkeeper he was so cheap they could toss him aside without a second thought, if it ever came to that. He was left speechless at her cruelty. Then she snapped that letting Kentoris go only earned her a demotion. She had no idea why the church suddenly turned its eyes toward Kentoris. But Melimia was convinced priest Limestone Sama was plotting her death, and when she confronted him, she demanded to know what he planned to do to the people traveling with Kentoris. He shot back that he'd protect her with everything he had. Then she warned him, "If the priests catch us, Limestone will probably be executed on the spot. Besides the fact that it would feel downright evil to abandon people you know to die." He leaned in and demanded to know if Haru could track their scent, convinced that if only it had a clear, catnip-like smell, everything would finally click. "If you're hunting for some catnip, we've got plenty," cheerfully the voice called out, and then Marina and Cannon stepped right into view. Marina snapped that she'd come to dig into the faces on the wanted poster. Then he groaned, feeling the trouble ramp up and twist into something even messier. Marina flashed a grin, catnip in hand, and asked if they needed a hand, so he realized he had no choice but to talk to her. He told Haru and Carol to stay right there. He rushed up to Marina and shoved the item bag Daigerudono had given him right into her hands. Kanan realized they'd been hit with the exact same fate, and Marina's eyes instantly went wide with shock. "So you're a wanderer too, just like Marina," she blurted, then demanded to know if he was Japanese. He snapped into a glare, desperate to hide where he really came from. Marina told him it was fine because Cannon already knew his whole situation. Then he snapped, "You damn swindler." She flat out told him to keep it secret, and then Cannon snapped, bursting into wild, maniacal laughter. "Marina, the sun will set if you keep yapping like that," she cackled, demanded you speak normally, and ordered Cannon, her eyes blazing, asking if he was Malimia's master. Cannon straight up told him she'd arrived in this world 3 years ago, and since then she's been stuck with the introvert job. She swore this job feels like pure hell because her personality just doesn't let her breathe easy. As he offered his condolences, she stared off into the void and whispered that maybe everything would have turned out differently if she'd met the goddess Toralul first. She laid bare her fight to survive, only for it to end with her buried in debt and chained into slavery. Right when it looked like everything was over, Marina burst in and saved her. Marina snapped in, saying she did save her at all, she just grabbed her for cheap. Then she handed Kanon a magical mask, one that was meant to stitch her two personalities back together. Kanon Sakura Marina stood there with a mask, swore she was untouchable, and then fired the question at him. Would he finally trust them now? He let out a heavy sigh, saying he finally understood, and then Sakura Marina leaned in and asked how much the catnip really mattered to them. She instantly clocked it. The real prize was the locket hidden inside. She snapped it open, and there it was, a photo of her parents staring back at her. She said it was the one memento she'd brought back from Japan, and then he leaned in and asked if she could finally go home. She snapped the truth. No one told her she couldn't go back, so she clings to hope like it's the only thing keeping her calm, and when he lets out a heavy sigh, he still nods and vows to help them search for the locket together. They sprint back and rejoin the crew. It felt totally off. Now he'd be hot on Jaffar's trail, and he told Haru and Melimia, "We're rolling with them for now," then demanded, "Where's Carol?" Carol came sprinting back, breathless, and apologized for making them wait. She told him most bounty hunters had vanished toward the south, but nobody had a single trace of Jaffar ever crossing that bridge. He couldn't hide his shock, because now they could actually predict their route. He finally confessed that he'd been terrified for her. Carol swore she wouldn't chase anything dangerous. Then he reached up, patted her head, and thanked her for always being there for him. Carol's smile lit up everything, and Marina lunged to win the girls over, only for them to clamp onto him instead. After they tore through breakfast, they bolted out of the border city. Haru sniffed the catnip hard, using the smell to hunt them down, and he looked her in the eyes, telling her he was counting on her. The wind shoved right into them, sharpening the scent and making the trail feel like it was leading straight ahead. So they climbed into a carriage and rode side by side. He leaned in and whispered to Melimia that the deacon was spouting the funniest lines, then Sakura Marina declared the weather was perfect, right on par with her blessing. Marina leaned in and snapped, "Keep your mouth shut." Cannon grumbled that she was a natural disaster, then snapped, "She's happy," because for the first time he'd actually seen someone click with Marina. Marina couldn't shake the thought, should she break the Cannon free from slavery? She yanked Cannon's cheek and hissed that the rich would never lay a hand on a slave they could sell for profit later. The talk suddenly veered into how slaves were treated in Dhaka. Marina snapped that the treatment here on this continent was way better than anywhere else. The eastern continent was the worst of the worst, and she didn't hold back. Out there, people didn't even see slaves as human anymore. Those slaves weren't people to them, they were just disposable goods. They got used up in the chaos of battle, then left to be discarded like trash. Carol couldn't stop wondering, had this continent fought demons before long ago? That thought made him suspect the priests here hold all that power for a reason. So he pressed for answers, asking if anyone had information about the demons. Carol snapped back that the church swore the demon was a vampire. Melimia dropped a handful of old vampire folktales into the mix. There was also this wild idea that the master-slave bond could flip if the one beneath drained the one above, and the second the carriage slammed to a stop, her eyes went wide with pure shock. "Wait, how does Cannon even know something like that?" He blurted it out in disbelief. Carol locks in every eye in the room. She stands tall, shoots her arm up, and announces it loud enough for everyone to notice. Then she proudly held up the map she'd scored back there like it was pure treasure. "When did you snag that?" he asked, flashing her an approving thumbs up for that gorgeous cover. Conan narrowed her eyes at it with sharp suspicion, demanding to know where she'd gotten a map packed with military facilities. "Then you won't tell me," Cannon shot back, and Carol just shrugged, saying she couldn't share what she didn't even know. She leaned close and hissed to Aquino, "You saved me, Carol," and he only shrugged it off, telling her firmly not to bring it up. With a confident thumbs up, Harold blurted out that, in the end, Ikina-sama was the one thing that mattered most to her, leaving him absolutely stunned. "Me too," Haru snapped, clutching the leashes to her chest. "For me, Master is everything in my life." Melimia flashed a smile, noticing just how hard everyone looked up to him. The map pointed them straight to a watchtower right where the borders of Randall, Dackett, and Collet all meet. That old place had turned into a hollow tower ever since a treaty from 15 years ago, but even now, nobody was allowed inside. Conan snapped and demanded what he'd do to Joffrey-san, and the rest of them too. Ikina watched Cannon casually spill the secret of Hero General to everyone like it was nothing. "Got it, everyone, break time," he declared to the group. He poured petite water into the bucket and made the horses drink splash like a mini fountain. Suddenly, Kusunoki snatched the water jug right out of his hands. "Are you really a magician?" she blurted, yanking at his clothes. "Come on, does using magic feel good? You brag about being a magician, but you can't cast a single spell," he shot back, snapping the words like a whip at her. Melimia balanced an apple on her head while Kusunoki drew his bow, and the instant it snapped into place, he started twitching like he couldn't control his nerves. "Don't make me watch that, no way, I'm staring at blood," he muttered, stuck there, unable to keep his eyes off her aiming. She shut her eyes tight and launched the arrow into the dark. The arrow whirled through the air like it had a mind of its own. It shot straight toward the apple sitting on Melemia's head. Kusunoki smirked and boasted, "How about that? This is my legendary magic." Haru burst into laughter and told them the truth. "She talks to the wind spirits, and that's how she bends the arrow's path." The picture captured her yanking a string, bending the arrow's path on command. "Hold up, train your archery like normal," he begged, even though he was pretty sure she'd pulled off something awesome. "So if you can shoot that well with a bow, why don't you just grab one and become an archer already?" he demanded. Melemia snapped that Kusunoki couldn't ditch her job, and since she had zero bow skills, she basically couldn't contribute in a fight. Kusunoki didn't even hesitate. No matter what, he swore he wouldn't change his class, and even if he could, he rose with renewed fire and said he was going to master it. Egult couldn't stop staring at the wild idea of what it would actually feel like to master being jobless. Eris insisted her archery skill was so lethal it couldn't be wasted, even if her firepower was weak. Melemia then leaned in and offered to lend him the magical bow she'd earned as a reward. Kusunoki's hands shook as he accepted the weapon with a deep nod, then he swung his aim straight at a nearby rock. She yanked the string back, and the bow erupted in a blinding glow packed with sheer, earth-shaking power. The arrow tore through the air, popping with explosive bursts of energy as it went. It slammed into the rock and blasted it into a pile of shattered rubble. Kusunoki got blasted back by the bow's raw power, bam, sent flying through the air like he weighed nothing. She trembled in her grip, clutching that powerful weapon like it might shatter her world. Then she crumpled to the ground, her magic totally drained to zero. Melemia strained to hoist the unconscious girl onto her back, then rushed into first aid. Right as she did, Aru's ears snapped upright, and then the ground started shaking, thick with the stench of monsters. A horde of giant ants exploded out from under that rock like a living nightmare. He finally understood. Marina's presence had smashed the army ant's nest to pieces. "Master, I'll be the vanguard," Haru blurted out, then he told her to trust him and just step back. He took the leap and tried something brand new, pushing a magic power boost that skyrocketed his magic strength. He blasted a boosted fire spell, right in the tiny, super short-range zone. A burst of flames exploded from his hand. Flames snapped to life the moment the ants surged forward, swallowing them whole in an instant. The creatures shrieked as blistering heat swallowed them and turned them to ash. His companions just stood there, mouths hanging open in pure, stunned disbelief. He stared out at the giant smoking crater his attack carved into the world. He froze in shock, realizing the power was way bigger than anything he'd ever imagined, especially since he'd tried to keep the range small. Whoa, Haru couldn't believe the sheer damage unleashed, like it always did when a master showed up. He stared across the scorched earth, knowing he'd finally finished the job. "So yeah, this is the bill I pay for pumping 10 times the normal MP, he muttered, and the moment it hit, he realized he'd way overdone it. "Master, ascent is closing in fast. Haru warned you and you can smell it too," the priest sent from yesterday. He started pacing, stuck on one terrifying problem. How were they supposed to move if they couldn't even hide inside a carriage? Just then, Cannon burst in with a calm, gentle smile that somehow felt like trouble. A priest and his men rode hard on horseback, convinced the pounding noise was coming from right around the corner. They froze in their tracks, staring in shock at the massive crater carved into the ground. As the men walked away, Haru listened to their voices fading into the distance, and finally let out a breath like, "Okay, we're fine now." With a sharp swish, a cannon burst out of the thick mist that had been hiding them. "Hide mist is insanely powerful magic." He blurted it out, completely stunned. Kanan told him it was basically a room of serenity clone made for display only, so he couldn't honestly call it good magic on its own. "Master," Haru blurted, pointing the way the deacon had just come from. "Melemia-san, Haru, come with me," he snapped, and then he shouted, "Everyone else wait right here." They surged toward the tower, faster and closer with every heartbeat. They spotted a full-on camp set up right at the base of the structure. From the bushes, they watched the priests nail the right trail and set up camp just outside. "All right, what do we do?" he hissed, then decided, "We're heading back for now." Safe inside the mist, Carol tapped into her half-mini human gift and hunted for intel from a distance. If Carol and Melemia come back from their scouting mission. Carol spilled what she'd heard straight from the priests. Haru confirmed Jaffrassen's scent was still trapped inside the tower. which meant they were almost certainly still alive. He couldn't shake the question, why did those priests act like death already claimed them? Sorry, Carol blurted, cutting right through his thoughts, and then boom, she had an idea. She pitched the wild plan: slip in alone, hunt down Joffrey and Elise, then leave two of them behind as the perfect distraction. In days like this, please use Carol, she begged, fire blazing in her eyes. The moon climbed into the sky, just as night swept in like a curtain. A lonely tower jutted against the sky like it was daring the world to look away. As guards screamed about a monster swarm, he slapped urgency into Haru's face. Time to move. From the edge of the tree line, Carol and Cannon stare as they leave. He already mapped out the whole plan for them earlier. Marina had doubts about Carol's role at first, but Carol wouldn't back down. She was dead set on leveling up as a true temptress. He mused that with mastery, her skill could turn into something downright unstoppable. A guard grabbed Carol's attention, thanked her for the help, and admitted just how brutal her job class life had been. The plan snapped into place. Millennia and Haru would ride the chaos as a perfect disguise to slip into the tower. Right then, Kentora stepped in and asked to join them. Even though she feared she'd be a burden, he still nodded and let her come with him. She vowed she wouldn't slow them down, and her stubborn determination hit him like a reminder of her parents. Joffrey yanked him aside and hissed that he needed to talk to her about something. Right now, the guards dug in and fought tooth and nail as the final monsters crumbled. With the plan working like a charm, Carol and Cannon grinned, because now it was time for them to take their turn and move. His party burst into the tower, but every sense screamed the same thing: nobody was inside. The place was pitch black, and somehow there wasn't a single trace of an ambush waiting to spring. He clenched his nerves, took the gamble, and hurled a tiny light spell into the dark. With the hall blazing under the lights, Haru surged to the front and chased a scent only she could smell. They tiptoed down the endless empty corridor, every step screaming danger. A faint whisper of sound snapped his focus, and he whipped his gaze to a tiny gap in the wall. A towering shadow spilled out of the doorway ahead, and he blared a warning at the top of his lungs. A hulking armored giant slammed into their way, blocking every escape. Jaffer went pale when his presence detection failed, while Haru sniffed the air and grimly realized it only reeked of iron. He clocked it instantly as the church's commissioned guard automaton, a doll built to stand watch. Cornered with no other option, he yanked his sword free and swung to end it for good. He whipped his blade through the air with everything he had. The sword slammed into the doll's thick armor and bounced off like it hit a brick wall. He couldn't believe how little damage it did. Then the doll snapped its arm up to swing. Haru launched herself over the automaton, her blade held like a promise of steel. Then she snapped her sword down in a sharp, clean arc slice right through the doll's head. The helmet crashed to the floor, and when the dust settled, it was totally empty. With his headless body still staggering forward, he assessed the situation and snarled at Haru to get back. Then he hurled a blazing bolt of lightning straight into the chaos. The doll crumpled into a burst of smoking heat, and his theory, pinning its weakness on lightning, finally proved him right. But their relief didn't last. Marina burst up behind him and screamed a warning. A whole squad of armored dolls lined up right in front of them, towering and ready. Haru clamped onto his arm, panic surging. There's no way they could handle fighting that many. He whipped up a new plan on the spot and blasted the dolls with a fierce burst of water. He bolted right after it and blasted a wave of ice, locking the wet automatons in place. His companions gawked in awe as he laid out the plan to trap them and leave them completely helpless. Run for it, El snapped, convinced retreat was the smartest play. After sprinting for a while, he finally skidded to a stop, convinced they'd made it safe at last. Haru shot out an apology, because he couldn't sense the iron dolls at all, so they had to trust only their ears. Joffrey seized the moment and spilled a chilling tale. 2 demons were trapped inside the tower. He explained that a vampire and a devil had been trapped tight, using the hero's blood as the spark to seal them away. It finally hit him, maybe a hero's blood didn't just save lives, it could shatter the seal too. Haru snapped the pieces together and realized the priest was hunting Tentorus hero blood, because that's the key that would unleash the demons. If he decided that no matter what the priest was cooking up, the smartest move was to lock down Kentoris, then that was the play. Just as another doll lunged at them, Marina snapped into action and blasted it with a light spell. The moment the Ottoman swung his weapon, he yanked Haru out of the line of fire. He fired off a tiny thunderspell and the enemy got wiped out fast. Millennia shot him a grateful smile, thanking him for saving Haru. He waved off the thanks and snapped the group forward, pushing them to press on. He couldn't help but wonder if Joffrey had truly come to a place this dangerous all by himself. Seeing Haru's exhaustion, he immediately offered her some dried meat. Haru's nose twitched, dried meat drifting from behind the wall, and Marina immediately snapped into action, hunting for a hidden switch. He tried to stop her from poking random bricks. Then, right as the warning left his mouth, she found one. A chunk of the wall suddenly slid aside, and a hidden room spilled into view. Still stunned, he shoved the others forward and led them inside. They stumbled on Joffrin Kentoris fast asleep right there among the supplies, like nothing in the world could wake him. He couldn't believe they were able to sleep so peacefully in a place this dangerous. He barged in and tried to wake Jaffra, screaming his name at the top of his lungs. Outside the tower, Carol grabbed Cannon's attention and demanded to know what she was planning. Cannon steadied her nerves, telling her it was safe, because the monsters were fixated on the priests, not them. They slipped to the back of the tower, completely unseen. Cannon dropped the bomb that they weren't climbing at all, and Carol immediately pointed them to the exact spot on the wall. She shoved the loose brick aside and boom, revealed a secret entrance hidden right behind it. Cannon leaned in and told us the tower's architect had a thing for secret doors. She explained that her kind could sniff out everyday truths like nobody's business, but even then, countless secrets were still hiding in the shadows, begging to be uncovered. She declared loud and clear that they were right at the entrance to a black market of information. No time to spare, she grabbed the bewildered Carol and dragged her inside. Carol snapped her eyes wide. She couldn't believe Cannon could slip through the dark like it was nothing. Cannon just shrugged and said she was used to the dark, and that answer crushed Carol, because it made everything feel even harsher, like he'd really put her through it. Cannon teased her, grinning that he'd already gotten Haru. She swore the dark made her feel safer, and it freaked Carol out to no end. A sharp, sudden clank ripped through the hallway, and Cannon knew it instantly. Those mechanical dolls were moving. When that creepy doll showed up, Cannon snapped at Carol to step back, and swore she'd handle it. Carol's stomach flipped. She doubted her fighting skills the second she saw the blade in her grip, a cheap knockoff she'd used for her scams. Ignoring the insult, Cannon didn't flinch. He ordered her to just watch as the doll charged straight at them. She raised the sword to the sky and slammed out one word, "Awaken," and the world answered. The moment she screamed its true name, the blade detonated in blinding bursts of energy. A brutal surge of power detonated in an instant, wiping that automaton off the map completely. Carol gaped at the burned-up wall where the doll had been, like the universe just erased it in front of her eyes. Kanan grinned like she'd won, smugly telling them the magic sword was off the table and no longer for sale. She finally dropped the truth. She was the Magi blacksmith, and she'd forged that sword with her own hands. Carol was stunned when she learned Magi blacksmith wasn't just a class. It demanded full mastery of 3 other jobs first. Cannon didn't sugarcoat it. She reminded everyone that every choice has a reason hiding behind it. In the secret hidden room, the newly awakened Joffrey exploded with a sharp alarm shout. Panic slammed into him when he realized his hero power, passed from Excalibur, had landed in Kentoris. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why would anyone race in to rescue them when they were the ones hunted as fugitives? Marina cut in fast. All she could think about was getting her bag back. He told the others he'd figured Kentoris must have picked up that strange sword. Jaffer swore the bag was strapped to Kentoris, but the second he turned around, she was gone. While everyone stared around, Haru suddenly shoved a note into his hands, one she just found. Then it hit her, Millennia wasn't there either. The whole squad froze, staring in pure disbelief at the empty spots where their friends had vanished. Haru whipped his hand around, panicking as he pointed straight at the empty stone room. "Everyone stay put," he roared, then shot down the hallway by himself. She told him hide was top-tier dark magic, stuff no one from the church was ever supposed to pull off. As he sprinted, Cannon's warning slammed into his head, and he couldn't stop wondering what that deacon was plotting. He sprinted up the stairs, gripped with questions. How could that priest know the church's secrets, and why would he stand by as a vampire slipped free? Eru snapped into step with him, shouting where he was headed, and right then he realized Malimia's story didn't add up at all. "Hey Haru, wait," he barked, trying to grab her attention as she pushed on. "He told us he couldn't find a single trace of them, and said we had to hit Priest Linestone's place first. Kanan cut in fast, saying she could track the priest down on the rooftop and guide him right where he needed to go. No, he snapped, ordering Haru to stay with the others because the danger was too real. With rage blazing in her eyes, she spun around and roared, "I'll go with you." "Yeah, it's dangerous, isn't it?" he blurted out, totally confused. He begged her to hear him out, but she just marched straight past him. She broke into tears and declared she was done being his master's slave, shocking him so hard he couldn't even react. She snapped back fast. She'd follow their orders, sure, but make no mistake, their call was her pride. "I'm the master of sword and shield," she blurted, then ripped her collar open like she couldn't hold back the truth anymore. Tears flooded her face as she begged him to take her with him, because she knew what was coming would be deadly. He hauled her into a tight embrace and swore that no sword, no shield could ever replace her. She was irreplaceable. He grabbed her by the shoulders and lovingly rubbed her head, like he was comforting her in the warmest way. "Come with me," he demanded, and she swore she'd ride beside him to the very end of the world. He told her to take the lead, and they took off together right away. They sprinted up the stairs toward the rooftop, like the whole world was about to catch up. When they finally reached the top, they found Melimia pinned to the ground, 2 armed guards gripping her tight. The old priest and his bald goons loomed over their captive, then snapped their heads toward the newcomers. "Who are those guys?" he blurted, and his eyes widened as he realized they were the same plebeians from the inn. The priests let out smug grins, thanked the guards for doing their part, and then laughed as they figured the wanted poster had pointed them straight to this place. Turns out it was all a setup to snag this guy, and the priest greeted him with open arms like it was destiny. He snapped his finger downward and blew the boy's mind. "Melimia is a vampire." The priest planted a stomp on Melimia's back and laughed him off as a total nobody, so pathetic he didn't even deserve the title of a lower-kin vampire. Melimia shot him a glare and the truth hit hard. He was the one who tipped the priest off, saying the hero's blood was the key to breaking the seal. "Do it," the priest barked, whipping his hand toward the crystal shard as his men moved in. The guards viciously drove their spears straight into Melamia's shoulders. Melimia screamed in unbearable pain as he and Haru stared in horror, frozen to the spot. His body started to shake, and a creepy little laugh slipped out of his mouth. His sudden shift in attitude left everyone staring, completely stunned. "Now you've done it, you foolish humans," Melimia gasped, and with that move the seal was going to break. He hurled the donkey blood vial onto the sigil, then mixed it with his own blood as a catalyst to bring his king back to life. The magic circle on the ground erupted in blinding light, pouring out immense power. A blast of raw energy tore out of that circle as Melimia screamed her lungs out. Then the rooftop went deadly silent, like the whole world just stopped breathing. Melimia flashed a glance at the guards every week, yelling the donkey's name at the top of her lungs. The priest erupted into laughter, calling the result flawless, and that sent Melimia trembling, totally thrown by the sudden twist. "Do you honestly think that donkey's got the hero's blood?" the priest sneered. He admitted that Melimia really did tend a non-aging donkey, but that was the whole truth and nothing more. "That's why we cooked up this report, to shut down fools like you," the priest sneered. With a cruel smirk, he snapped that their research proved the demons trapped in that tower were already gone for good. The priest promised Melimia would pay for pretending to be a deacon, his life, because even a failed vampire's blood was too precious to waste. Melimia screamed, "It's gotta be Levi," as a guard drove a stake straight into his back. He erupted with dark power, and the guards got flung away like they weighed nothing. The priest sent his crystal flying, and right the second it hit the ground, a blinding shield of light snapped around him. Even a total dud fights tooth and nail, no easy collapse. The priest watched, stunned, as Melimia forced her own blood to obey her. Melimia's eyes snapped wide with pure desperation. He bolted forward and snapped a petty kick at the fallen vampire, pushing him to stay alive and hang on. Melimia raged and slammed his fists into the barrier again and again, but it didn't budge. The priest smirked and bragged that his pendant supercharged his magic, spinning up a flawless barrier that would outlast Melimia's last drops of blood. "Can't you see this is pointless?" the priest sneered right when Melimia's desperate scream shattered the barrier. A violent swirl of blood erupted right at the priest's feet, gushing up from under the barrier. Staring up from below the barrier, Melimia was left completely speechless by what she just witnessed. The priest let out a death scream as spikes of blood blasted up through the ground, skewering him from the inside while his own shield failed him. As the priest crumpled, Melimia snapped at him to ignore those people and keep healing, no matter what. The dying priest begged for help, but the man slammed his refusal, claiming that if he stopped, Melimia would die. He clenched his teeth as the priest's body finally hit the stone floor with a heavy thud. Melimia groaned as he forced himself up to his feet, then started walking like every step cost him. He dropped to one knee and snatched the glowing pendant right off the priest's lifeless body. "Melimia, stop, just fall back, please," he roared while quietly urging Haru to move the injured. "Don't you call me that, human," the vampire shrieked, teeth bared like knives. He clutched the pendant, swearing he'd waited his entire life for this moment, so his master Valfsama would finally give him a name. He stared at the pendant and felt the crushing weight of it, like he'd failed so hard he still didn't even have a name. Rage and despair crushed him as he realized he'd be stuck as a failure for the rest of his life. He snapped back, reminding him that the priest swore the tower was empty now. There was nothing left inside. If the blood won't undo the seal, then fine, he'll rip the whole tower apart himself. Usually that would have been impossible, but Melimia just gripped the pendant that could jack up his power to a whole new level. He realized he had to smash the pendant, because it was already gulping up a terrifying amount of magic power. He thrust his hand forward and unleashed a scorching blast of fire. He dropped to one knee, wheezing hard as his magic tanked out completely, yet the pendant clattered down unharmed. Melimia's grin snapped across her face like a challenge. Melimia leaned in and admitted, "I've been draining your power every time we travel together. It's a vampire skill." He thrust the blazing energy orb skyward, daring him to witness Valfsama's resurrection. He just froze there, horrified, with one furious thought pounding through his head, damn it. A hulking suit of armor abruptly materialized in front of them, and the hallway went death quiet under its silent, crushing menace. "Be honest, are you guys actually strong?" the girl in the witch hat blurted out, nerves buzzing. "Lay. Yeah, we're strong," she shouted, flashing a thumbs up and striking a pose right beside him. "Don't sweat it," he announced, flashing a huge bottle marked holy water, and said he had an exorcism item ready to go. "It's a machine, there's no way it could work," the witch-hatted girl screamed. Against all odds, the armor buckled, and then the moment it got drenched, it shuddered to a stop. He lifted his chin and declared, "Holy water is the answer. Sure, it would drive that evil spirit out for good." She leaned into the helmet and spotted a tiny paper talisman hidden inside. "Wait, now it all clicks," she blurted like the answer had finally snapped into place. "Let's keep using the holy water," he cheered, totally clueless that the doll didn't need more, it was just malfunctioning because the talisman got wet. She sighed and admitted the weak spot was its neck. "And honestly, if the end result's the same, I guess it doesn't change a thing." He lunged for another bottle in their item bag, then it slipped from his hands and exploded into glass on the ground. "Jafar, are you okay?" they blurted, sprinting over to make sure he was all right. He stared as the spilled water didn't just sit there, it slithered across the floor and rushed straight toward the wall. He grinned and said, "Yeah, digging up secrets is my specialty," then shoved the stone and uncovered a hidden passage. He burst into the empty chamber with a victory grin, dancing like he'd just proven his instincts were right. She burst with excitement and demanded the hidden treasure's location, but all they uncovered was strange writing carved into the far wall. The three of them locked eyes on the script, and in seconds their serious faces drained away into empty, forced smiles. They all blurted out at the same time that none of them could read a single word. Right when their curiosity sparked, she suddenly swore she heard voices she knew calling out nearby. "Yahoo!" A voice blared from the hall, and there, Karen and a little girl stepped into the doorway. "Where's Ikinokun?" Karen demanded, scanning the room like she expected him to pop out any second. "Sheesh, yeah, I told him to look after Marina," she said, slapping the witch-hatted girl with a high five. They spilled the whole mess to her and she snapped her fingers. Maybe Carol can crack those words. She clamped her hands on the little girl's shoulders, shook her hard and barked, "Can you read it?" Carol shyly just dropped the bomb. She confirmed she had a decoding skill so insane it stunned the whole group. Carol stared at the page for a beat, then snapped her head up and declared, "I've cracked it." She gasped, "I've taken the sealed girl lying here," then tore it open and revealed the demon lord's autograph. Suddenly, the whole room started to rattle like it was about to break apart. She screamed as the quake roared louder and the ground violently shook beneath her. "Don't you dare shovel candies like that right now," Karen snapped. The girl in the witch hat started blurting out earthquake safety rules to everyone around her. As the shaking hit harder, everyone crumpled, lost their footing, and slammed down onto the ground. Violent tremors jolt Marina so hard that her mask rips right off her face. "Damn it," she hissed, gripping her face while Karen's eyes snapped up with pure dread. Way up there, Ikino's body started to weigh a ton, and his mana drained almost to nothing. He stared up into the swirling vortex of dark energy, and the terrifying truth hit him. The entire tower was about to be obliterated. "Run, I beg you, Haru, grab onto my shoulder." "Never, I'm not walking out on my master," she snapped, refusing to leave him behind and run off alone. "Haru," he swore, "I'll beat Lemia, and I'll shut it all down. Times like these, you can always count on me," she said, eyes locked in with fierce determination. Then she rocketed ahead like a streak of lightning, driving straight toward their enemy. She sprang into the air and drove a thunderous kick straight at Mylemia. Her strike smashed into a blazing wall of dark fire energy. Mylemia snapped her defense up, and dark, twisting tendrils burst forward, whipping through the air at her. "Damn, you're lightning fast," Mylemia thought, because she knew she had to close in on that pendant. Ikino bolted forward, desperate to reach him before the gap swallowed everything. Haru twisted his body and darted around the chaos, slipping through every shadowy strike like he could read the next move. Mylena slammed her into a cage of darkness, cutting off every escape route she had. She clutched her staff tight and braced herself, getting ready to block whatever hit her. Those tendrils crashed into her body with earth-shaking force. "Gah!" she gasped, staggering from the hit, while Akino's scream tore her name out of the air. Like a white wolf melting out of the shadows, Mylemia appeared behind her, right on cue, and you let your guard slip. Haru drops to a halt, voice cutting like ice, and reminds her with chilling honesty, he's only half human. "Mylemia, why are you going so far?" Ikino demanded, staring at the hovering sphere as it throbbed with raw power. "Valve is gone off this tower for good," Mylemia says it in a calm, steady voice. "Guess you should have known that," Ikino barked right as Mylemia snapped back, "You don't get it." Ikino stood there, utterly stunned, staring at the blood-soaked boy. "This is all I've got left," Mylemia gasped, and his body started wobbling like it couldn't hold him up anymore. He tore open his past, half-vampire bloodline born from Valve Sama and a human. That lifeline to Valve Sama was the only thing keeping him breathing, until his master got sealed and despair swallowed him whole. "Do you have any idea what I felt when he screamed?" And his power exploded wild, raging all around him. "Mylemia, stop right now," Ikino begged, "your body can't take this." Lemia didn't hesitate, she blurted that she'd gladly give up her life for him, then reached her hand up toward the sky. "If that Valve guy truly cared about you, he wouldn't push you into all of this," Ikino shot back. "He told me that Haru, the one he cared about most, said the same thing even if it meant sacrificing herself for him." "I don't want this," he screamed, and pure panic crushed his chest. He couldn't stomach the thought of Haru getting hurt because of him. "It's too late," Mylemia said, steady and cold. "My secret art is already activated." "Heroes always show up late," someone shouted, and when the new cannon appeared, she yanked her sword out like it was destiny. "Wake up," she snapped, gripping Akino's focus as she demanded he end it, destroy the tower and stop them both. She slashed her blade and blasted a colossal beam of light, an X-geyser. Every single one watched that crushing strike rip through the air, screaming toward its target. "Arya," he blurted her name, stunned that she'd appeared right beside him. "Kanan, take another shot," he barked, aimed straight for the gap. She shot me an awkward little smile and admitted, "I really wish I could." She said her attack had to recharge, and that's when Mylemia snapped at her to hold up and wait. "Don't start staring at me, okay?" She teased him with a grin and a warning. A wild, cackling laugh tore across the rooftop like thunder. "The real hero is here," Marina screamed, yanking her demonic bow up and locking her aim on the pendant. "I won't let you," Mylemia snapped, launching into position to cut her off. Don't you dare move," Carol squealed, snapping her sword up at Kanan. Mylemia hesitated, staring at that little girl and wondering if she might really be holding a magic sword. Kanan finally confessed to Akino that the heavy sword she'd lent was nothing special, just a regular blade she'd grabbed for self-defense. Even with that sword weighing her down, Carol dug in, refusing to budge, and slammed the enemy under relentless pressure. Mylemia's eyes snapped wide with shock when he saw the injured white wolf trying to drag herself onward. He gripped his bleeding hand and panic hit, there was no way he could last much longer. He decided the only way out was to cut down the guy who tried to break the pendant first. He lunged forward, but Cannon and the others slammed into him and shut the whole attack down. He slipped past them like a ghost and snatched Marina from behind. "All right, you all just wait while that tower crashes down," he snarled, gripping Marina as a living hostage. "Oh my god," Karen said it like ice, "he's a total wimp." She softly stroked Marina's head and urged her to slow down. Barely holding it together, Marina blurted through tears as her mask slipped away. Karen flashed a grin and reminded herself she had one mission waiting: get back to her country. "Don't get mad if I miss, okay?" Marina asked, scanning his face like she needed reassurance right now. "All right, I'll do it," she said, spinning back to lock eyes on the target. While Melimia lunged to interfere, Aquino roared at the top of his lungs, demanding her attention. "I'm running out of blood," she thought. Then she slammed the brakes on fate and poured her own life force into the decision. She loosed the arrow with everything she had, screaming through tears, begging desperately for her return to Japan. A blazing projectile ripped through the night, locking onto that dark pendant in the sky and blasting straight for it. Cannon ripped open the air and unleashed a furious, spinning vortex of magic. A brutal spell screamed through the air like it had a mission. Melimia muttered, "That's awful," her eyes dropping to the girl closing in. "I've mastered the flow of magic," Hainan shouted, and a dark aura started to crawl all around Melimia. The scattered magical arrows suddenly snapped together, spiraling into one single spot. With a savage shout, Cannon drove her fist forward and blasted a fist-sized burst of concentrated energy into the air. Marina stood frozen as the attack tore across the sky. She smiled, convinced she'd finally won, until Cannon crumpled against her, collapsing the moment everything felt certain. Cannon hyped her up for a job well done, then admitted it was a wasted shot, because the pendant's magic kept surging and trapping itself inside her. Dark energy swallowed the air, and as Lemia declared, "As long as I'm alive, we'll finish this forbidden secret art." She smirked and told him to face it. He couldn't possibly stand because every last mana potion was already gone. Still, he flashed a grin, and with it, a fistful of managras. He admitted that even though his mana was back, the grass tasted like pure misery, and that poison was already fuzzing up his mouth. Melimia shot forward, cutting off his chance to charge magic, but he hit magic power boost anyway. A sudden white, fluffy tail whipped into the frame out of nowhere. Haru launched herself in front of him and smashed the attack out of the air with a roaring blast of her own. "Did you seriously forget?" he snapped. "I've got Haru with me." "I'm my master's shield," Haru blurted, and white-hot flames slammed into Lemia like a wall that left her reeling. He swore he's got friends who will stick by him no matter what. Kane and Bid tear up as they finally say goodbye to Melimia. He slammed his own attack boost with a thunderous blast. He couldn't stop thinking about Melimia. She'd never once tried to take their lives, and somehow that just made her feel like an ordinary human to him. Master Eru gasped in shock as he spun around to face her. He snapped his eyes open, and the world spun like a blur. He ended up sprawled on Haru's lap and quickly asked, "Are you really okay?" Eru flashed a bright smile, telling him a priest had already healed her wound. Carol told him he'd blacked out, so she quickly shoved one of their mana potions into his hands. She laid it out. That fake beacon was feeding on the blood of a limestone priest to bait anyone with a bounty on Kintoro. She kept talking, saying that the deacon was hunting demons to climb the priesthood ladder, and that's what sparked the whole recent uproar. Carol closed the conversation by saying the real deacon had been dead for 3 years, and none of them had any clue how the half-vampire uncovered the truth. He couldn't help but wonder out loud, would they actually get hit with punishment for all of this? Carol taunted him with that terrifying face, then joked they should have demanded cash for defeating the fake deacon. Marina snapped upright with a sudden scream that jolted everyone in the room. Carol asked if she still had to wear her mask, and Marina nodded back, cheeks burning with shy nerves. "Marina's back!" she screamed, racing her eyes across the room for her bag, until Carol shoved her mask right into her hands. "Carol told me she'd been holding onto it this whole time, just for her." Marina beamed as she slid her mask back on, swearing, right there, that she'd never lose it again, exactly like he told her. He nodded along, and in his head he swore he'd protect her memories no matter what. Carol blurted that Joffrey and Elise were still trapped inside the tower, and Haru instantly vowed to hunt down their scent. He told them to move ahead, but Carol had already bolted off into the distance. He and Marina headed back on foot, and he kept muttering about how brutal it felt to burn through all his mana. He turned to Marina and begged her to talk to Cannon, because he already knew saying goodbye was going to hurt. Marina's cheeks flared red as she blurted out a heartfelt thank you to him, way too sincerely to hide her blush. He asked straight up if her photo was safe and she nodded, confirming it was. He leaned in and told her, "I've been dying to talk to you alone ever since Haru and the others started worrying." He laid out his daring plan to track down a man named Dejiro, who was hunting for a way to get back to Japan. He pulled her into their party for the trek to Melee Gyulari and told her straight up, the choice was hers. He told her that once she's back in Japan, he wants her to hand-deliver a letter straight to his sister. When Haru and Carol rolled back in, he leaned toward Marina and said they could just hand the choice over to Kanon. Marina realized Kanon couldn't be truly happy if she stayed, because deep down she knew her friend had been feeling crushed. She said Kanon gave her the courage to set foot in Melee Gyulari. Tears spilled from her eyes as she begged him, "Please take me and Marina with you on this journey." He flashed a warm smile and promised her he'd gladly take both of them. He shot his hand out and gave her a firm handshake. With a happy "why not?" Marina finally crashed the party, officially joining in. Meanwhile, Joffrey and Elise tore through a dusty room, hunting for something they couldn't quite name. Elise cracked the old writing open and right there she uncovered the truth. Someone had hidden the payment for the sealed girl close by. Joffrey shoved a wall, and a hidden door swung open like it had been waiting for him. They dug around and boom, a strange comma-shaped jewel stared back at them from inside. Right as they decided to take it, Carol suddenly yelled that she'd found them. Aru and Carol burst onto the scene with Kenteros at their side, and the trio was set to storm straight toward the upper ground. They burst into the bright light, shouting for their master like their lives depended on it. Haru said Jaffer and Elise spotted a new exit, bolted out of the room and kept grumbling about the wind as they went. He let out a heavy sigh, crushed that he never got a chance to uncover what Kantoros really was. Sunbeams blasted through the forest canopy, spilling gold light onto everything below. The whole party stared up at the sky, stunned, because they'd been battling since the night began. He let out a shaky breath of relief. Everyone was safe, and the others' charges had finally been wiped clean. He thanked Haru and Carol for their grueling work, then swore he'd make good on his appreciation in the next city. Two girls stared at him, curiosity sparking in their eyes. They both erupted in cheers, singing his praises and thanking him for his sheer generosity. He strode toward the carriage, his gut twisting as he wondered, if Mylemia was already considered dead, then why hadn't his level climbed? He decided they'd better grab breakfast together before anything else, no exceptions. The tower loomed in the morning light, silent as a secret begging to be uncovered. "All right then," Kanon muttered with a tired sigh. Aquino leaned in and begged, "Please take care of Marina and Kanon for me." "Don't you dare cry now, Marina." Kanon snapped into a grin, trying to lift her spirits. Marina sobbed through it all, fighting tears as she confessed, "If I hadn't met Kanon, I'd still be trapped as a slave for the rest of my life." "All right, from here on out, you and Marina are gonna grind, no shortcuts, because this isn't just for you, it's for both of you," Aquino told them. Kanon admitted that if she lingered any longer, her heart would start begging to go with them. "Haha, just kidding," she burst out laughing, trying to turn the tension into something lighter. "All right, I'm out," Kanon finally snapped, and the moment he said it, you could feel everything shift. "I've got to check something up in the tower," she said. "Let me forge my eyes on the tower's architecture," she declared, striking a bold pose like a vow. She whipped her item bag across the room to Marina, like, "Here, take this," as she walked out, calling it a parting gift. "Marina," she cried, voice cracking as she thanked him for everything. Tainan stormed off without a single glance over his shoulder. Aquino just stared at you like, "You didn't even glance back, huh?" Marina whipped around to face him, and the rest of them too. "From this moment on, please take care of me," she said, sinking into a deep, respectful bow. Gratitude hit her like a wave, and right behind it, embarrassment came rushing in. "Yeah, welcome aboard," Aquino said, grinning like he meant business. They all broke into a hearty laugh while standing beside the wagon. "All right," Aquino shouted, "let's roll out." He announced their next stop was the country's capital, Ferut. Their last stop was Melee Gyulari, the magical city where Dejiro was waiting. "Yeah, our ride isn't over yet," he shouted, and the wagon thundered on. Marina stared at Carol's alchemy, jaw-dropping, and blurted out that Kusunoki-sama is truly an amazing person. "Still, our ride through Dakot is just getting started." Aquino shot that thought straight into his mind. Meanwhile, Kanon dropped to his knees at the tower's base and carved a line into the dirt. She couldn't help but wonder, did Valve really die for good? The priest's words echoed in her mind, warning that nobody was ever sealed there. A menacing shadow slammed into view right behind her, and she realized maybe he had never been sealed there at all. You can tell she just realized it because a sharp voice hissed and her whole body froze on the spot. "I'm a vampire, the master of darkness, the one who prowls through shadows, so yeah," the figure just got revealed. He flung a hand to his face to block the glare, muttering, "Damn this wretched sun." Kanan shot his eyes upward, terror slamming into him as dark energy whipped and swirled around his body. "He told me it wouldn't be easy to break his seal, because he'd taught that sealing technique to its casters himself." She finally clocked it. Count Valve didn't really get sealed at all, he just faked it so he could watch the war unfold from the shadows. Oh wow, this title hits like a blast from the past, and it's so Valve to still carry that nostalgic magic muse. He finally admitted that when he saw her pull off the sealing technique. Worry crushed him like a wave. "You really are a total scumbag," Kanan spat. Then he looked her dead in the eyes and called her Kanan the devil. A piece of the demon lord's seal snapped loose. "And yeah, you felt it too, right?" he demanded, locking eyes with you. That's why he could move at all, and then it hit him. His own people had been fighting to break him free the whole time. "I don't need a kin that folds under a human," Valve cut in coldly. "Did you kill him?" she blurted in sheer terror. "Yep, I tucked my shadows into his dark robe," and he confirmed it. He then snapped an order, "Send her straight to the kingdom of Arendelle and dig up what's behind that broken seal." "Who would even listen to you?" Hanan shouted back, defiance blazing in his voice. The demon lord's army didn't crumble, and he snapped that to her, shutting her down fast. Miles away, Marina jolts and gasps. She can feel a massive, distant blast of power erupt in the distance. "Marina, right?" Valve made it clear. Kanan's so protective of her it's basically a threat. "No," Kanan screamed, the words tearing out of him. "Please don't do it," she gasped, her voice shaking like it couldn't hold itself together. "All right," Valve shot back, snapping her words into a new shape. He declared, "Say that word again and I'll lock it in as a contract. Then you'll serve me once more." Kanan crumpled to her knees, writhing in agony as she choked out Marina's name. She slumped to the ground, defeated, eyes locked upward at that lonely tower. Back in that border town, Ikino's party dropped their bags and crashed inside an inn. With everyone else out, Ikino's Haru's name hung there in the air, and it felt weirdly lonely. He figured this was the perfect moment to crack open that book he'd finally gotten. But he figured he couldn't stop now. He still had a ton to learn before the research could really hit the mark. A brutal knock on the door hit like a thunderclap, and he practically shot out of his skin. Marina barged in, saying she couldn't fall asleep because something had been haunting her thoughts all night. "Wait, aren't you supposed to hear this part from my side like a rewind of my story?" she shot back. "Forget it," Ikino snapped, trying to brush it off. But she grabbed her status screen and demanded he look for himself. There were 1,000 things burning on his tongue, but he clamped his mouth shut and chose silence. Marina grinned like a mastermind and declared, "Turns out I'm a genius," then flashed her unlocked jobs like proof. Ikino couldn't hold back, she blurted out one of her titles loud, and the moment it left her mouth, she gasped. She leaned in and told him that this title was so rare it barely even existed. "You just gave Tawashi a perfect 5 out of 5, huh?" He stared in disbelief, completely amazed. She bolted away, cheeks burning with pure embarrassment. Then he offered to rip off her slave collar and showed her the key from the cannon like it was the way out. He clung to Tannen's advice, "Leave that collar on because it's the safer move." Marina stared at Haru and Carol's smiling faces in her mind, and the thought hit her. "You're a good person, aren't you?" "I don't think I have the right to answer that," he admitted, straight to the point. "Promise me you'll take good care of me too?" she asked, voice trembling with nerves. He swore he'd take her to Daijiro's place, right the way Kanan demanded. "Yeah, I might have sounded like some big shot, but the truth is, I can't do a thing on my own," he admitted. "Maybe there'll come a day when I need Marina's strength," he said, and then he steered us toward drinks like he was setting up a lifeline. As she turned, a slick little thing slipped from his clothes and crashed onto the floor. Marina's eyes went wide with a fiery blush as she stared at the R18 book. "How am I supposed to tell Haru and Carol this?" Panic detonated in his chest as he bolted out of the room. He bolted down the hallway, not looking back. In a divine realm, Mary fidgeted and blurted, "How long is this transfer going to take?" A goddess demanded she wait, then dropped another name, Sakura Marina, the next transferee. The goddess remembered moving Marina after that horrifying night when she tumbled from her apartment, like the fall wiped Marina and her brother too, right out of reality. Then what about her? Miri demanded. Mary told me she could asterisk feel a bias behind that incident. Are you telling me the people who show up here are truly dead? She shot back, daring the goddesses with a fearless challenge. She snapped, dead serious. My brother didn't die because he vanished right out of the world. We didn't die, she snapped, grinning. That's why you goddesses say transfer instead of reincarnate. So tell me, what did you do then? A goddess demanded. Mary snapped her eyes away, muttering that she'd finally have to pay back that one after all. Right then, another goddess burst through the door, screaming that someone had escaped. Sheesh, everybody's running wild, doing whatever they want, and the head finally shuts that down. Mary, once the demon Lord Larity, couldn't stop wondering how much longer this torture would drag on. A goddess started spiraling over the absolute worst-case scenario. What would happen if Miri and Akino Joe finally crossed paths? She realized there was no backing out, so she had to tell Libra, the goddess who keeps order and balance in check. Libra got pulled aside and filled in on everything going on with Kusunoki Ikinojo and Kusunoki Miri. A report basically shouted that the jobless skills transfer had to be handled right away. Alright, what am I supposed to do? Libra fretted, weighing every option like her life depended on it. The three goddesses stared on with heavy, grim faces. Back at the inn, Akino was on his hands and knees, desperately trying to explain that R18 book to a shocked Haru and a giddy, curious Carol. Mary's face hardened into pure, grim determination. They were rushing toward ferried full speed, like something big was about to explode. Now he's rolling with three friends, Marina, a Japan-born soul just like him, Carol, the halfling by his side, and Haru Wadet from the White Wolf tribe. He told us Marina's alter ego, also named Marina, was born from a blessing granted by this world's god. He leaned in and demanded to know what she'd do if she couldn't change her job at all. When Carol demanded to know why, Marina snapped back, "You're too loud." She told me loud and clear that she'd already chosen her path to become a master street performer. She still hadn't tapped the full power of her job, but the moment she started conjuring everyone's smiles, it felt absolutely glorious. He leaned in and asked what she'd do if she could land a second job, and she just stared like, wait, people can even do that. He told me his blessing left him with no job to stick to, so he could swap careers again and again whenever he wanted. Marina shot her hand up with pure excitement and practically begged him to go on. She declared she was choosing Hunter as her second job, because without the right skills she just couldn't land high-damage shots with her bow. After she tore herself away from cannon, a brutal truth hit her. Combat technique wasn't optional, it was everything. He told her, "I just slotted civilian as your second job," then ordered her to check her status right away. Marina blurted that her secret power had finally snapped awake, like a blessing the goddess just handed to her. She snapped that he'd better stop obsessing over every little detail, or he'd end up going bald, and she even pitied him for being such a poor thing. Haru and Carol swore they'd still love him even if he went bald, but he snapped at them to quit that useless talk. He shot back at Marina, yelling that he'd never, ever shed his hair. She snapped that if he kept calling her magic a trick, she'd curse him bald, and then promised she'd smash monsters and master brand new skills to prove it. Carol and Marina kept chanting, "Go bald," and he begged them to stop, because the idea was starting to feel way too real. Haru suddenly screamed for her master, shouting that monsters had just appeared. He scanned every corner, found nothing, and then Haru snapped at him to check above. A massive herd of giant vegetarian birds swept across the sky like a living storm. Carol warned that those birds could trigger a famine, and she swore the guild would waste no time sending out a subjugation request for them. He clocked how ridiculously high they were in the sky, and that was the kind of bad news that makes your stomach drop. Marina asked if her bow was up next, but he shut it down. "Hold up. That's Haru's bow, you'll burn out and drain your MP." He decided to tap into his own magic, because that 20x EXP blessing just wouldn't kick in unless he did. He locked onto the sky and went for the shot. He slammed his hands together and started casting Boost Petite Thunder ***. A colossal bolt of lightning tore out of the heavens and smashed straight down. A brutal electrical blast slammed right into the flock, catching every single bird in the shockwave. As those defeated creatures hit the ground, Haru and Marina fired off cheers and congratulated him for that killer shot. He figured it wasn't too shabby, but Marina snorted that her magic was way better. A notification hit him, he'd leveled up and unlocked a bunch of fresh skills, and Haru immediately shot back that she'd leveled up too. She unleashed her new Beast Blood skill, and for 10 crazy minutes her power and speed shot through the roof. Because her side gig as a lumberjack finally leveled up too, she went straight to the guild and demanded a switch to the fighter role. Then he grilled Carol about her progress, and she told him her peddler and gatherer jobs had both shot up in levels. That meant she could finally switch to apprentice pharmacist, no more knowing Managras raw, and she couldn't wait to start processing them for real. He whipped around to Marina and fired the question, "Were you listening?" And she snapped to attention like a soldier. She stared in shock after leveling up that hard. Her civilian job shot up to level 8 and she even unlocked a brand new throwing stone skill. He screamed at her to stop, but she kept setting herself up to show off the skill. An iron ball slammed and ricocheted around the carriage walls, bouncing wildly inside like it had a mind of its own. Carol's jaw dropped at the street performer's skill, but the moment it was over, he snapped sternly at Marina, "Never do that inside the carriage again." Marina stared at her awakened power in awe, but he snapped back and explained that her leveling speed wasn't luck. It was fueled by his unfair blessing. She rattled off his insane powers, 20 zexp, then stacked a second job on top and even claimed 3 beautiful girls as slaves, adding it all up into an indirect 40 XEXP. He confessed he'd been granted a cheat blessing, then swore he earned every win with real effort. Yet Carol heard it as pure badmouthing. He told them his jobless skill let the whole party run 2 jobs at once, flooding them with a 20x EXP rate. Then he admitted the catch hit him differently. He broke down his own multipliers and the result was insane. His growth rate skyrocketed 2,000 times faster than normal people. He explained that once his jobless job got locked in, it wasn't just fast, it was 1,600 times faster, and yeah, it was still a total cheat. Marina stared in shock. Her second job was hunter now, and she demanded to know how he pulled it off without ever stepping foot inside the church. He spilled the truth. This wasn't some mysterious blessing at all, it was his own skill, and it totally shocked the girls. He finally cracked and admitted he had way too many secrets, then swore he'd spill them later, but only if they promised to keep it locked down and tell absolutely no one. Just then, Haru thrust a finger forward and shouted that Ferut was finally right there on the horizon. Elsewhere, a young boy leaned up to a slot in a door and talked to someone fired up and determined to reshape the world, even if he had to do it all by himself. The door swung open and the boy got pulled inside. Inside a secret society's hideout, members huddled around for a meeting, bitterly cursing the password that kept changing on them. In Ferut, the anti-government group everyone feared was called the Massacre. A hush crashed over the crowd the second the president stepped in. A masked boy stepped up in front of them and fired up his comrades, shouting about the centuries of war against their neighbors, Koret. He admitted that some people broke down over not winning, but others felt proud, because they hadn't lost yet. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting that they totally understood what was going on. The president snapped that Korat wasn't a real enemy at all, just a fake virtual monster cooked up by a corrupt government to hide its own failures. When he turned to the crowd and asked what a life of luxury really meant, one guy shot his answer out like he'd been waiting his whole life. He swore it tasted like women's sake, then hit you with rich, fancy meat piled high with pepper. The crowd exploded into a loud chant for pepper, and the president went wide-eyed, utterly shocked. The man kept on ranting, demanding justice and tearing into a corrupt government like it had finally run out of excuses. Out of nowhere, a towering man crashed into the doorway and the young president's stomach dropped, because he knew they were about to be in real trouble. The man stormed in, raging out of his mind when he spotted a bunch of brats in his warehouse. The president screamed at everyone to sprint. The moment the man screamed at them to come back, the kids bolted in every direction, snatching up sacks of goods as they scattered. The president and his vice president bolted into a nearby alley, hiding from the chaos right there. Vice President Tsukino sighed at the old man's arrival, while President Giulio sat back, thinking their speech had gone surprisingly well. Sachino leaned in and dropped the news, firing the question at Giulio. "Tell me you heard about Uncle Narub getting arrested." Giulio remembered the rumors about a hero who snapped and rebelled against the country, And then, boom, the northern city of Florence had just arrested him. He clenched his fist and swore he'd never forgive Ichinojo or Haruadat for stealing his hero. Sachino shouted that he had to go, even though he was still alive. He told me he'd gotten a job offer to look into, and he was hoping to drag Giulio out for a drink. Giulio turned him down, panicking that his dad would roast him, and Sequino shot off on his own. Close to the labyrinth near the town of Balasra, two figures pushed forward into the danger. The hero groaned that he'd have to play dress-up, because everyone already recognizes his face. Alessio's companion, the mighty sorcerer Hag, shot back with biting sarcasm that the hero must be the most popular guy around. The hero swallowed his pride and apologized, insisting that what he said was never meant to happen. Hag blurted out, half in panic and half in hope, wondering what kind of bright side could possibly come from being bald, because his hair was already falling fast. The hero cracked a joke saying it was perfect, because nobody would ever clock him as the hero's comrade. Then he grinned and admitted it was a joke, pointing straight ahead like, "See, we're here, our destination." They faced the entrance where the seal had finally been smashed, because the jewel that bound the demon lord's power had been snatched away. Hag mocked how plain the seal was, but the hero snapped back that swords are built to be drawn, not driven forward. They realized the trap had snapped shut too, and the jewel's magic was getting smothered, power by power. The hero groaned that they had no idea who unearthed the broken seal, and prayed the Pope could finally talk to the goddess face to face. They were honestly kind of stunned that they had to track down a Japanese person, and only after Toru Asama gave the go-ahead. He grumbled that Goddess Toru's Sama was nothing but trouble all the time, and that alone made Hag's nerves go haywire. Hag's confidence evaporated the moment he realized what he'd just implied. Cold sweat burst across his face. The hero leaned in and asked if he was about to call her a pain in the ass. Then Hag panicked and denied it like her life depended on it. Hag remembered the rumors of a kid blessed by Toru Asama who got a street performer gig, and then knew they'd have to hunt the whole place to find them. With the plan finally locked in, the hero slammed his fist and declared, "All right, time to take a break." He flashed a mischievous grin and practically dared, "Let's hit the tables and gamble." Hag pushed them to go straight to Quinsan's place for answers, and the hero lit up, because that plan sounded absolutely brilliant. They charged back to the party and rolled right up to the gates of a massive city. They got stuck in this endless line at the capital's checkpoint, and Marina's mood crashed hard. Then the group pushed toward the city as the security gates tightened even more. "The trading post has its nose shut for the night, so we're stuck waiting until tomorrow," he said. He figured it out: sell their goods, then grind out hunt missions until their levels skyrocketed. "Oh wait, I almost forgot. Marina just said it and Kinnan asked me for a favor. She told me Cannon had her deliver something straight to the inn's landlady the moment they pulled up." He glanced up at the end sign and figured the bar on the first floor was about to get loud. As they climbed the stairs, the landlady's eyes narrowed. Where on earth had her employee gone? He walked up to the counter and told the woman straight up that all four of them wanted to stay. Marina held up a gift from Cannon, a stunningly crafted kitchen knife that looked deadly in the best way. He demanded 2 rooms, and the landlady started hustling them down the hall. She shoved the keys into his hand and told him straight up, Cannon had sent a letter saying that knife was the payment for a full week's stay, food packed in too. The landlady leaned in and told them they could save every last day and cash it in on their next visit. Everyone nodded like, yeah, Cannon's got a heart of gold, because the way he cared for people was impossible to miss. Carol leaned in and asked the price, and the landlady slapped down a surprisingly huge number, because the festival was still raging on. Carol blurted, "Wait, are you telling me that kitchen knife costs that much?" Marina swelled with pride, chest out, while he grimly regretted not snatching one of Cannon's swords when he had the chance. The landlady gushed over the knife, bragging that its magic keeps any sliced food fresh for a whole day. She grinned and said, "All right, I'm about to whip up a dish with this magic knife. Get ready, 'cause it's gonna be awesome." He then raised the question of who would get which rooms. Marina snapped her decision right away. She was taking her own room, and it totally stunned the others. He strode into the other room and announced, straight-faced, that the purification was already done. Haru rushed into the double bedroom right behind him, her tail wagging like crazy with pure excitement. Marina yanked Carol into the twin bedroom and declared, loud and proud, that it was time to take their relationship even deeper. Aru finally let out a deep, relieved sigh and sank into a real bed after what felt like forever. "Hold up, what are you doing?" he demanded as she padded across the bed. "You're exhausted, so come on, lie down and rest. Tonight I'll be your servant." Haru said it while staring him down like she meant business. He caught her tail twitching nonstop, like it was screaming that her mind was elsewhere. "Haru, is there something you've been holding back that you want to tell me?" he asked, voice soft but urgent. She nailed it. She guessed he went for women with dark hair, and he straight up admitted she was right. Then she fired off a question. Was he from the same country as Marina and Dejiro? Haru blurted out that she'd been stuck on this question for ages, because in his whole country most people somehow always had black hair. "If Master really wants it," she murmured, blushing, then went, "Okay, I'll dye my hair black." "Please don't buy it," he shot back, and then he leaned in to tell her her gorgeous white hair was one of her biggest charms. Haru was flooded with emotion. She snapped forward and clung to him with a tight hug, her tail wagging like it couldn't stop. Right then, Marina swung the door open, and just like that, she froze in total shock at the sight of them locked in an embrace. "Are we seriously gonna get stared at by every new member that comes in?" he blurted, then gently stroked Haru's head. Marina eased the door shut, then pretended she hadn't seen a thing. She poked her head back in and told everyone Carol's orders, gather up the info after dinner. Once everything was settled, the three of them kicked off toward the bar together. The first floor was packed to the brim, buzzing with noise and energy everywhere. He scanned for the nearest well-ventilated window seat, anything to keep Haru safe. He blinked in shock. Wasn't it the same adventurer party they'd met before? "Long time no see," he blurted it out and then asked straight up if his crew could tag along with them. The warrior woman slid Haru a drink and grinned, "This one's on me." A hostile glare pinned him down from the other two, and he could practically feel them judging him for bringing another brand new woman. One of them brought up that their master was also a wanderer, Suzuki, and Marina's panic hit like a wave. Haru flashed a respectful bow and declared, loud and clear, that she was Kusunoki-san's slave. Marina blurted out that she was from the same country as them, and the whole room froze in shock. "I can't believe you're enslaving a girl from the same country," he snarled, slamming her mug down like it burned, pure disgust in every word. Marina snapped to her feet and tried to dodge the conversation by blurting out, "Looks like the weather's turning." Like that could save her. He demanded she stop blaming him, and she dropped into a bow and apologized again and again. He shot a glance at the other adventurers, and they stared back like he was absolute scum. He let out a weary sigh, told me it was going to take forever to explain, then demanded where Carol was. Right then, Carol burst back in, grinning, and proudly announced she'd nailed the information. The moment Carol said she'd met Miles, San, and the others, he shuddered like it hit him in the bones. The adventurers shot daggers with their eyes at him, because now they were convinced he ditched yet another girl. A mug slammed onto his head while Carol screamed he was the worst. Then he realized no matter what he said, clearing up that misunderstanding was hopeless. Dodging the question, he fired back and demanded to know where Suzuki was. Carol said Kuni headed straight to the Adventurers Guild to train a fresh batch of new adventurers. The adventurers sized up Suzuki's legend and then stared at that jobless man who just ate like he had nothing to lose. All three of them sighed in sync, and the disappointment in their eyes hit him like a punch. Don't stare at me like that," he begged, jaw tight, stuck in his jobless misery. An awkward silence slammed onto the table. Then Haru exploded, dropping her empty glass with a hard thud. "Look, my master grinds non-stop," she blurted out right there, loud and unmistakably drunk. She staggered, and right when Marina asked if she was okay, he clocked that something was seriously wrong. He snatched up her empty glass, raised it to his nose, and inhaled. Carol pointed at the drink and said, "This is cider." As a dizzy Haru fought back, swearing she was totally fine. But more importantly, Haru slurred, "Listen, I've gotta tell everyone the master is an absolute legend." She kept screaming, and he leaned in to tell me he'd lay out all kinds of services for me tonight. Her leg shot upward out of nowhere, and it stunned him, Carol, and Marina to the core. She leaned into the whole bar and declared, "Then we're serving each other right here together." With her pressed against him, she mumbled his name, then slid her leg along his head like she was soothing him. "Guess there's no way to fix this mess anymore," he muttered, defeated as defeat weighed him down. He told the others, "I'll take Haru to her room, then have someone bring food up later." He shoved some cash into Carol's hands and told her and Marina to slow down and take their time with dinner. He gets a girl drunk, drags her into a room, and not a single soul mutters a word, while his reputation sinks even lower. As he lifted the drowsy Haru in his arms, she snuggled right into his chest and melted there. Suddenly she slammed into him with a fierce hug, her tail whipping back and forth with pure, unstoppable excitement. "Yeah, that's how it is," he stammered, then bolted out of there like he couldn't get away fast enough. Later in their room, Haru started to stir. Her ear twitched as she woke up. "Are you awake?" he asked, then gently patted her head as she apologized, again because she'd gotten drunk. He told her not to worry, then admitted, honestly, that he actually loved it when she was like that. "Hey, you really need to take it easy for a while," he said, rubbing her back with a soft, calming touch. He figured a blast of cold water would hit the spot, then fired his magic to conjure up a chunk of ice. "I still can't control it worth a damn," he confessed, and Haru just stared at his power in pure, stunned awe. He slammed down the room of silence, then started whittling the ice until it was finally sized to handle. "Haru," he said, thrusting a glass of ice-cold water into her hands. "Honestly," he admitted, grinning, "I still like you even when you're drunk." Her cheeks burned as she stared at him, begging through the tension, "Master, please give me." With purpose burning in her eyes, she pressed through and finished strong. The title page flashed, Chapter 31, and right there it hit you, this is all about training. Haru clung to him, her warm breath fluttering against his chest as she begged him to start their training. He couldn't ignore this truth. Sure, you might toughen the liver and build some tolerance to alcohol, but the other damaging effects are the real, terrifying problem. She stared up at him with raw sincerity, swearing she didn't want to be a burden, and he only nodded, fully getting it. He brought up dried meat, and the second it hit her, her face flared red. She blushed hard and stammered, "That's not what I meant." He lifted the jerky and told her it was the same alcohol-sterilized meat that got her smashed the first time. Then she asked him to rub her belly, and just like that, it jolted him back into a flood of fond memories. He realized they were trapped in a soundproof room, cleared his throat, and asked if it was time to start. He chose to give in to her temptation, for now, and promised himself he'd face the fallout when it finally hit. He decided to slam out an order, because if he couldn't resist, he'd just swap his second job to Playboy. He told her to calm down, and to report right away if she started feeling sick or dizzy. She thanked him for the meal, then tore into the dried meat like she couldn't wait another second. Out of nowhere, her chewing screeched to a stop, then a weird, unsettling look flashed across her face. He asked what was wrong and she didn't explain. She just said she was burning up and demanded he take off her clothes. She thanked him again and slipped her dress right off her shoulders. Burning with heat, she asked for a belly rub to cool off, and it sent him into a full-on internal panic. He tried to play it smooth, claiming training was the perfect move, like that was the real reason. He couldn't believe it, she got drunk from barely anything, yet somehow she still looked perfectly fine. He reveled in the fact that he could touch Haru's belly anytime now, then slapped his own cheeks to knock those wicked thoughts clean out of his head. He pushed them to keep training, using dried meat to fuel every grind. The door slid open and boom, Carol and Schleil were there, knocking the wind clean out of him. He shot them a quick explanation, then used his silent skill to cool the whole situation before it could explode. "Nothing dirty, I swear," he stammered, throwing his hands up like a shield against accusations. He stammered out excuses, desperately insisting that nothing sexual was going on. His thoughts snapped to silence as he fought tooth and nail to come up with a believable explanation. He finally blurted out the truth. They weren't just messing around, they were training to toughen Haru's resistance to alcohol. He spun toward Haru, praying she'd have his back. And to his horror, Haru had already fallen into a deep sleep on the bed. He snapped his head back to the doorway, and sheer panic froze his face in place. A whole crowd of women stood there, eyes narrowed with suspicion. Then rage flared across their faces. Under a moonlit sky, two young men stood alone in a quiet clearing, watching the night like it held secrets. Sakino, the one in charge, swore the job was real and told everyone he'd already snagged an advanced payment. He said the total reward was 100,000 cents, but then admitted the request was seriously weird. Easy work, really? Slip into a military-locked labyrinth and plant a glowing ball at the feet of a god statue. Giulio snapped his head toward his companion and demanded, so what kind of person is this client really? Sachino fessed up with a sheepish grin that he was so fired up about the reward he barely even bothered to ask questions. He figured that with just 2 guards usually on duty, this spot was a sweet target, perfect for adventurers with military ties to rake in quick cash. He shot Giulio a confident grin, swearing it wouldn't be dangerous, and promising they'd finish the job. Giulio nodded and said, "Look, whatever chaos the military deals with next, none of our business." As he spoke, a girl lurking nearby flinched and gasped at his cruel words. Milky, their childhood friend, stared off in disbelief and thought, "Man, their friendship is pure gold." Sachino stared at Giulio, totally stunned by the words coming out of his mouth, like always. Milky's boots crunched over the grass as she closed in on them. Giulio shot an immediate question at Sachino. Why did he drag Milky along with him? Sachino told him straight, "I've got my own tastes, but when Milky's in the picture, my cut won't shrink." He promised that she could tag along for free, and suddenly beating the monsters in the labyrinth felt like a total cakewalk. Giulio caught her under her breath, mumbling about a Katir's dojin, and then, right there, he asked Tsukino to just ignore it. Sachino admitted the truth. He only invited Milky to get her help for free, but he needed Giulio to lock in a big enough slice of the reward for himself. Then he burst out laughing, swore to Giulio he'd lock him out anyway, and got hit with a razor-sharp glare. Sachino snapped his gaze away, thinking, maybe I should just let Giulio die in this labyrinth. Their scheme got yanked to a halt as a hellish screech of night monkeys came charging through the dark. Sachino shouted at Milky, telling her it was her turn, and sent a book tumbling through the air like a challenge. The book exploded into a colossal snake, snapping around the night monkeys and pinning them down like they were never going to move again. One monkey snapped loose and launched a massive chunk of wood hurtling through the air. Tsuchino snapped his body aside at the last second, and the projectile exploded into the ground right next to him. He cried out in agony, grabbed his arm tight, and insisted he thought his bones had been shattered. Giulio bolted to his side, ready to stitch up that wound, but Tsukino snapped his hand away and refused. With a face twisted in pain, Sachino then pleaded, could he get a bigger cut of the reward to cover his treatment fee? Giulio hesitated but finally caved, and he couldn't deny it. Tsukino's hands looked totally fine. Milky suddenly screamed, and then blood started gushing from her nose like a broken dam. The boy blurted her name as she rocked in place and crumpled backward. They hovered over her limp body, stunned, trying to piece together what the hell just happened. Milky stood there, shouting for a brush and paper, begging them to catch the ink she'd already unleashed. Giulio recoiled in disgust, snapping that it wasn't ink at all. It was a nosebleed. She swore she had zero regrets, then promptly collapsed again, lights out. With the snake finally out of the picture, the night monkeys gaped in total shock, like their minds couldn't catch up. Sachino grinned hard, taunting the bewildered creatures as if he owned the chaos. He shoved Giulio ahead and snapped that he'd turn him into bait. Giulio gasped as a rider on horseback tore toward them at an insane speed. In a blink, the riders tore through the night monkeys and the whole pack crumpled to the ground, totally defeated. Giulio and Tsukino just stared, frozen in shocked silence, and they couldn't stop whispering, "Awesome." Turns out the hero was hanging on for dear life, clinging precariously to this stubborn, donkey-like beast that would not budge. As the two adventurers hit the ground, the man scrambled to soothe his wild, misbehaving steed. Giulio tore into introductions, then turned to the pair and hit them with a fast, heartfelt thank you for saving them. Then he leaned in and asked, "So, are you famous adventurers?" Joffrey puffed out his chest and demanded they tell him, could anyone even miss those overflowing auras? Jaffra slammed into a pose and proclaimed himself a hero. Then Elise stepped forward and introduced herself as a monster master. Giulio stared in pure awe as Joffrey acted totally unimpressed, while Milky stayed passed out cold right there under the donkey. "So you're your uncle's two right-hand guys?" the boy blurted out, eyes blazing with awe. "Since you're this strong, you've gotta be Uncle's right-hand man, right?" he blurted out, eyes bright with real excitement, and me and Elise just stood there, totally thrown off by this sudden claim. With his right hand, he muttered, "Yeah, sure, we owe the old man for all this," then flashed a grin and shot off an instant fix. "That's right, we were running our lives like proper, chivalrous thieves. Right, Elise?" he said, jabbing his companion with a nudge, and the boy went completely speechless at the bombshell. He admitted to himself under his breath that he'd never really spoken to the guy who was out cold when they first met. Then, as if it hit him all at once, the boy blurted, "He's so cool!" and clenched his fists with pure delight. With his right hand, he blared his cheer and punched the air. Then he couldn't stop a thrilled shiver as that praise hit him. Idle attention didn't feel so awful. He grinned and nailed the perfect pose. "Ah, Giulio, now I remember," the boy blurted out. Giulio couldn't help but wonder, tapping his chin like it held the answer. What would a truly chivalrous thief even do? Then he grinned and said, "What is this? I'm listening to Aniki's wild stories right now, loving every second of the spotlight." Then he leaned in and joked, "Hey, don't point at Aniki." And right as he said it, I snapped back to it. Giulio was the guy staring back from the bounty poster. The bounty poster vanished in just one day, and he burst out laughing as he admitted, "Ah, you noticed? Yeah, that's a long story." Then Giulio gasped, totally blown away. He just chuckled it away. Oh, it was nothing. But Giulio couldn't ignore it. This guy was the real hot shot, and his respect kept rising. And somehow he could wipe it out in just one single day. Giulio kept it to himself, then blurted, "Jafar-san, do you know a whole bunch of nobles?" He remembered that old moment, how he said I'd saved a nobleman's life in the labyrinth before, and Giulio nodded with rock-solid confidence. Whoa, yeah, the boy wasn't hurt. He clarified that. Turns out the nobleman was actually the fat boy. You saved the butler. "Oh right, Jaffarniki," Giulio started to say, then cut it. "Let's just split ways for now." "But I can't let my cut shrink again," Giulio muttered, and then his eyes sharpened. "I can use these guys," he thought, a plan snapping into place, and right as he started to ask, "Hey, what are you?" Joffrey suddenly yanked him by the shoulder. "All right, we're headed straight for the labyrinth to knock out this request," he blurted, "so come with us." Then he grinned, "Don't sweat the reward. I'll help you out for free because you're the old man's nephew, plain and simple." "Yep, we've already hauled in a ton of bread from the church anyway," Elise said with a grin. "Now knock it off, Giulio. They already said it's fine, and that other kid backed it up." But wouldn't we need money?" Giulio stammered, sweat beading on his brow. Then, grinning like he'd already cracked the whole plan, he said, "If we really do, we'll just sell the item we got from the Demon Lord anyway." "You got an item from the Demon Lord?" Olio blurted, totally stunned. Then, "Yeah, in this one tower," he said it like it was nothing, while Elise erupted with cheers. Giulio froze in total shock, while their other companion staggered into a horse, blood pouring from her nose. "A sizzling love triangle between two men, how fabulous," she giggled, totally lost in her own little world. "Can you please stop getting a nosebleed every few minutes?" he snapped, fed up. Then Aniki, Giulio blurted, "Through here," while he pointed straight ahead. "All right, take us there," he shot back. And just like that, the crew pressed on under the endless open sky. He was seriously thinking about bunking in this town for the next 2 to 3 days. "I'm good as long as this mess with those girls' misunderstanding doesn't blow up in my face," he thought. "So, you're not planning to go to the horseback riding festival?" Marina pressed. "Don't rush on my account, I'll let you decide," he said, swinging his gaze toward Haru, who flashed him a sweet, knowing smile. "Yeah, it sounds like a whole herd of horses is about to stampede there," he said, staring off into the distance. Then he muttered, "I don't even like horses, one kicked me and I died." Aru blinked and shot back, "So, did you want to eat the dried meat they serve at the horseback riding festival?" "Nah, I'll stick with the dried meat, it's gonna be on sale a month after the festival," he shot back, and then heh, Haru giggled, cheeks burning red. "You're so lovely," he murmured, and his face melted into something gentle. "I'll grab it for sure," Haru promised, her tail flicking like a flag in the wind. "All right, like we planned, we're heading straight to the trading post to sell the request item at the Adventurers Today Guild," he blared, and right as Ikena-sama and Carol got moving, Carol shouted, guiding them through town. "Yeah, Carol, lead the way," he shot back. Carol looked fired up, and he couldn't shake the thought, maybe it was because she finally got a chance to do business. "I told Haru and Marina to head to the guild first," and he explained it like it was urgent. "And they take a request that sounds legit." "Welcome, brother, are you a peddler?" the shopkeeper asked. "Whoa, no, I'm not the peddler," Ikeno snapped. "I'm jobless, so what am I even doing there?" Then it clicked. "So you're the half-mini-human, huh?" the man said as he patted Carol's head, smiling through his apology. Carol beamed, burning with unshakable determination. "Yep, I'll negotiate with you," she declared, and I couldn't help laughing as he called Carol's sister right from the doorway. Marina watched him with this look. Carol started heaving a small crate onto the counter. and this guy clearly didn't plan to change his attitude no matter what the shopkeeper thought about the product. "All right, I'm useful now," she grunted, and the shopkeeper leaned in to scrutinize the tiny vial. "This is top-notch quality," he said with a grin like a master alchemist sharpened it to perfection. "That's right," Carol added, beaming with pride. "Your eyes are sharp," she teased with a grin. Then the man leaned in and asked, "Did you really buy it from iron ore?" "Yep, we hauled in 7 boxes, and once the refinement was done, I repacked everything. We've also got pepper and chili, plus the last box is only half full, so that lands us at 5.5 boxes. Wait, did you really not bring any salt?" the shopkeeper demanded. "Nope," Aquino snapped, "we didn't bring any," Carol shot back, and the shopkeeper locked eyes with her like this was about to get real. "A wise move, huh? Because selling salt right now would be a total waste," the man said, patting Carol's head like she just made the right call. "Nice work," he prayed, praising her like she never failed. "You're so dependable, I'm your slave after all," Carol answered in a soft, trembling voice. Ichino's heart jolted at her words. "Let's sign the papers," she said, spinning back to the counter. "Leave it to me," she chirped, and Aquino flashed a thumbs up. "Yeah, that felt like a solid deal." As they headed out, Aquino couldn't help but comment. Carol said she paid 35 cents for the pepper in the chili and 85 cents for the iron, and she added that the shellfish brooch we bought for 0.8 shot up to 15 cents, then showed him every detail. "Wait, am I really seeing this right now?" He couldn't shake the disbelief. "I had it all refined." And still the price slammed past the limit, soaring to 120,000 cents, while Carol leaned back with a smug little grin. "Also, my peddler level just jumped by 1. Wait, yours only went up by 1. Aquino shot off a shocked look. "If you mean a trip from that neighboring country, the cost jumps this high," she explained, and he shot back. "So that's what you're saying. If you can rack up EXP just by buying and selling no matter the distance, then teaming up with a trading post means you can buy, sell, repeat, and farm EXP at lightning speed," she said it like it was nothing. Then he snapped, "But wait, does this world even have taxes?" "Honestly, Carol, you crushed it, great job," he said, and Carol just repeated it. "Consumption tax. Only a handful of countries have it, and even inside Ducat, the only ones who have to pay are the peddlers hit with customs duty. But the trading post still has to squeeze a trade fee out of the peddlers because the trade guild demands it." And she sighed, thinking, even if EXP drops no matter how far you travel, grinding it this way would still be a nightmare. They barreled into their destination almost immediately. Adventurer Guild. Aquino eyed the sign, and then his eyes widened as he spotted a huge crowd packed inside. "Oh, what is happening here?" he demanded, eyes wide. Carol muttered, shielding her eyes as she leaned in. What on earth happened? Everywhere she looked, peddlers swarmed, and he scanned their statuses like, yeah, they were all running with high levels. He shoved through the sea of bodies like the throne was calling his name. "Ikin-sama, what's happening?" Carol blurted because he just lurched forward out of nowhere. "Haru's gone, where is he?" he muttered, scanning for his crew, and Marina's just as worried. Then Carol dropped the info and said, "There's a problem, Ikin-sama. The southern cliff just caved in," she snapped, ruining the main road to Port Cove, and then he nodded, eyes locked in, listening like it mattered. "Hire bodyguards? So you're telling me monsters are lurking in that forest?" he demanded, because everyone knows Farud forges weapons and armor that people can't stop buying. "Good news, we already sold our iron," she said, and finally let out a breath that she'd been holding. "Why would the iron price tumble?" Aquino demanded. Then she explained, like I told you before, weapons and armor are the kind of hot trade goods people just can't stop buying. Turns out they're stuck with a tiny warehouse, unlike Ikin-sama with his item bag, so there won't be any rush for iron right now and the price will tumble," she snapped, pointing to a graph as the market crashed. "So yeah, the locals already knew about the landslides before Carol ever did, and that hit him like a punch. So you showed up at the guild to hire bodyguards, huh?" he muttered, patting her head. "Master," Haru's voice rang out. He spun around just in time to see Haru and Marina sprinting toward them, then he blurted, "Did you find a good request?" "Yeah, sure," Haru gasped for breath. Requests for bodyguards were flooding in, but most of them got ignored, and then one snagged my attention. Someone asked for meat and fruits and she said, "That one." I took it. "Was that okay?" he asked, gently stroking her ears, but then Marina snapped from Haru's back. "Why are we getting food in the first place?" They'd basically seen the food drought coming, so the payoff was huge. "The plan's worth it," he said, "because Farut's been living on shipments from Port Cove and now that lifeline's been yanked away. With merchants flooding the town, supplies would run even thinner fast. And to make it worse, most adventurers are getting snapped up as bodyguards since Haru just piled on the rubble. I get it, Akino is finally seeing the whole picture and I'm still craving something sweet, so I say I'm in the mood to snack on some fruits and then yeah, if we can pull together enough for the request, we're clear to move on with the rest too, Haru nodded. Let's do it! And the whole crew erupted, cheering in perfect unison. I'll let my invisible arrows fly and take those down, Marina bragged, pointing at the forbidden fruits that grow on those giant trees. When Kusunoki seemed to brush her off, she snapped, "It's invisible, not impossible." I heard it twice, invisible but not impossible. Arrows, right? He brushed it off with a dismissive snap. Then, before they knew it, they were standing outside the city gate. We slipped through the gate in a blink, even with that crowd roaring all around us, and he couldn't help but notice. "Because you've got me," Carol declared with pride. Then she leaned in and said, "We already got a written request from the guild, so if we tell them we're heading out for food, they'll make sure we're first in line." "Haru and Marina are rock solid," Akino laughed. Then the party slipped into the nearby forest. Marina's struggling caught him off guard and he blurted, "That's unexpected," watching it unfold. Even when Marina was in Japan, she never skipped a single muscle training session to keep her stamina sharp. She just kept at it like it was non-negotiable. Under her breath, she muttered with a faraway stare, then fired the question at him, "Wouldn't you feel crushed if an elementary school kid said that to you?" And she whirled around. "Do you seriously want to do it?" She remembered the girl warning me, "If you commit suicide, my brother will be crushed and regret it." Then he let out a heavy sigh. "All right, stop talking about how we die." But in the end, I crashed down from the apartment's top floor, then she finished in silence. "Master, there's a monster up ahead," Haru blurted, pointing straight at it. "All right," he barked, stepping forward, then right in front of them a creature staggered in, weak and ready to be dealt with. It looked like everything was falling apart, he couldn't ignore it. "I'm a little hesitant to swing at a monster that won't even fight back," then he admits it. He can smell the ground shifting beneath us, and Haru snaps the warning, her ears twitching as they perk up. Aground, he looked stunned. "What do we do?" he demanded, and she snapped, "Let's retreat right now." "A sludge worm's about to burst up," she snapped. "I know how unstoppable Master is, but we're still getting out of here right now." "All right, Haru, you're right," he snapped, then fired up the group. "Everybody move out, we're heading to that hill over there." A giant worm ripped out of the ground right where they'd been standing. The moment it burst into existence, the entire ground started shaking like it couldn't hold its own. So big Marina gasped and screamed as the whole group just stared in stunned silence. Haru blurted out, "I don't remember sludge worms ever getting this huge." And then she corrected herself. It was supposed to be called a Furut sludge worm as the thing finally settled down. Then it shriveled up and turned into a sludge worm, no eyes, no sight at all. Haru pushed forward because it doesn't see so much as feel everything through the heat in the air around it. So they hunt down dying monsters and chow them up like it's medicine. Then he realizes the payoff hits hard. It's the reason the soil gets stronger. "I wondered if my magic could take it down." Then that giant worm slowly slid backward into the hole it crawled out of. "You know what? It just digs this massive hole and now I'm stuck wondering, how do they usually fill it back in?" I asked Haru. Haru froze with a jittery look on her face. Then, cringing and pinching her nose, she dealt with it by excreting dung. "It stinks, yeah, I can smell it," he snapped, puffing his cheeks, and then, "Uh-oh," Haru thought it with worry because that smell is going to hit him hard thanks to his crazy sharp sense of smell. "Is that a poop?" "Yep, it's definitely poop," Marina blurted, eyes sparkling. "Let's go now," she snapped, and he rushed off, desperate to escape that stink. Marina spotted a sleeping creature, raised her bow, and took aim like she meant to end it in one shot. Everyone else managed to scoop up baskets full of fruit. "We can't get enough meat," he groaned, scanning their haul like it was running out of time. "Turns out there are way fewer monsters than we expected," Carol said, and then she grinned. "Let's split into 2 groups." She held up 2 fingers like it was the smartest move in the world. He pointed them into 2 groups, then stared at her, at Iharu and Marina, while all 3 turned to Carol with wide, burning questions on their faces. "Wait, what do you mean by splitting into 2 groups?" Carol demanded. She broke down her whole reasoning, spelling out exactly what skills each person had. She kicked things off by pitching the idea to the whole group in the first place. Yeah, that's crazy efficient, he couldn't help but admit it. Haru then lit up and suggested they turn it into a competition. He shot his hand up and proclaimed that the winner could demand anything from him. Marina stared at the offer, weighing it in her head, while he insisted it'd be the perfect kickstart. The word anything hit Haru and Carol like a lightning bolt. He froze, staring at their intense, scary faces like they might be about to snap at any moment. Sparks practically crackle in the air between Haru and Carol as they glare each other down, eyes blazing. They both roared their allegiance for the competition at the top of their lungs. Carol snatched up both Marina and Haru and barked for them to grip tight, then braced herself and prepared to lunge forward. Marina, deathly afraid of heights, started fighting for her life the second it happened. With a thunderous leap, Carol hurled her team deep into the trees, cutting off him and his partner behind her. He stared as they disappeared, and it hit him. Haru wasn't messing around anymore. When his own team finally kicked off, he couldn't shake one burning thought: what crazy thing would those girls demand if they actually won? He prayed it wouldn't be some wild, impossible mess, because their rivals had vanished from sight. Ikena-sama, snap out of it, Harold barked, clocking how lost and distracted he'd become. Yeah, he stammered it out, confessing he couldn't stop feeling anxious about everything he'd just said. A brutal slash tore through the air in the forest ahead, and then Marina's terrified screams ripped straight after it. Marina looked like she had zero say in any of this, and honestly, he felt awful for her. Carol told him to hurry, but he just shouted non-stop encouragement to the other team. He told Carol she didn't have to push herself, then reminded her she could just come ask him for anything like it was totally normal. I get it, Ikena-sama's always a little slow, but the moment she trailed off, she shot me this knowing look that screamed she totally got it. He just blurted out a shaky, nervous laugh, like it was the only thing he could manage. Once his laughter finally faded, she leaned in and admitted she couldn't bring herself to do it unless the moment was crystal clear. He stared at her, totally thrown off by her cryptic words. He told her to use the quiet hours to sharpen her temptress trade, and she snapped up the idea with zero hesitation. A feathered monster ripped out of the sky and dive-bombed him, so he had to scramble and dodge on pure instinct. After they crushed it, he shot up a level, and Carol burst in, saying she just learned charm magic. He tilted his head and demanded to know what kind of magic that was. After spotting two more monsters perched on a branch, she decided to show him exactly what she could do. The second they were under the charm spell, these creatures snapped and tore into each other with brutal ferocity. She said it was a wicked magic that turned your enemies into willing fighters against their own friends. After they crushed one monster, the other just ditched the fight and vanished into the sky. Terrell figured the spell wouldn't stand a chance against high-level monsters, so he raised it anyway. He found the idea of brainwashing magic downright terrifying, but she snapped, "Don't worry," like it was nothing. She said that as his slave, magic itself locked her out from ever using a single harmful spell on him. "I thought it over for a second, you know," she said, pouting a little like she was trying to be cute. Heat flooded his face as her implication hit him, and he blushed hard. Desperate to dodge the moment, he jabbed a finger into the forest and picked a direction on pure instinct. He snapped her focus to a tree bursting with fruit, and now he couldn't help wondering, was it safe to eat? Carol took one look and declared it delicious, and he grinned, then told her to hop up on his shoulders so they could reach it. She hesitated, and he leaned in fast, telling her she had to collect it herself to earn the EXP. He dropped to one knee, urging her on like the whole world depended on her giving it her absolute best. "Come here, straddle my neck," he ordered, and she climbed onto him without hesitating. She steadied herself on his shoulders like it was the only place the world made sense. He shot her a warning, he was about to rise. He stumbled upright, then snapped at her not to yank his hair or tug his ears. After a split second, he steadied himself, found his rhythm, and let out a long, tired sigh. As they neared the fruit-heavy branches, he blurted out, "Are you okay?" She shot her hand up, grabbed the ripe fruit one by one, and tossed it straight into the pot he kept held out for her. "God, we fit together so perfectly," she said, blushing hard with pure happiness. Suddenly, his balance snapped, sending both of them crashing backward in a rough tumble. He shot his arms around her and caught her mid-fall, cushioning the impact as they crashed to the ground. He asked if she was okay, and she barely whispered back that they could just stay like this for a little while. He figured she was only scared from the fall, nodded along, and apologized right away for putting her in that dangerous mess. "Do not treat me like a kid," she snapped, lifting her eyes to him. Then she dropped the bombshell that her 17th birthday was just 3 days ago, and it completely stunned him. He kicked himself for never once thinking to ask about any of the girls' birthdays. "Treat me like an adult," she demanded, even as he apologized for not celebrating with her. She confessed that sitting on his shoulders was wildly embarrassing, and it still totally caught her off guard. It hit him out of nowhere. That's why she'd been dropping the third-person talk lately. She stared at him, shocked that he'd picked up on the change. "There's no way I wouldn't spot it right away," he said with a grin. Then he finally confessed that he low-key liked the older better. "Look," he said, clearing the air and apologizing again, because he didn't want her to feel treated like a kid. He just wanted her to be herself. He ruffled her hair with a warm grin and promised her juice later. Then she huffed, furious that he was still treating her like some kid. Then she said, even so, his moves screamed that he was just like his sister. Suddenly, she shoved him to the ground, straddled him, and dragged him back to that promise he made earlier. "I want your love, no sama." She blurted it out with zero hesitation. He was completely stunned, stammering out that yeah, of course he adored her. To kiss her, she made it crystal clear, no confusion left standing. His mind blanked for a split second, and his face froze in pure, blissful delight. Snapping back into reality, he threw his hands up and begged them to calm down. His inner thoughts spiraled into full-blown panic, kisses, fish, and the one thing he still didn't have: his virginity. He sucked in a deep breath, forcing his nerves to settle so he could answer like a grown-up. But right when she leaned in for the kiss, his composure snapped. He flinched back with a sharp yell. He scrambled backward, eyes locked on the scene as he peeked out from behind that tree. Overwhelmed, he screamed and slammed his fist into the tree trunk. Then pain ripped through his hand and regret hit him instantly. Carol bolted to his side and hurled a healing spell, sealing the bleeding cuts on his knuckles. He dropped his apology to the floor and couldn't stop thinking how stunning she was. He felt it would be wrong for him to return her feelings. A sudden image of Haru ripped through his mind, and it locked him back onto his promise like it was carved in stone. He caught himself thinking about their bond, and how they'd already climbed the stairs of love side by side. He tried to argue that cheating was a total no-go in Japan, and the rules wouldn't budge. "Sorry, I already promised Haru," he said, trying to soften the blow as best he could. "Erusen already told me I was allowed to be loved by Ikena-sama." Then she just replied, calm as can be. He stared at her, utterly stunned, like his brain just short-circuited. "Haru finally gave you permission," and the second he did, he screamed in total shock. Carol said white wolf warriors, especially the strong males, often tore into polygamy and ran with multiple mates. He stood there completely stunned. Turns out his common sense from his past life still couldn't save him. Even now, it still felt totally wrong, because Haru always gave off that jealous, possessive vibe. Carol told him, since I already promised I'd be ranked under Haru, there's zero reason to be jealous. She warned him straight up, if he crossed that line, Haru would get jealous in a heartbeat. Blushing hard, she admitted that Haru promised her, straight up, that he'd be gentle with her the first time. Then it hit him, he finally got why she'd been so bold all day. He stumbled backward as she pushed forward, smiling and saying, "I don't care, I'll be the second after Harusen." Right as they started down the path, he slammed to a stop and snapped his head up. Everyone else snapped their eyes in the same direction, and there it was, a shape hurtling through the sky like it owned the clouds. A winged beast swooped in fast, and with every beat of its wings, its shape sharpened into something terrifying. He jolted, realizing something was actually clinging to his back. The creature dove out of the sky and went straight for them. Dragons also make their home in the advanced labyrinth near Florence, and Haru said it like it was no big deal. She said like it was no big deal that this was just some smaller wyvern, while the beast kept circling over their heads. "All right, this is my first time stepping into a fight," he said, bracing himself like it was the moment his life could split in two. The party snapped into a battle formation in seconds, Marina holding the rear guard while Haru surged in to back them up. "I'll be right in front," he roared, sword snapping into his grip as he stepped forward. "Wait, don't move," a voice thundered from above. The wyvern crashed to the ground with a brutal thud and he froze in shock, because for a second it felt like the beast had just talked. A lone armored warrior sprang off the wyvern's back, landing with pure momentum. He gaped in pure disbelief as the rider yanked off their helmet. Then bam, a face he knew better than anyone stared back. A girl in armor stepped up and greeted him like a thunderclap, telling him she'd heard from miles that he'd be arriving. He snapped his gaze to Marina and demanded, "So, is she the girl we were waiting for?" The newcomer swept in and introduced herself as Sakura Suzuki, and she revealed she'd been living in this world for a full 3 years like it was nothing. Marina practically burst with excitement, shouting that the heroes finally came together right under the watch of the three-pillar goddesses. He snatched her mask off and boom, her true face was revealed. The second that mask snapped back into place, her confidence came roaring back. Ian Suzuki opened up about her days as a hero, and honestly that whole hero status still hadn't fully clicked for him. He leaned in and demanded to know how she became a hero, a paladin with steel in her soul and a dragon rider in the skies. She told him how she hatched her wyvern from an egg and raised it herself. Suzuki instantly dodged the whole topic by bragging that her wyvern was ridiculously cute. Marina leaned in, hooked by curiosity, and guessed the creature's name was a tuna buish. Suzuki grinned and proudly declared, "Call me Pachai." The simple name hit the room, and the whole group just froze in stunned silence. Suzuki got lost in the memory. Pachai was her puppy's reincarnation, reborn the moment he was just a hatchling. She told me Miles and the rest thought the name was adorable, and they refused to let her change it. Then he whipped around to Suzuki, eyes locked on her, and demanded to know what she really knew about what was going on. He grilled her about the landslide, but she couldn't tell him a thing. She did know, though, there was a whole flock of monsters spotted out west of town. In Furry, panic erupted. Everyone was scrambling, pushing toward the exits like they could outrun the danger outside the city. He told me he was heading to investigate that exact spot, until he suddenly ran into them. Suzuki said she'd be scoping everything from above so her wyvern didn't get weighed down. She sent him off with a warm wish, sure he'd turn that information into something powerful. With a final thank you, she told the Adventurers Guild they were short on hands, then shot off into the sky. He watched her rocket upward into the sky, perched on the back of her wyvern. With Suzuki out of the picture, he knew it was time to turn around and roll straight back to town. They charged down the stone streets of the city, kicking up dust as they went. Carol said everyone in town felt safe, because those walls had never, ever been broken. Haru shrugged and said, "It's monsters, not an army, so we're good." Marina theorized that it wasn't random at all. It was someone's grand scheme, playing out piece by piece. He ripped off her mask in a flash, cutting off her guesses for good. As they pressed on toward the Adventurers Guild, he snapped at her not to blurt out stuff like that right now. At the reception desk, Haru slammed their finished request down and handed it in. Marina clocked that same trio of would-be adventurers, the ones who'd caused them nothing but trouble before. One of the men jutted a finger at him and barked, "Hey you." He totally brushed off that man and kept talking to the receptionist like he didn't even exist. He asked right there if it was okay to drag the monsters they'd hunted onto the workbench. The man stared stunned as they dumped bag after bag of monster parts onto the ground. The pile kept swelling and stacking until it finally crashed into a jaw-dropping 130 pieces. Panic washed over him as he realized they'd brought in more than he managed to hunt in an entire half a year. The receptionist stared in shock, whispering, "You really hunted every last one and ripped them apart in the East Forest." She straight up admitted that when it came to tearing things apart, his dismantling work was better than every other hunter in the whole guild. His party's massive loot would be a lifesaver during the emergency, but it could also wreck the ecosystem in the process. He snapped his gaze to the stunned man and just said, "Roger that." When he asked if the guy had anything to say, the man bolted and screamed that the town was safe as long as he was there. He basically said, "Yeah, that type of person, they're everywhere." Then the receptionist blared the news. Haru was promoted, and she got a huge congrats for climbing from F to E. Haru's cheeks flared red as the others showered her with praise. They got the bombshell. The reward and promotion ceremony was being delayed because of the emergency. For a split second, he just couldn't help it. He was already plotting how to celebrate Haru's big win. With everything going on in town right now, pulling that off today was genuinely a grind. Still, he wouldn't budge. He leaned in and told Haru he just wanted to celebrate her. Carol suddenly realized her birthday was right around the corner, so she and the others decided to go all out and celebrate both at once. They sprinted back to the very end. Inside, he kept pacing and worrying about Julio-kun, because the guy still hadn't come back. As they headed downstairs for dinner, he shot a warm greeting to the innkeeper. The innkeeper snapped them with a warm grin and told them dinner was already waiting, ready to hit the table. While they ate, Carol leaned in and grilled the landlady about that monster flock. The landlady snapped that all she'd heard were rumors. These guys were said to crawl out of a labyrinth, and she was furious the higher-ups were clamping down on every scrap of information. She stormed in with their food and practically demanded they dig in and enjoy it. He leaned in and told the girls, "I'm stepping out for a bit, stay careful, okay?" Then he snapped his skill on and shoved himself into my world like it was his to command. He burst into the familiar empty landscape, like the world had been waiting just for him. No matter which way he came in, he'd always end up right here, same spot, his true home. As he stared into his next big idea, a chill hit. He wasn't alone. He shot a surprised grin and welcomed the unexpected visitor. The woman stepped forward and introduced herself as Libra, the goddess of order and balance. He froze in sheer shock, staring at the impossible sight. How in the world did a goddess just show up here? He couldn't believe it. Somehow a goddess just waltzed into his world like it was nothing. He quietly realized she wasn't just a goddess, she was the very best of them all. Libra told him she'd studied his book of creation, and then said he could summon his friends right here. He practically gasped when he found out his book's name was insanely cool. He dug his heels in, refusing to reach out to his friends until he finally figured out what she was after. When he assessed his shattered skills, it hit him. She must be here to put the world back into balance. He braced himself, sure death was about to hit him the second it started. Libra said it straight up, calm as ever, "I'm not here to punish you." She told him her real mission was to make him see just how powerless his talent was, then set a hard limit on what his world would ever allow. Seeing she wasn't trying to hurt him, he swallowed his fears and nodded, "All right, let's go." She handed him permit creation stickers, stuff that would let others walk right in and get access. He snatched the stickers, nodded yes, and promised to hand them to his friends while she stood by, waiting. He shot back to the inn, and his party practically cheered him as he walked through the door. He told them, straight up, that they had to slap those stickers onto their bodies to get into his world. They put the stickers through the test and found them weirdly strong at sticking, yet still super easy to peel off. Marina beamed as she slipped one onto her face like a shooting star. He leaned in and warned them they'd been granted a guest degree, and that from that moment on they had to follow her orders without question. A brutal, pitch-black portal to his world tore open and spun into existence right in front of them. The girls stepped in and instantly found themselves stranded on the dead, barren ground of his world. Libra strode into view, royal and steady, staff raised like she owned the moment. Marina instantly clocked her as one of the pillar goddesses. He stepped forward and formally introduced Libra-sama, and the girls dropped into deep bows. The whole group stared up at the goddess, their faces packed with pure awe. He tried to set the goddess straight about his name, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized it barely mattered anyway. Libra told me the reason he switched names to Ikanojo had everything to do with the customs from his old world. She urged him to go straight to Minerva, the goddess of magic and sorcery, and demand the missing details. He couldn't shake the question, would fate ever hand him the chance to meet her? Libra swore that the moment they stepped into Minerva's labyrinths, they'd set up a meeting and handle every last detail. She leaned close, dropped her voice, and made it crystal clear, what she was about to say was top secret. Libra clocked it instantly, that the spatial realm's true nature was already laid bare to him. She told him his world wasn't special at all. It was basically the same kind of divine realm the goddesses live in. Thankfully, he forged a star on the spot, then locked in its limits, so the whole world finally landed in balance. She leaned in and demanded to know if he really understood what his item bag skill could hold. While he ruled the planet he built as one true Ozaworld, his item bag could hold practically anything he could dream up. She told him his bag could swallow an entire universe, and that made his power almost impossible to wrap your head around. Haru shot up her hand so softly it felt like she was afraid to even breathe, like she was back in a classroom. Carol and Marina leaned in, asking, "So you're telling us our master really became a god?" Libra snapped that he was only the door. Someone else had tinkered with the jobless skill and wired it straight into this world. She said, "If this planet is yours to use, then I'm putting up barriers, because I'll protect you from its original creator." With a thunderous swing of her staff, she surged power into that tiny world, and suddenly he could finally use the Book of Creation without any limits. He and his crew watched in awe as the goddess's power swept over his entire world. A massive, pitch-black sphere suddenly erupted in the sky, hanging ominously right over the observation tower. Aquino and his crew stared up at it, their faces frozen in pure disbelief and shock. He replayed Libra's farewell in his mind, how she'd built the base just to watch this world unfold. "Thank you for your cooperation, Ikinojo-san," she murmured with a soft smile, then waved them off like it was the end of the world or the start of something new. With one smooth spin, she slipped into a shimmering portal, and just like that, she was gone. The memory crumbled into nothingness, and Aquino finally let out a long, trembling breath, like the tension had just been yanked out of his bones. "Everyone all right?" he snapped, whipping around to face his friends. Carol couldn't stop staring, her eyes were wide, sparkling with pure excitement. "Like any true master," Haru murmured, and Aquino could only stare in shock, amazed that Libra could pop in and vanish just like that. Haru stared at him, her tail snapping with pure anticipation. He couldn't wait to test his new power, so he cracked open his book and summoned spring water, even though his MP was running on fumes. The book slammed down a blank map and he just grinned. If the map was empty, he figured he could drop that spring anywhere. Y'all. His magic got ripped out of him and then, boom, the sky tore open with a violent blast in the distance. He and Haru snapped their heads toward the noise, eyes wide, total shock hits them. Shielding his eyes, he spotted geysers erupting into the sky miles away from where they stood. That delayed sound wave slammed Carol's friend down hard, knocking her flat on her back. He figured the dry ground would gulp up the water and leave no pond behind. The girls were just left speechless, staring at the pure, overwhelming display of power. He snapped back to clarify that Libra's power wasn't his at all, yet Carol and Kuro were already plotting their next move, buying seeds. Later that night, they all splashed themselves clean and headed for bed. He waved them away, barking, "Hurry up, get some sleep." He sank onto his bed and confessed to Haru that after burning through that much MP, he was completely drained. Haru marched over, gripping a bottle in both hands like it meant everything. She perched on his bed, eyes catching the moon's glow as she leaned in closer. Before he could even blink, she launched onto his lap and wrapped both arms around his neck. "You master," she breathed, her face hovering inches from his. That sudden closeness slammed him straight back to the competition they'd battled through that afternoon. He swore he'd do anything the winner demanded. I can ask anything, right?" she blurted, cheeks already burning hot. Far off in the distance, the city loomed beneath a heavy, clouded sky. The night before the state of emergency hit, a crew of adventurers slipped past the guards and broke into a sealed labyrinth. "Barely, we slipped in safe, we made it," one of them whispered. Joffre raised his hand and ordered them to follow, but Giulio snapped back with a loud shout. "A monster's waiting up ahead," the boy blurted, and his warning hit like a punch. "Stand back," Joffre snarled, yanking his sword free. He cut down the slime in one bold, heroic slash. His companions erupted into cheers, screaming his strength like it was unstoppable. Sachino kept teasing him, but Joffre waved it all off, insisting that it was nothing more than a beginner's labyrinth. They kept charging forward, wiping out every monster they ran into without breaking a sweat. Jaffer threw himself into a pose, soaking up every ounce of praise like it was pure fuel. But Giulio couldn't shake the gut feeling that something out there was seriously off. He leaned in and said, "There aren't nearly enough monsters around here." While the younger ones looked on, Joffrey and Fascina traded a quiet, sinister grin, like they were sharing a secret. Jaffer couldn't help but think, this just made everything so much easier. He snatched Fastina playfully, then clocked that the other two didn't look like they cared a single bit about money. Sachino stared at them, eyes blazing wide as the story began to unfold in front of her. Giulio just stood there completely stunned, unable to make heads or tails of what he was seeing. At last, they finally stumbled into the labyrinth's darkest, deepest heart. "You gotta be able to one-punch it, Aniki," Giulio practically shouted with pure excitement. But the moment they saw it, every single one of them froze, then gasped in pure, stunned disbelief. That giant stone door to the boss room was smashed to pieces, like it never stood a chance. Aren't the boss's room doors supposed to be unbreakable by monsters? Then why did that monster just smash in like nothing? Fast sigh, no wonder this all got delayed. Milky suddenly jabbed a finger toward the ruined chamber. She whipped out a stealth talisman and hurled it forward, screaming as it snapped to life. She went deadly quiet, hissed like a warning, and jerked her hand, telling them to vanish and hide. She told them the talisman would wipe away their presence as they slipped behind the rubble, inch by inch. They peeked out and there it was. A crew of robed figures clustered around the goddess statue, all gathered like something big was about to happen. Julio shot a whisper into the air. Wait, are you the ones who smashed the door? Milky shot back voice tight, yeah, those are Korat's agents. Festina figured they weren't just lost, they were sabotaging the labyrinth, smashing the statue to bring it down. Leo couldn't wrap his head around why they'd ever pull something like that. Milky explained that without the labyrinth, the country's army simply couldn't train up its soldiers. Festina warned that if they tore down this labyrinth, miasma would flood into Korat's, supercharging their rival nation. So how in the world did they smash the door open? Milky stared, completely stunned. Joff stormed back to Julio, who was kneeling in the dirt. What do we do with this thing? Joffrey demanded, gripping a weird orb like it might bite. Julio told them to light the door up and let the agents swear the orb was gone, like the explosion wiped it out. You're a genius, Joffrey snapped, and just like that, he decided to end this right away. He shot to his feet, grabbed the orb, and got ready to roll it straight into the room. An orb clattered across the stone floor like it was screaming trouble. It charged straight at the group of robed figures. Every single one of them snapped their heads around at once, eyes locked on that sound. Milky erupted in a terrified scream, like the fear ripped straight out of her chest. Everyone froze, stunned as her sudden outburst detonated the room. Joffrey and Festina shot each other worried looks, both realizing the other two weren't built for a real fight. So it's all on me, Milky snapped. Then he ripped the air open and called forth a colossal stone serpent. Run, everyone, she screamed, then squared up, ready to take on the agents by herself. Joffrey was about to give in, but Milky snapped back, saying she could still fight. Julio clamped onto Jaffa's arm, yanking him toward freedom and swearing that Milky's sacrifice would not be for nothing. But Tsukino had his own plan, swearing up and down that Joffrey would never ever lose. Joffrey Seath was so furious he could barely breathe, because Julio kept acting like he was a burden and should just run away. Leave it to us, he barked, then burst forward, Fascina right at his side. The two heroes sprinted straight at the enemy agents. But the captain just lifted a hand, and like a command from the heavens, he said, it's time. The agents were swallowed whole by a horrifying dark power that felt impossible to fight. Joffrey and Fastino got slammed by the blast. Monstrous shapes burst out of the exact spot where the agents had been standing. Two heroes stood frozen, staring in wide-eyed terror at the abominations right in front of them. The whole crew snapped around and bolted, still being hunted by that shadowy, nightmarish monster. He locked eyes with her for a beat, and she couldn't shake the feeling something was seriously wrong. He jolted upright and demanded, what's going on? He leaned in and said, I was just thinking you're so cute. Her ears flicked with every heartbeat as her cheeks flushed. She practically purred from his compliment, and her tail wagged like it couldn't hold back. He couldn't help thinking his Playboy gig had finally leveled up again. He leaned in and shouted her name, and she agreed without hesitating. He yanked her into a tight hug, ruffled her hair, and told her with pure conviction that she was the best. He yanked her in tight, and her heart started slamming against her ribs. Their faces were inches apart, so close their breaths almost tangled. A knock hit the door and his shoulders sank. He already knew who it was, so he grabbed that quick kiss with them, then answered. Marina and Carol stood by the door, smiling like sunshine as they happily wished them a great good morning. Ian Haru welcomed them back with a grin, right on time, pure cheer, no hesitation. After breakfast, he rallied everyone to grab supplies for my world, then drilled into them. Spend smart or we're done. He slipped out alone, snagging wheat seeds and a sack of stones before anyone could stop him. Strolling through the city streets, he kept asking himself what he'd still need next. He never planned to bring more slaves into his family, and he treated Marina's case like a one-time exception. Meanwhile, Carol and Haru grilled him about just how deep his feelings really ran, then couldn't help but wonder how the protagonist and the manga could possibly juggle all these women at once. He realized he couldn't just grab any random strangers and toss them into his world. There had to be real limits and rules. He swung the door open, blared that he was back, and stepped into their room. Haru and Carol greeted him like he'd never left, pulling him in with bright, warm smiles. Carol snatched the leftover money and asked, straight up, if he could use it to grab some real good stuff. He sat right between them, eyes locked on the clock, and realized Marina still hadn't come back. Right then, Marina slipped into view through the doorway and stared them down. He spotted her, grinned, and told her to walk right in any time she wanted. Their wave flung wide, welcoming her back with open arms too. "I'm back," she blurted, flashing a grin so bright it lit up the whole place. He said she was late and she hurriedly apologized, saying she'd been stuck trying to talk to the clerk. He leaned in and reassured her, "Keep pushing, because once the job was done he'd bring her mask right back." Carol flashed a bottle she'd just bought and told Marina it was for her no-alcohol day, hoping it would help her brave her shyness. When he asked who'd stay behind to watch the room, Marina raised her hand and volunteered to go first. He nodded, promised he'd be back, and begged her to keep a sharp eye on the room. Then he tore open a swirling black portal right into my world. He said someone had to stay put, because he didn't know if that door would even shut from the inside. Marina called out for their safe journey as Haru and Carol geared up, and all three of them stepped through the doorway. They stormed into my world, a dead, barren wasteland, until a massive spring in the center caught their eyes. Ooh, he just made the spring and he couldn't help but pause, clock it, then give it a tiny, proud salute. They stood side by side, scanning the dead empty land like something was about to strike. Haru whipped around to him and said, "Master, come on, let's start." With a snap of his power, he slammed up solid stone walls in an instant. He looked Haru in the eye and said he'd decided to build a stone house instead of going with wood. Carol stared at the stone's amazing craftsmanship, then grinned and decided to slow down, taking his time and building it piece by piece. Then he pulled out a nutritional agent, ready to supercharge the soil with a creation book. He unleashed a skill called soil consolidation, then splashed the liquid straight onto the ground. The ground shook violently, and it started reshaping itself right before their eyes. Stunned by the sheer power surging through him, he spun around and demanded to know what kind of seeds they'd brought. Haru grinned and offered tomato seeds, while Carol leaned forward and handed over tea seeds. Carol told him those tea seeds were a rare, priceless gift, and he instantly thanked her, swearing he couldn't wait to taste them. But he didn't waste a second. He started sowing everyone's seeds by hanging up plain little poles for the tomatoes. Each of them couldn't stop thinking about the crops they were about to plant. In the blink of an eye, the wheat burst from the ground and shot up to full height. Tea leaves and tomatoes shot up at the same breakneck speed. Carol and Haru lit up, grinning as they told him just how freaking amazing he was. Just before the harvest, he ditched his old work and chose the life of a farmer instead. He lifted a tomato, so ripe it practically glowed in his hands. With just one tomato harvest, his Ikinajo job shot up a level, and he unlocked sickle proficiency like it was nothing. He wiped the tomato spot-free, then tore into it with one massive bite. A brutal shiver tore through his entire body. "It's unreal," he yelled, stunned by the insane flavor and the juicy, melt-in-your-mouth texture. He leaned in and pushed the others to grab some too. They both took a bite then froze, eyes popping wide with pure shock. Haru swore it was the best thing she'd ever tasted. Only dried meat even came close. Harold, who usually can't stand tomatoes, finally admitted this one was ridiculously delicious. He swept his eyes over the lush vines and decided, right then, they weren't done harvesting yet. They started cramming tomatoes into crates, and the sheer mountain of them just knocked them flat. He wiped the sweat off his brow and let out a heavy sigh, like sure he'd gotten this far but there was still more to harvest. Haru blurted out that it was time to swap places with Marina. The moment Marina arrived, she froze in awe at the sight of that gigantic tomato patch. He handed her a tomato, and the moment she took one bite, her face lit up. She was blown away by how insanely delicious it was. He blurted in disbelief, wondering how plants could shoot up in an instant when photosynthesis demands so much. Carol pointed out that using MP to forge a spring and grow plants was already way too mysterious for anyone to just shrug off. Marina leaned in and said, "This world in Aza runs on rules Japan never even touched." Without overthinking a thing, he leaned in and demanded to know what kind of seeds Marina had bought. "Seaweed seeds," she echoed, lifting a tiny pouch like it was pure treasure. She fidgeted and blurted out that she wanted to build a fish pond because there was already water right there. The fish pond sounded amazing to everyone as they hurried toward the spring. Marina tossed the seeds into the water, and as he stared off in thought, he muttered that he'd need a permit to bring fish from the outside world. No. But then boom, right under the water, a thick, lush forest of seaweed erupted out of nowhere. Amazing, Marina breathed, then he finally declared it was time to reap the wheat. Carol reminded him they'd need tools to turn the wheat into flour, and he brushed it off like it was no big deal at all. He kicked himself for not grabbing strawberry seeds, and before long they both agreed it was time to turn back. As soon as she came back, Haru, who'd been waiting on the edge of the moment, pounced in and greeted her master with a warm welcome. They were so wiped out they crumpled onto the bed, and he told Haru she should have rested instead of staying up for him. He leaned in and told Marina she could learn everything from Haru's earnest heart. Marina's cheeks burned when she thought he was calling her brazen, and he shot off a quick apology to shut the joke down before it went too far. While Haru wrestled with her dilemma, a loud knock suddenly slammed through the door. Suzuki's friends Chanty, Schleil, and Mile burst into the room. "What's going on?" he demanded, right as Mile pressed him about the whole monster commotion. "She told me the army was already on the march, and Suzuki still hadn't come back after he went to check on them. Schleil told us Suzuki asked them to defend the town from the sky, and they were terrified of what that meant for him. He just blurted, 'I see.' Shanti pressed him, asking if he'd step up and take over Suzuki's request. 'I refuse,' he snapped back instantly, zero hesitation. Chanthai swore it wasn't about money, but the moment he stared at her like that, she snapped shut. He said that stealing control of their mission would crush Suzuki's trust in them, outright betrayal. Miles snapped that because Suzuki asked them straight up, they had to go all out to protect the town. He flashed a thumbs up and said he believed Suzuki made the right call by leaving the three of them behind in town. "And yeah, we're still pretty damn weak," he said, waving his hand at his own crew. "Sorry, but get out now," he snapped. Shanti blurted out an apology for the weird stuff she'd said, then they spun around and took off. Right before they left, she begged, "Please, can you lend us Haru's sword skills and Marina's magic?" Once the door shut, he leaned back and told them, "I'll think about it." His own party stared at him like he'd lost his mind, and he couldn't stop wondering why they seriously thought Marina was a magician. Haru pressed, "Are we really allowed to say that?" Then doubled down. Their levels were nowhere near high enough to defend the town. The girls stared at him with worried eyes, like something was seriously wrong. A savage grin split his face as he said, "That's exactly why we've got to level up," and then he leaned in and teased, "I know a spot packed with monsters." The moment they saw it, their faces lit up like fireworks with pure excitement. Haru shot him a grateful look and swore she'd care for both of their swords. He hurled Marina her mask, and she scrambled to catch it and shove it on. "Leave it to me," she snapped. Then he told her to sprint to the Apothecaries Guild and grab mana potions. She whipped around in a dramatic flourish, bowing as he tossed her coins for the purchase. Then she used her truth-seeing eyes to make sure everything was real. Carol cut in and said, "I can help too," because her temptress level had shot up. He grinned, ruffled her hair with a gentle pat, and told her he was counting on her just as much. With everything finally set and ready, they geared up and bolted out the door. He clenched his sword's hilt and declared their goal. Every strike they landed was meant to level themselves up. He figured that saying it out loud would make him sound random and weird. Even without a job, he yelled, "You can still save this country," and he whipped his whole party into motion to follow him. "Hold up," Marina shouted from right behind them. She caught up to her and blurted out, "The army swept up every mana potion, but I still snagged the raw materials instead." "All right, team, once again we're charging ahead," he declared. They snapped into position on a high lookout, staring down at the country's army packed in formation below. Far off, they spotted the horde of monsters charging straight for them. Carol, the group's info ace, said the army numbered around 400 strong. She kept insisting the typical swordsman maxed out around level 20, while the generals towered closer to level 30. They watched the army surge into a tight canyon, swallowed by the stone walls. "That's where the fight's going down," Harold confirmed. If the army got wiped out, he laid out the plan. Carol would unleash her power and lure the monsters away. They'd blast enemies from afar with magic and bows, then when things got too close for comfort, they'd slip back through a safe escape route and vanish into my world. He proudly dubbed it the Hikikomori strategy. As the sun sank lower, the sky instantly swallowed the light and turned pitch black. "All right, almost time," he blurted out, scanning everyone like, "You ready or what?" He glanced back at his party, and every face burned with raw determination. Then he grinned and declared it was dinner time. Right when Marina got so shocked she toppled straight over. "You can't fight on an empty stomach," he snapped, handing out the tomatoes they'd harvested earlier, while a giant moonlit wilderness sprawled out in front of them. "Is everyone else eating too?" Haru blurted, staring at a far-off campfire burning in the distance. Ikino asked, "Can you see them?" And she snapped back, "Yeah, I can." "The White Wolf tribe can see as clear as day as long as there's moonlight," she said, and he went wide-eyed. I knew you had killer eyesight, he admitted, but I can't even spot them in this darkness. All I can make out from here is the fire's glow. He went, all right, let's give it a shot. And Carol cut in, Master, wait, don't you have the eagle's eye skill? Oh yeah, that skill, I've got it, he blurted out, and the moment he hit it, his vision started to warp and change. His vision snapped and spun as the ground vanished beneath him, and from high in the sky he stared down at his own party waiting below. Wait, I'm seeing myself lying on the ground, he thought, stunned, like that feeling had just flipped his world upside down. My eyes are stuck up in the sky but my body's still pinned to the ground, he realized. So Carol's voice is still ringing in my ears as she grips his hand and tells him, we're right here with you. On the other hand, Haru, yeah, he thought it. Yeah, Haru confirmed it, clutching her other hand tight, warmth rushed up his cheeks. Who's yanking my clothes? He blurted, feeling the sharp tug. Oh, it's Marina, he realized it. Even with my consciousness drifting in the sky, I don't feel lonely at all, because the four of them stood shoulder to shoulder beneath that massive sky. Haru started to speak, then she cut him off mid-sentence. I can see something moving in from the northwest, she snapped, eyes locked. Serious monsters and way too many of them for comfort, she warned, then corrected herself with a sharp breath. No, the Blood Army is my squad and they're the ones firing my arrows. Flaming arrows? She could barely breathe as she noticed it. Then the monsters hit, and a roar of flame-wreathed beasts tore through the forest like a burning tide. A roaring wall of fire ripped across the whole landscape. Flames roared like a living inferno, devouring the monstrous horde right before their eyes. Relief hit him, maybe this power could blast the monsters out of existence. Looks like we're getting sidelined again, are you serious? He muttered, choking on disbelief. The fiery creatures tore through the inferno like it meant nothing, leaving without a scratch, and they kept charging forward, unbreakable. The monsters burst straight through the wall of fire, and Haru screamed in shock. They're about to slam into the army, and chaos is already clawing at her nerves. Carol studies everything from their vantage point, praying she's reading the moment right. If they drain all their strength right here, Corette could finally strike. So yeah, I get it. Wipe out these monsters fast and we're in business. But if they can't stop it, they'll have to hold the line. Still, she feared the monsters might shrug off Furat and rampage even farther east, and that blazing horde kept smashing ahead in a full-on stampede. And yeah, some of the creatures stumbled and crashed to the ground, but the others pushed forward like they couldn't be stopped. But seriously, why is this monster acting so weird? He couldn't stop wondering. If a wall of fire blocks their path, they'd normally duck away like someone's got them puppeted, forcing every step forward, so he whips around to his companions with a grim look. Everyone about to this chaos, he couldn't keep still. How are we going to hit them, Master Haru? He demanded. Is this really the moment to unleash my temptress skill? Carol asked, and Marina shot back, I'll give it everything I've got. Then he stared at their determined faces and you could feel the resolve in the air. He was about to ask if they were ready to gamble their lives, but he didn't need proof, so he clenched his resolve and said, Lend me your strength. And they all answered in one voice, as long as we stand together, we can do anything. Yeah, he grinned and said it like it was no big deal. Yeah, we'll still retreat to my world if we're in a pinch, he said, and then he snapped his gaze to Carol. So you hated how those temptress skills of yours played you, didn't you? He asked, voice soft as silk. You swore you were making everyone around you miserable, and then she stammered, why yes. But this time your skills will save Farut, he declared with a grin. Then he chuckled because I'd tried to light a fire in her and yeah, it clearly didn't go the way I hoped. Hey, don't stress, just breathe and slow down, he told her, then turned to Haru. Haru, cover us with your slash skill. Don't dive straight into the enemies, she said, eyes locked on her goal. I'll try, Marina, put on your mask, he ordered. He admitted it, then basically said, I'm putting Haru first, not me, and that answer left a chill in my gut like I'm really counting on you. He told Marina my name, 3 eyes, Marina Pei Kusunoki, and Marina snapped into a dramatic announcement. If the moment my third eye snaps open, my demon bow will rip through them all and then I'll vanish with the bodies. Don't disappear, he blurts out, because she's right, you're not exactly battle-ready, and once she says she won't even get her turn, our fate is already decided. Yeah, what we're about to pull off feels like a bonus stage. He grinned like he already knew we'd win. Let's enjoy it right now, I'm counting on you, Carol, he said, whipping his head toward her. Leave it to me, she shot back with total confidence, and the whole crew stood locked in, ready to smash whatever came next. "Carol, tell me," Marina blurted, "do we yell first before we activate the skill?" "It's a skill that's always on, so she doesn't have to shout." She explained that, but honestly, Marina protested way more loudly. "Yeah, I get it, but then he trailed off, so what do you think I should yell?" Carol demanded, and Marina immediately screamed, "Lame," after hearing Carol's pheromone power idea. She could just scream Dark Temptation Absolute Territory instead, because if it's a named skill, why not yell Moon Enchantment straight up? And that's exactly what she suggested. That's straight up hype, and the second it hits, Haru's body snaps tight like he just sensed something dangerous. Haru noticed her shift in attitude and boom, demonic bats swarmed through the sky like a living storm. A voice roared out from the swarm, and they still thought they could shut those monsters down with something like that. "They're just puppets with zero fear of losing their own lives." Then the voice kept going. "They've only got one mission, reach Farout, and once they do, they wreak havoc there for 3 days straight, then vanish for good. Then the Koret army is coming for a visit. Right after that, the monsters down below abruptly twist their course." What's happening?" the voice blared. "Humans will tear each other apart and both countries will die." Then it cackled. "So tell me, did that spell get overwritten?" The lead bat snapped, realizing it was all changing. "So who was it that clocked me at once?" Eyes blazing wide with shock. "There's no mistaking it. It's glaring at me like it wants a fight," and then the bat's stare drops straight to the cliff where the whole group is standing. From right there, Harudono, the Demon King's family pet. And the bat, it clocked her immediately. White Wolf's bat-shaped shadow loomed over the sky, and I couldn't look away. But the White Wolf tribe, they just weren't built for magic, at least that's what it seemed. "But how?" Kusunoki Marina shrieked as they came rushing in. "Monsters are closing in at this rate, and Master Haru can't help but call it out. This is going to wreck his whole plan." "Yeah, get ready to fight," he shot back. "Haru, lend me your bats." Marina stared up at the empty sky, and the worry on her face hit hard. "I can't see a thing," Haru said. Then the bat streaked northwest and vanished into thin air. "But I figured it out, so we've got a brace for air raids too, right?" He nodded. Then Carol asked, "Wait, did they already leave?" "If they did, we're finally safe, yeah. I managed to swing the monster's path, and the bats didn't even flinch from Carol's power, so that's gotta be the answer," he thought. "All right, we're doing this, but we keep our distance. Now it's my turn," he declared. "Horde, fire!" he screamed and hurled a spell. Then his fireball detonated right in the middle of the charging swarm. Hey, so where are you aiming?" Marina called out. Then she leveled her shot the exact opposite way. A blade of pure light tore from her bow as she loosed an arrow. One perfectly timed shot ripped through multiple monsters in a straight, deadly line. "Io, for real? That's insane!" he burst out. "Stunt, come on, it's obvious. The moment you make me actually draw my bow, that's what you get," she bragged with a grin. He stared in stunned silence as her power crushed the monsters. Then he shouted, "They're vanishing." "Are they labyrinth monsters?" Marina said. "Monsters from the labyrinth vanish after you beat them, then they drop loot, magic stones, and all the proof you weren't imagining it." "Hey, looks like another group is rolling in. Should I entertain them again?" As Haru stepped forward, he spotted it. Magic stones scattered on the ground. She slammed her weapon down with earth-shaking force. Slash! An energy blade tore through the air, blasting straight into the next wave of monsters. A blazing slash ripped through the front ranks, tearing them apart like they were nothing. "Ooh, a chain reaction crash." Haru's eyes lit up as he commented. "Well done, Haru," he cheered, then grinned. "All right, I'm copying you," as he grabbed his own sword and unleashed a brutal slash. The energy wave sliced straight through the enemy lines, tearing a huge path in its wake. The impact slammed down so hard it carved a trench straight into the earth. Dust and debris exploded into the air right after everything went down. As expected from a master like Ikinosama, his slash absolutely wrecks Arakirid. "Not bad," he smirked, and pride sparked in his chest, so he couldn't admit he'd held back his real power, could he? "Charm!" Carol shouted, pointing at the monster. The charmed beast snapped and turned on its own kind, then tore into the other monsters with pure, vicious ferocity. That skill was terrifying, and I could only think one thing: I've got to watch every move or I'll get hit. So yeah, I started panicking about my supplies. I'm wondering how many monsters I can slaughter before my MP hits 0. Then Haru flashes in my mind, because her biggest problem right now is getting her strength restricted in this fight, since she's currently out there battling with a bow they ripped from bandits. She swings her bow, the one we ripped from the bandits, and he can't help but notice, Even with that weapon, Haru is fighting like a beast. He stared at that endless horde and thought, we can still pull this off, look at how many they've got. If I can, I'm going to wipe them all out in one brutal sweep. Then he hurls another blazing fire spell straight into the crowd. The monsters surged forward again and again, not a flicker of doubt in their steps. Was this it? He couldn't stop himself. Plans ignited in his mind as the monster shattered into flames. Carol, I'm changing your job, now listen up. There's something I need you to make sure of, and you too, Haru and Marina, stop your attacks right this second. He kicked off Carol's whole job change plan. Notifications exploded across his vision like a digital avalanche. Ooh ah man, what a huge list. He blurted it out, yelling with pure excitement. Hold up, did I just level up? Carol beamed at Ikina-sama. You're so happy, so does that mean it's over? He asked, eyes locked on the endless horde in the distance. Nope, Haru cut in, the monsters are pulling back. Yeah, it's more like they're back on track, pushing toward Farut, just like I figured, because when he said it, it confirmed they'd been controlled. It doesn't hit as hard as Carol's skill, but it still pins the monsters' movements tight. Then he scans the land and spots a razor-thin pass ahead. One lone path snakes between those brutal cliffs and I can take it, what's the problem? Carol blurted, clocking that smile on his face. Ikina-sama, Harold's leveled up too, she chirped, all smiles. Then when Marina stared him down, he hurriedly said, sorry, I guess I looked kinda suspicious. Would you shut up? She snapped. Then he flashed a grin and said, I just came up with something brilliant. And it totally cracked me up. Alright, let's bounce, I'm gonna try this. Then Marina screamed, behold, and unleashed the flash of her arrow, firing off her shot. An arrow ripped straight through a pack of monsters. I pushed past my breaking point, landed that final attack, then Waha screamed as she collapsed. Nice work, Marina, now back to rest. Haru S on it next. Haru leaned over the tight canyon, staring down as the monsters came charging in. Let me borrow this, she said, snatching up Marina's bow, and then he snapped, all right, Carol, I'll take over your job. The moment her temptress job snaps back on, the monsters immediately recoil and fall back into place. Aru loosed an arrow at the dirt beneath him, thwip, and it slammed the path, blasting up a cloud of dust. All right, hold on, he said after a beat, and then he promised he'd switch your job again, this time to the temptress. The monster snapped back in the opposite direction again. They started stacking up in that tight little passage, one body after another. They're totally trapped in the middle, and he just grinned like it was exactly what he wanted. Good thing there's this perfect, nasty, steep cliff. Now I'll tell you what we were doing, he said. We herded the monsters into one deadly path, hemmed in by sheer cliff walls, and he clocked the strategy they'd already mastered. I kept flipping Carol's skill on and off, and before we knew it, the streets locked up into a massive traffic jam. Marina snapped from the side, I don't need to aim anymore. And the second she said it, a tiny one slipped out and he caught it instantly. Nice work, no congestion hit, so I just keep hammering Carol's skill again and again until it finally lands. All right, it's my turn to shine, he growled and started gathering power. Spiritual unification roared to life. He thrust his hand forward and a massive column of fire exploded up from the canyon floor. A massive explosion detonated, swallowing the trapped horde in a roaring wall of fire and smoke. The whole landscape detonated into a raging storm of light and raw power. He dropped to one knee, his strength evaporating in an instant, then somehow forced himself back up on shaking legs. His companions came barreling up to him, voices trembling with worry, and he waved them off. He was totally okay, just tapped out all his MP. I can't get used to this fatigue, he wheezed, collapsing to the ground as Carol gently patted his head, soothing him back to himself. Staring at the huge crater his magic ripped into the earth, he couldn't help thinking, yeah, this power hit hard. System messages blasted his screen, Ikinojo's level skyrocketed, and new tiers of mage and cleric skills just unlocked. Man, cleric was only level 1 and somehow it was already at 48 and he couldn't stop thinking about it. He just wanted to max out this useless class so he could finally graduate. With Hawkeye locked on the horizon, he kept hunting for monsters, while Hawkeye grimaced at the nasty managras he might have to swallow just to claw back his MP. Right after Carol suggested it, he finally rested in her world for a while. Then a dark silhouette ripped across the sky and snatched his attention instantly. The shadow swelled in the sky and then it finally snapped into view. A colossal wyvern dropping straight down toward them. A familiar knight in shining armor grinned as he perched on his beast, then joyfully introduced the whole thing, Pachai. I just watched a massive blast rip through the air, and the writer pointed back at the crater Ichinojo tore open. Marina suddenly snapped into view beside the wyvern, staring at Suzuki and demanding to know if he was the one behind it. Dizziness hit him like a punch. He spun toward the newcomer and blurted, "Kikusunoki-kun got a mana potion, please can you spare me one?" "Yeah, sure," Suzuki shot back. Then he shoved a potion into his hands, traded for a tomato right when Ikinojo felt his strength come roaring back. He stared down at the red fruit in his hand, then shot a curious look back at Suzuki, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Suzuki chuckled with a grin, admitting he wasn't big on tomatoes, and even Carol, who absolutely hated them, still ended up enjoying his. Suzuki admitted he'd gone on a monster raid, but somehow it turned out he wasn't needed here after all. But the nightmare wasn't done yet. Monsters kept bursting out of the nearby labyrinth like a flood. "Kusunoki-kun, let's team up." Suzuki said it with total confidence, convinced the source was hiding somewhere inside the labyrinth. He warned Ikinojo that his old strategy might fall apart the moment they stepped inside. Marina declared, pointing dramatically, "And it looks like 5 humans are trapped inside that labyrinth." "Are they someone you know?" he demanded, yet she squirmed and admitted she'd never met them face to face. "Remember that catch user guy?" Suzuki cut in with this knowing look like he already had the whole thing figured out. He broke it down. Tsukino, the innkeeper's son, was stuck inside with his niece Milky, plus their friends Giulio and Elise. "I do know them," he admitted, then the truth hit him hard. He couldn't leave them behind, so he nodded and agreed to go. New mission locked in, the whole crew launched into the sky like a rocket with a purpose. When everyone crammed onto Pachai's back, Suzuki shot them a warning. "We're way over capacity, hold on or you're going to tumble." Suzuki flashed a grin and told them it was all good. Pachai has already chowed down 7 rare metals, so yeah, he's freaking incredible. Cradled between his buddies, he took a bite of the sandwich, and to his surprise, it was actually crazy good. But his attention snapped straight to Marina, teetering dangerously near the front. True to any street performer's pride, he couldn't help thinking, "Wow, she's insanely skilled." "Who do you think you're talking to?" she snapped, jabbing a finger at him. "I'm warning you, don't fall." "But there's something magical about wyverns," Suzuki practically burst out, because Pachai was soaring through the air, grinning in pure, unstoppable good mood. "Ikinojo told me his first stop was right beside a wyvern nest, and he couldn't believe he made it out alive." Suzuki then spilled his own story, how he stumbled on Pachai's egg right beside its dead parent, and how the moment it hatched, the little hatchling latched onto him and imprinted like his destiny was written in that heartbeat. Suzuki leaned in and fired the question back at him, "So you do this everywhere?" Then snapped the conversation right back to himself. "Honestly, we only stepped into that battle so our fighting styles could carve out a safe margin," he admitted. Suzuki shook his head and said, "This wasn't a safe fight, no way. Every battle I've ever fought has been dangerous. But this is exactly what I wanted," he said, his voice shaking with pure, unbreakable resolve. "My blessing, it's called *** protagonist revision ***. Ikinojo was totally thrown off, so Suzuki cracked it. This was a weird blessing. The kind that keeps dragging him into chaos where he runs into gorgeous girls, and sometimes a mysterious savior shows up like clockwork. So it just tilts the odds, same as any normal guy, until he snaps and asks whether Suzuki confirmed it, and that question immediately throws trouble right back at him. While Marina grumbled about her blessing, he shot back with his thoughts, because his own blessing showered him with EXP for every monster he crushed. "Honestly, I'm glad I'm not the main character," he told Carol, "because I'd be stuck playing the supporting role in your story at best." "Yes, you're not the main character," Carol shot back, staring him straight in the eye. "You're our master." "You're right," Marina snapped back with style, and then she tossed out, "I'll be in your care." "Kusunoki-kun, look down." Suzuki suddenly screamed that a whole pack of monsters is charging straight for Furut. Ikinojo's eyes widened when he saw Marina raise her bow, and he couldn't help thinking, she's actually doing her job for real. "Are you really gonna slam it straight into their faces?" he demanded, and the warning hung in the air. "Get ready, we're going straight for the source," she declared. "But tell me, can we leave these monsters for my comrade?" "Marina," Suzuki barked, "slash the monsters' numbers down as low as you possibly can." Up in the sky, she perched like a storm god and unleashed a deadly rain of arrows on the horde below. When his level shot up, power flooded his body, and in the blink of an eye, he finally understood exactly how the party's shared EXP was getting split. Man, this easy EXP is awesome, he thought, until he realized it was basically a total waste because 2 of his 4 jobs were already sitting at max. He instantly strapped on his fire and earth mage jobs to smash that 120th EXP requirement, and right when he did, Suzuki spotted exactly where they were headed. When they show up, the labyrinth entrance is packed. Monsters swarm it like it's already theirs. Suzuki roared, "Charge in, get ready to fight," then sprang off Pacha and launched himself in solo. He slammed down like a meteor, blasting monsters and rubble everywhere in a wild, flying storm. "Suzuki, you're out of control," he hissed, shoving Carol and Haru onto Pacha as he charged straight into the brawl. Ian and Haru lunged headfirst into the chaos, and their blades flashed like lightning as they carved through the enemy ranks. Suzuki pitched Pacha up into the sky at high altitude and shouted, "Don't worry, I'll lean on Marina's bow skills if it comes down to it." "Thanks, Kusunoki-kun," Suzuki shot back, then barked an order telling his wyvern to hold position. From up on their safe perch, the girls cheered him on and sent him off with their best wishes. He knew Haru wouldn't sit still for a second, and her specialty would turn this fight into a cakewalk. She proved she was right by slamming her foot into the ground, and the shockwave blasted the monsters nearest to her out of existence. She exploded forward in a blur, ripping through the battlefield like a destructive whirlwind. "Amazing," Suzuki sucked in a breath, and Ikinojo shot back with a proud grin. "That's exactly what I expected from my Haru." "Hey, Kusunoki-kun, look out," he shouted, snapping his eyes to a brand new threat creeping in behind you. A hulking monster towered over him, so he yanked his sword out and muttered, Hey, this is seriously troublesome." Right before he could swing, an arrow ripped out of the sky and slammed straight into the monster's head, ending it instantly. "Man, you nailed it with this party," Suzuki shouted as the wyvern ripped circles overhead. "Marina, give me one big breath," he shouted to the sky, then yelled, "Hurry up, we're busting into the labyrinth right now." "All right then, watch this," she snapped, yanking her bowstring back as a magic arrow surged into existence. An arrow tore through the air, then smashed into the labyrinth's entrance and blasted the gate wide open. With the road finally cleared, he and Suzuki sprint straight into the dark entryway. Right as they hit the labyrinth's heart, Suzuki was already tearing into a brand new pack of rhino-like beasts with his sword. His brutal slash ripped a shockwave through the creatures, and they dropped instantly. "Yeah, leave this one to me," he blurted, stepping right up as Haru stared in awe at Suzuki's raw power. He crashed into a massive bird-like monster, barely dodged its wild strike, and then slammed in with a finishing hit to take it down. "Nice work, Kusunoki-kun, so that's where your power's hiding, huh?" Suzuki said. He swept his hand down the corridor, bracing to charge forward. They just kept piling in, and he couldn't help staring as he grilled Suzuki for how many mana potions he had left. Then he tore open the hall with a roaring torrent of fire, swallowing the oncoming monsters whole, until the flames burned the immediate threat away. Smoke roared up from the blackened stone, and the road ahead fell deathly quiet. As Master Haru exclaimed, just like everyone expected, Suzuki stood there, stunned into silence. "Not now, save the wow for later," he snapped and thrust them forward. "Move, hurry." He shot a hand up, and the second he did, he heard those heavy footsteps closing in, loud, unmistakable, and coming fast. A weird four-legged creature came charging toward them, galloping down the long corridor like it owned the place. His eyes popped open in pure disbelief. "Wait, the Centaurus." Two panicked riders yanked at its mane with all their strength, screaming for it to stop as they bounced wildly in the saddle. "They're here," Haru blurted it out as the party stared at the sun, totally stunned. He watched the donkey-like creature, baited by a Karatana stick, trip hard and send its riders crashing to the ground. Joffrey's side finally got saved, and the riders let out a breath of relief. Long time no see. "Why's this labyrinth in full chaos?" he blurted, staring around like, "What are you guys even doing here?" Right before they could even speak up, 3 more figures came blasting down the hall, yelling for their key. He finally clocked it. Those 3 missing people had to be the others. "Everything's fine now," Suzuki said, stepping up and flashing a calm, reassuring smile. The 2 new boys sized up Chino-Joe's crew with sharp suspicion. The whole rescued group stepped forward and introduced themselves. Giulio, Sakino, and Milky then hit us with heartfelt thanks. "We came to rescue Milky-san on her uncle's orders," and Suzuki talked so smoothly that even Ikenojo couldn't believe it. He snapped his head toward Joffrey and fired off, "So what happened?" Joffrey blurted, furious and stunned, "How do you know that?" Like a spy's cover just got ripped wide open. Then he burst into this wild, frantic ramble, like everything just went bam and boom out of nowhere. "Where did that spy vanish to?" Suzuki demanded. "Is Call-Up behind this sabotage too?" "All right," Milky pushed in, then Lushing broke it down fast. "The spy was probably dead, crushed after the monsters overran him." "Are you okay, Joffrey?" he demanded, spotting her nose bleed, yet she just waved it away like it was nothing but a bad fantasy. She was convinced that the Call-It spy jammed the goddess statue with some cursed technique, so it started spewing miasma. Suzuki pushed for an investigation, but he demanded they pull that exhausted group out first. No delays. "Hey, hold up," Joffrey barked. "Enough talking, we're out of here now." "Then let's hit the goddess statue," Milky insisted. "If you made it this far, you've gotta be seriously strong, right?" He stared into the monster-choked hallway, feeling the dread crawl up his spine, because there was no way they could afford to slow down. Of course," Joffrey stammered, swallowing hard as I agreed to their plan. Haru spotted the bag strapped to Sakino's back and instantly knew it was stuffed with rare golden wool. He clocked it instantly. The boy was itching to sprint back to town and cash in on that priceless material. "Sakino told us your mission is simple: place it by the goddess statue. And hey, you're our witnesses." He figured their testimony would seal the case, prove the job was done, snag back their gem, and finally make their client happy. He scoffed at how cheap the move looked. Then he realized the whole group was scrambling to grab multiple rewards all at once. "All right, let's hit the goddess statue," Joffrey snapped, pointing over as his crew looked worn out and beat down. "Honestly, I don't want to head out alone, so I'll come with," Milky declared. Everyone else burst into laughter like a switch flipped, and that only left him even more baffled. "Master, this is a pack of monsters. Haru warned me, so I stepped forward and told Suzuki, leave this one to me." But Suzuki didn't hesitate. He surged forward, yanked his blade free, and struck as the horde crashed in. "Oh, Grand Cross," he roared, then slashed his sword through the air, carving a blazing arc of light like a comet. The holy energy sliced clean through the entire monster pack in one brutal, earth-shaking hit. The corridor plunged into silence, and all that was left behind were smoldering wrecks of the beasts. "Whoa, no way," he burst out, stunned by how insanely strong Suzuki was. "Come on, let's sprint to the goddess statue," Suzuki called out, flashing a confident grin. A little earlier, before they finally linked up with Kusunoki's crew, Ikino and the gang were trapped deep inside the Dakiat labyrinth. "Talk about luck," one of them blurted out. "I never thought we'd beat a gold wool sheep." Julio leaned in and told the others, "It turns into gold." Ikino said, pointing at the precious fleece, "Yep, this trade is gonna take it." Julio frowned. "You're sure we can grab all of it?" Joffrey grinned and lifted the golden wool, saying, "With this much it'll sell for 10,000 cents. He added that it's rare monster wool, something that shows up only once in a blue moon, and Akino proudly raised yet another drop they'd pulled straight from their fight. "Bad boy," Eliz screamed as she yanked at the beast with all her might. "You can't eat my hand," he snapped, then yanked his hand back fast, eyes wide with shock. "9," he blurted, still in shock. "So, how many has it eaten now?" Carol demanded. Then the donkey just stood there, totally calm, like it didn't even care about the chaos. "Most monsters scarf down maybe 2 growth items, and even dragons push to around 10, but this thing had already gobbled 9. What kind of monster was it, and was it really just a slow donkey?" From a short distance, the others kept staring. Did these people not realize how freakish this monster really was? Alyssa's companion blurted, and Akino snapped, "Fine, let's grab some food too, Alyssa." "Yeah," Joffrey shouted, and Akino strode up to Julio, offering him bread. "Here, open up." He shoved the bread toward Julio. "This is some real good stuff, try it." "Wah," Julio choked, his face burning red. I can eat it myself." Vicino didn't back off, he just leaned in and shoved the bread again. "Come on, open your mouth." Julio squirmed, mumbling as he looked away, while Elise let out a small, happy giggle that totally gave them both away. She let out a sneaky hee-hee, then started chuckling to herself. "So I'm thinking, what the heck is going through her mind?" I snapped my gaze to her, and right then the donkey's head droops like a weird, heavy aura just crawled over it. Elsewhere inside the labyrinth, Kusunoki and Suzuki pushed through a shattered corridor, stepping carefully through the ruins. Suzuki blurted, "That was insanely powerful. Was that a paladin's skill?" Kusunoki nodded, and when he said it, he looked completely drained. Slash eats way less MP, but this? Kusunoki clutched a paper talisman because without the one he got from Shulil, he'd crumple after firing just one shot. Suzuki blinked. A talisman? What does it even do? And Kusunoki hit back. While we hold it, we can share MP. Ah, that's the kind of timing that makes Suzuki grin. If I can trade MP with Haru, then I'll unlock way more skills than before, Kusunoki mused. So yeah, I want one too, just don't lean on it too hard or it'll heap that crushing burden on that poor girl, Suzuki warned, and when he said lowly, Kusunoki hesitated. She did look young, right? Your comrade, her name's Carol-chan, right? Suzuki asked. That girl's way younger, no, despite how she looks. Carol is 17, Kusunoki cut him off. 17? Suzuki snapped, his eyes going wide. Just like that, Carol dropped in right beside them on cue. Yeah, Kusunoki said, she's half human, half ling. Then she looked at me and confirmed, I turned 17. Suzuki finally exhaled and went, oh, I get it. But he still eyed Kusunoki. So you're not treating her like some legal loli or anything, right? Whoa, Kusunoki shouted, flailing his hands like crazy. I've already got 3 key comrades, touch one and I'll lose it, Suzuki snapped. Carol leaned in so close to Kusunoki that his face instantly went bright red. Please make a move on me, she whispered. Then Suzuki laughed. Yeah, well, when I'm being rational, I can't touch Carol either, so we're stuck in the same trap. Kusunoki begged. Please don't say that, and right then he jolted hard like he'd just felt danger snap into place. Hey you guys, big trouble, he roared. Ahaha, yeah, that's wild, I swear I'm jealous. Suzuki burst out laughing, totally oblivious, and Kusunoki snapped, stop messing around and do something, right as Haru leaped into view. Enemies are closing in from behind, she warned, voice shaking. Hurry up, Haru, he barked. Master, it's okay, back off and let me handle the rear, she snapped, gripping her weapon as she braced for impact. Kusunoki-kun, more are charging from the front too, Suzuki shouted, and at last he yanked his sword free. Kusunoki's eyes went wide. He feared the MP would run dry any second, so he slammed his own blade and fought back-to-back with him, carving through the monsters closing in. Kusunoki grunted like he'd found the crack in the defense, then snapped his guard up and parried the incoming strike. Aniki, how about it? A new voice shouted. Yeah, leave it to me, another answered. A split second later, Ikino and his partner smashed through the wall, charging in on that donkey like it was a warhorse. They dangled a Karatana stick, ultimate weapon Centaurus charge attack version, to steer their mount, and the donkey lunged ahead with absolutely unreal force. It bulldozed a straight path right through the monster horde. They tore through the battlefield, scattering dust clouds and leaving defeated enemies behind them. After that chaotic ride, Ikino and his companions staggered, dizzy as hell, totally disoriented. Everyone follow Aniki, Giulio roared, and their crew sprinted right behind the incoming charge. That slow donkey stronger than us, Suzuki blurted, stunned, and Kusunoki snapped, don't say that, it'll drag the mood down. Then right on cue, the donkey abruptly stopped because it had finally gulped down the carrot. Aikino's face drained of color as fear hit him. So that was my last carrot. Then his party freaked out because we're out for good. Oh no, of all times we run out of carrots? Kusunoki hesitated for a second, then jumped in anyway, saying it'd be pretty pathetic for an adventurer's lifeline to be just vegetables, so he thrust a huge, ripe tomato into our hands. The donkey's eyes blazed with triumph, and as Kusunoki heard it, just before it bolted straight for him. Whoa, he shrieked and bolted like his life depended on it, while Master Haru screamed and Kusunoki tore down the corridor, getting chased by that maniac donkey and a brand new wave of monsters. He sprinted with everything he had, legs straining like they might tear off the moment the chase demanded more. Wait, couldn't I just hurl a tomato? He only realized it too late, staring at the boss room door up ahead. Damn it, I'm pissed, he yelled, then barreled into the chamber, right into the face of a giant mammoth-like monster. Sorry about this, he snapped, hurling the bit of meat he had in hand. I've always wanted to taste mammoth, and just when I thought that, another one showed up. No way, another one! He launched himself into the air, gripping that precious tomato with zero chance of letting go. The mammoth bellowed in the instant it slammed down onto its back. The donkey burst into the room, and the instant it crashed, its riders slammed down and tumbled to the ground. Then it yanked the tomato right out of Kusunoki's hand and chomped it down like it was starving. Kusunoki stared at that incredible donkey until it started chewing everything in sight, Then it stomped the mammoth straight into the ground while Akino's crew scrambled to recover. After the chaos calmed down, the donkey pressed a warm, affectionate nudge into Kusunoki's side. He took one look at their mess, boxed in between the boss room and a room that kept spawning monsters in waves. He snapped a healing spell on himself and shot back, "Sorry, Haru, but I'm gonna use your tomato." Then he yanked another one straight out of his inventory. "Yo, Centaurus, tomato alert!" He screamed, hurled it down the corridor, then flung another the other way, and the donkey took off chasing them like it was the chase of a lifetime. Haru and Suzuki finally caught up to him, and there he stood, wheezing hard like he'd run straight out of breath. Master Haru shouted, "I might end up as a donkey user," and Kusunoki just let out a heavy sigh, "I thought I never wanted that." Then he snapped his head toward the monster-filled room and declared, "All right, this is it, our final destination. Let's wipe them out," his comrades screamed, and he surged forward with them. Kusunoki slammed his sword through the horde, carving a path straight ahead. Haru stormed through the chaos, her scythe slicing the air in a deadly blur as she danced through the battle. As the final monster crumpled, a barrage of system messages exploded on screen. Everyone had leveled up, unlocked brand new skills, and earned fresh titles. The crew huddled in front of the goddess statue, and the darkness had wrapped around them so tightly they were sealed in shadow. "Is it over?" Akino snapped, staring at the dark mass. "The goddess statue is over there," Elise said, pointing. "Thanks," Akino breathed, then stepped closer. "All right, I'll check, so what's the verdict? Did you crack it?" she asked. "Sorry, it's just really hard for me," she admitted. Akino's like, "What can we do?" And right then, a monster crawls out of the darkness and charges straight at him. Chish grunted and carved it down with one vicious slash, but the moment it fell, another one surged right back into place. "Don't make me use sword moves that slice through darkness," he snapped, then slammed his rage into the floor. "Suzuki, can't you do something with that holy sword?" Suzuki roared back, and with a holy surge he detonated the darkness into a blinding flash. The moment the light exploded, the others screamed and threw their hands up, shielding their eyes from the glare. "Sorry, I'll warn you next time," Suzuki said as the light died down and the darkness stayed unshaken, untouched by it all. "So magic's useless, huh?" Onishino hissed in frustration. "Oh yeah, can you throw up a barrier around this goddess statue and lock it away?" "You could hold it for a bit, sure, but I really don't think we should," Elise warned. She warned that once the miasma thickened, the monsters would grow stronger and smash straight through the barrier. So Akino spun around and snapped, "Got it, then what do we do?" "If that goddess statue is the culprit," Gullio snaps into action and starts to speak. "Destroy the goddess statue and end this mess, wouldn't that fix everything?" The thought hit Akino and Alyssa so hard they went completely speechless. Akino paused for a beat and thought, "Wait, if we tear it down then yeah, that could actually work." Then it hit him, if he smashed it he could yank that miasma-gathering power straight into his world. But the goddess Cetrance flashed in his mind, her warning sharp as a blade, destroying her statue meant death. The vision said the goddesses could end the monster nightmare if they were willing to ditch the farm, and that idea was terrible. Akino snapped his head back, refusing it. "The gods of statues are made to stay put, won't move, won't break," Kusunoki said, and then Joffrey leaned in. "All right, but we have to do something about this darkness, right?" Akino shot back. "I'll ask too, just in case. Do you actually have a plan?" Joffrey lifted a plain sword and declared, "I'll hurl this blade into the darkness." It's the legendary steel we snagged from a horse over by the border, one of Canon's dead serious scam masterpieces. And Ikinosai clocked the whole sales pitch instantly. "It's not a scam, I swear," Joffrey's companion kept yelling, and that's exactly what the girl promised the moment we bought it, while Joffrey shot back in argument. "That sword repels darkness only one time. Still, it's just iron, right?" "Wait, didn't Elise make a magic sword?" "I guess it's not a complete lie, she's got the same fire Marina does." "So calm down, Suzuki." Kusunoki told him that sword was forged by a legendary magical blacksmith. And this blacksmith didn't just swing the hammer, she spent ages with Marina, which is why Kusunoki kept studying Suzuki with that same knowing look. "And that sword's name is Excalibur, do you know it?" "Yeah, I might not look like it, but I'm a die-hard Excalibur fan," Suzuki blurted out with shocking passion. "Yeah, it's exactly like that, Kusunoki just confirmed it." "Leave it to me," Joffrey said, then he wound up for the throw. He roared, "Excalibur," and tossed the whole sheath. Then the blade shot true, and the moment it crashed into the miasma, the darkness got wiped clean. Whoa! Akino jolted back, staring in awe, but those tiny tendrils of darkness were still clinging to the statue's base. Did it not work? He panicked, then remembered, of course. That's the strongest sword made to be thrown. Kusunoki grinned like he already knew. As expected, Excalibur never disappoints. All right, let's place this gem on the goddess statue, Sakino yelled, sprinting ahead with his bag. He sprinted up the steps to the altar. Sasino, get back! Akino screamed, raising the alarm. Sekino froze mid-bewilderment, gripping the glowing gem. Then Akino shouted, Sekino! As the last of the darkness surged straight at the boy. The darkness slammed together into one blazing point of raw energy. When their sight finally snapped back, Goddess Setrin loomed there before them, radiant and unstoppable. You've really earned it, heroes who carved the nation out of the crushing dark, she declared, and the whole group just stared up at her, utterly frozen in shock. Long time no see, Setrin-sama. Suzuki greeted her like it was no big deal. Hirokauda, it's been ages, she said it with a warm smile, and then she turned right to the whole group. Brave warriors, you crushed it, no need to shrink your heads now. Because of what you just did, 2 countries were saved, she said, voice blazing with pride. I'll speak for the goddesses and thank you, aha, don't sweat it. Guri just laughs. Yeah, we're the monster master and the hero, so saving the world is basically guaranteed, and over on Haru's side he's getting fed up fast. At least don't be rude, your group was just an apprentice swordsman and a whip user from the start. Honestly, we don't even know how we hauled that statue back to normal, and Sanoki was the one who finally admitted the goddess did it. Setterins kicked off the explanation and she made it crystal clear. This insane feat was set in motion by a man everyone feared, the vampire Valve. He planted a ruthless plan to wipe out both the backyard and the Kolot. Then she spun around to look at Sakino. I'm guessing you weren't exactly dying to do it, Sakino. You still shoved that sphere packed with Valve's technique right into the world, didn't you? Yeah, but Citrance just figured it'd be smarter to hand something like that to someone like Suzuki instead. The Demon King and then the Demon King families shows up. She doesn't stop there. She keeps going. People swear the records prove she could see the future, and even after her death her grip still haunts the world. So when Kusunoki asked, was the Demon King and that vampire really enemies? Akino just couldn't help but wonder quietly, like fate was listening. Now listen, Setrin announced she'd summoned everyone for one reason, to give you all her gift, and she reached her hand out to you. A surge of divine power crashed over the group like a living wave. A system message flashed, and she grinned as Prince's protection locked in. This skill cranks your HP and physical attack up by 30% every time your enemy's HP is higher than yours. High above the land, a dragon ripped through the clouds like it owned the sky. Below them on the ground, Marina and Carol battled tooth and nail against a whole swarm of monsters. Monsters surged toward the town, and Marina's voice cracked as she blurted, please, Ikina-sama, don't be hurt. Carol shot worried looks up at the sky, afraid of what might come next. You're right, Marina shot back with a confident smirk. Yuzunoki just got guarded by not one but 2 goddesses, and she made sure Carol knew it. He won't get back to the fields of Valhalla that easily, and Marina-san, your words are hard for me to even follow, Carol said, smiling softly. Marina pressed her head to him, all sweet and affectionate like, of course, I'm smart. Then Carol snapped into a shocked gasp, her eyes locking straight on the sky. A towering dragon roared as it swooped down toward them. Is that the Dragon King? Both of them blurted it out at the same time. So it answered to my power, Marina said. The Dragon King is a legendary beast said to have fought the Demon King right beside the hero, and Carol murmured, awestruck, I've only ever read about it in books, but that kind of intensity, it feels real, like it could breathe. The path leads straight to Furu. There's a figure standing tall on the dragon's back. No need to worry now, the writer's voice boomed down. I'm here so you never had to worry. Hee hee, I'm counting on you.